Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the playoffs. My name is Freddie or Grimmy Renner. I am joined by the wonderful Hayes and B-Dog, and we are going to be taking you through the opening stages in the CCT Series 3 playoffs. But before we get going, Hayes, Brandon, how you doing, sir?
Well, first of all, I just want to jump in here and say I've had my suspicions confirmed that Freddie actually doesn't have anything in his head because we can see straight through it. So
yeah. It's just it's just hollow,
I was going to ask you if he'd been on holiday, but that's way funnier.
What about holiday?
Yeah,
okay.
You look tanned.
Well, yeah, I mean, London. It is warm. It is warm in England and in Ireland. It is summertime. Spending time outside. CCT don't hire me very much, so I get some more time to spend outside.
Okay. I was going to ask you, just going to take over as your host now. Did you go from Ireland to London and then go back to Ireland again?
In about 24 hours, yeah.
Lovely. How are you feeling about after that?
I was very, very high. I actually, yesterday, I missed I slept... I fell asleep on the bus back from the airport yesterday morning and woke up at the final stop and then had to walk 4K back home.
Not so bad, is it?
It was definitely an experience, I will say.
That's such a Grimmy Renard thing.
It was
a Grimmy Renard, to be honest.
Grimmy Renard moment. But we should probably get me off the screen because I look like I've got some red Z's. So we're going to go look at the schedule.
It's getting worse.
We're going to look at the schedule. First up, so this is playoffs. This is round of 16. This was the first day. We got TNL versus Monte, which is the first game we'll be covering. Yep. We've got 9 versus Iberian Soul, and then for the next group of people, you can miss that. You don't have to watch that one. NIP versus CyberShoke, and then Navi Junior versus Marius, which is going to be one of the games of all time. Certainly one you do not want to miss.
I need input on this from you, Freddie, because Brandon wasn't very helpful yesterday. The Marius logo? Is the Marius logo an ant, Freddie, or is it just an M?
Oh God, you could be onto something here. Well, let me sit here and hypothesize during the game, and I will
we can focus on what's important right now.
I will cross-reference.
Okay, all right, go do some studies. Yeah,
I will go do some studying. Let's take a look at the bracket, and I'll finally get your guys' input, and we can talk about what's going on so far. There's no bracket. Okay, we're gonna go to TNL, and Hayes, I'm gonna call on you for TNL.
Yeah.
Because TNL are a success story of the VRS system, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, they've just done really well for themselves over the past couple of months. I mean, you revert back 3 months ago and no one really even knew much about this team. They were kind of just flying under the radar, taking names like stealth bombers kind of thing. And all of a sudden, they're the talk of the town. I mean, they have just put up some incredible results, beating teams that were way better than them on paper, and that's how they've kind of made their name for themselves, was consistently finding those upset wins that now they have that recognizable name value. Now you look at this team and you think, all right, well, there's a level of expectation, and the thing is that there's just no weak link in this team. They seem to all be on the same page. They've got a very unanimous style in terms of how they go about their business, and they're also very flexible. You'll notice how quickly they're able to just chop and change in terms of what the situation requires. So you don't have players in very defined roles in this team. There's a guy who can just quickly switch up into the entry fragger if he's normally the lurker, if that's what they require in the moment. They don't have to shuffle themselves into a particular order before they exec into a bomb site or whatever. And also you just have heavy hitters across the board. They're all putting up really convincing numbers. So yeah, I'm really high on this TNL team. And like you say, they've climbed up the rankings impressively to a point now where they're getting invited to the playoffs in these sort of competitions.
Is it bad that I'm still in the dark about this team because I've watched them once?
I'm completely the same. I'm the same.
I don't understand how I just keep dodging them, and it's not deliberate. I just haven't seen TNL play at all this year, and for my experience of that, it's they've come out of nowhere. They're looking really good. I do want to attribute a lot of that, especially recently, to maybe Kane joining from Passion UA. I feel like that will definitely help the entire squad. Obviously not as a coach, but as head of esports for TNL, which means he oversees quite a lot. And maybe he's got into that head of esports role because when Passion UA went to the Shanghai Major and they did really well, suddenly he lost all his players. So maybe he's got into head of esports to be like, right, if you go, We're gonna make sure we get a good fee for you, and I can already be looking to scout for the next steps, sort of thing.
It also feels like it completely legitimizes this TNL team getting ahead of esports, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's like, when I look at this roster and I see the fact that, oh, you've got Kane a part of it, and you've also got a very experienced coach in JR, I don't think it's any surprise that this team has done what it's done. I think it is a surprise it's done as well, right? Didn't expect them to be almost entering the top 30. Well, actually, very well could enter the top 30 by the end of the season if they do well in this playoffs. But for anyone who doesn't know exactly kind of what we're talking about, basically 2 months ago, a month and a half ago, TNL played the Level Up Lund. They won that, and then the next week they came second at the Galaxy Battle 2025 Phase 1. So they went from top 100, maybe even top 110 in Europe, to then just all of a sudden being in a playoff position. They did also have another really good result in CCT, that a top 4 finish. So this team has just been getting really consistent results on LAN and online. And I think it's going to be difficult when we look at Monte, they're inconsistent isn't even a word I could use for them. It's not, it's what its roster changes every week, I swear.
Yes, poor Gizmy. Now we've just got BMAS and Jocko. Afro's been here for a period of time. It's a shame. I don't really know what happened to Monte when it came to the idea of the roster, because they always had a plan, then they didn't have a plan, then they got Monte Gen boys in, and it was like, okay, well this makes a lot of sense. This is really cool. You've got Gizmy, you've got Ryu, you've got Lean, you've got Hades, Demka. Obviously Demka wanted to go to Passion UA. Cool. I wouldn't stop him either, to be fair. But there's no... I look at these players, and this just looks like the retirement den for Tier 2, in a way. It's, do you know what I mean? BMAS, Jocko, Afro, we're just here in Tier 2 now, just living on Monte money. Is what it feels like, because I don't know what the ambitions are for this team, and I'm really confused about what the plan is.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really got much formal conversation or communication from Monte. Even when Haji joined and Lean came in, it wasn't like, well, this is going to be for a 3-month period, and then we're going to be trialing players in the meantime. If you look on HLTV, these guys haven't formally been added to the Monte roster, BMAS and Jocko. So there's still going to be this uncertainty hanging over the team of, oh, in a month or 2 months from now, are we going to be changing another player again, or is this going to be the group of players? So I just think that they need to make some decisions for the long term and just stop the chopping and changing.
I got a question for Mr. Frederick. Does this experience with Gizmy working with so many players help him or hinder him for his development?
I'd say it'd probably piss him off more so, because it's you get pulled up to the Monte roster, you get the opportunity to play in a tier 1.5, tier 2 roster, and it's just I don't think it's his fault, right? I think there's definitely a managerial issue at Monte. I think that's without a shadow of a doubt. They keep on attracting good players, right? They keep on getting a Jocko. I don't know if I put BMAS in that kind of category, but an Afro sitting on the Monte roster is a pretty good player. So Monte, Gizmy gets to play with a lot of these players, so I don't think that's ever going to be a negative thing. But I don't know how much he'd actually value out of it, because the team, it just seems so, as Brandon, exactly what you said. I think this is the brutal way of saying it, of this Monte roster went from, what was it, kind of major quarterfinalist, ESL challenger, winners, contenders for top level Counter-Strike, to now just being what's BMAS doing on this team, for instance?
The thing is, these guys don't like spending money. Monte do not like spending money. That has been proven so many times when the roster changes do come about. They always promote their academy prospects to fill the gaps that they have, and they're never, it's come on, let's give Gizmy something to work with. I mean, you guys sold STY, Demka, there's many names that have gone on to better teams that they must have gotten some sort of a penny for, and I just wish they'd reinvest some of that into the CS team.
That feels like exactly it, right? They've cheaped out. And even the start, like, you know, this original roster with Monte was like a group of unknown Pug stars, especially Krasnal, and I don't think Moro really had that name value. Same with Boros at the time. So they get really good success with them, and then continuously just like cheap out where like, oh, we'll have Haji for a few days, we'll have Stiko for a few days. Diha just kind of ups and leaves randomly. It's like, it's all so random, and I don't know, regardless, they get playoffs, and in this playoffs, Ancient, Nuke, and Mirage. Any thoughts about this Veto, boys, before the game goes live? Pretty
good for TNL, isn't it? Is the overarching sentiment. Every single map that this Veto is very strong for TNL, and they're okay for Monte at best.
Yeah, well, TNL are one of the rare teams in the Tier 2 space that have a legitimate 6-map map pool. I mean, their one sort of deficiency in that 6-map map pool is Dust 2, and even that, you can't even look at and say it's a weakness for them. It's just a map that they struggle on a little bit more, relatively speaking, compared to the rest of the maps in the pool. So you really struggle to actually outmaneuver TNL in the Veto. Ancient, Nuke, Mirage, yeah, they're winning the series. That doesn't matter. 2-0, 2-1. This is theirs every day of the week.
Yeah, I think it's hard to look at this matchup and not favor TNL, even though that they don't have the tenure. Like, it almost feels quite random to say that, like, oh, I favor this team who are very new, right? But with Monte, I think it was something we were saying in the quote unquote green room, is that, look, it's actually a big success that even made it to the playoffs, because that's, I think, something that they haven't really been able to achieve, is like much success in that capacity. So the fact they have got here in a pretty clean environment, I think they can take value from that heading into the end of the season. And a victory here and a run in playoffs would be kind of fantastic, right?
They came from the closed qualifier as well. So they've done closed qualifier, main Swiss, now in playoffs.
It's impressive.
So that is impressive.
Good teams. Yep. Yeah.
So, I don't know, like, full credit to them because it's a good showing. It's just whether they can go further.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at some of the names they've beaten in the process, like Leo are no slouches. Partisan, Astrum, Eklod as well. There's good recognizable name value in the teams that Monte have beaten to get to this point. But they've actually had some of the best results they've had in the past, like 3 to 4 months in the past 2 weeks. So, yeah, can they keep up that form? It's going to be a really tall order against TNL.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. And with that in mind, Ancient is going to be live. This is our opening game in the round of 16 in the CCT Series 3 playoffs. Guys, have a lot of fun. I'll see you later.
Thank you very much. Let's go. Once they start CT, we got the player cams this time, which is quite fun. We get to see what TNL have got up their sleeve. This is their best map.
I mean, Monte have looked okay on Ancient recently. Yeah, straight up B they go. They're not going to be pulling any punches. Fighting further forward here as well, even after they get side control. They're just looking to try and stamp Monte out of the round. They don't even want to give them a foothold to try and make this retake work. Jocko is still in cave right now. He's got support from Ryu as well. There's 4 sets of pistols for the CT side in cave right now. But that smoke has locked him out. Ryu will find one. Jocko also gets a kill in the meantime. It's a 2 versus 2 all of a sudden.
And these players are almost out of position, and they're isolated. Afro's just going to get on the bomb, just tap it out a little bit. Navi is on such low HP, finds the first. Oh, and the second. That's ridiculous. How on earth has he done that then? From a position where it felt like Monte weren't going to retake, they put it into an advantageous position, and then they lose.
I mean, it was always supposed to be TNL's round, though, so it's actually pretty fortunate for them that they do get the job done, get the points on the board, but it actually comes through a 1v2 clutch from Navi. Oh, it ends the round with 13 health, so close there from Afro, the French duo, Jocko and Afro. Nearly find success, but Brandon, I don't know if you noticed, Jocko's had a really rough time as of late. He has a 0.86 rating in the past 3 months. Yeah, that's across 27 maps, 0.86. So
nah,
he's legitimately, mate. Go and check it out yourself. I ain't fibbing.
I believe you, but I don't believe that. You know what I mean? Like,
I know, I do believe. I get you 100%.
Whenever I watch Jocko, he's like really solid. He was always like a very just consistent player. He's one of the better ones when they were under the Heat banner. But they started to go into 3D Max.
I was surprised he got cut, so quite wild. I mean, watching his teammates, you know, qualify from stage 2 to stage 3 at the major while he's dropping 0.86 online is just not a great look. But listen, I will say in their series against Eklot, he had a good game. So signs of improvement on the horizon.
That's a really brutal way to assess that situation. Yeah,
I
all your ex-teammates are nearly making the playoffs. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. But that's also because I know what Jocko is capable of. Oh my, okay, well, it's going to just be pedal to the metal straight into the B-bomb side, but they've been shut down emphatically.
Go on, Gizmo. Has he got a mouse pad or no?
He definitely has a mouse pad.
It's just white, Brandon.
Oh, it's white.
Yeah.
It just looks like his desk.
Imagine, like, yeah, your desktop was just that mouse mat material. Do you remember you used to get those glass mouse mats? Did you ever use one of those?
No, I didn't.
Nothing
I
used to
didn't
use
either. I thought they were pretty cool. I always wanted like a Rat 7 with one of those glass mouse mats when I was growing up. That was like the cool kid combination. That was like the hipster combo because no one had that at the time. Just to be alt, right? I don't mean alternative, right?
Yeah,
I mean
I know what you
alternative. You get me?
I get you.
I'm getting super political now, inadvertently, apparently. But anyway, here we go. Going to be a reinvestment for TNL. I don't mind the approach in the previous round, Brandon. Just, you won the pistol, you've converted. Just go for that brute force approach. Doesn't work out. And now you apply a little bit more of a methodical approach.
And again, now you're brute forcing, just in a different direction. Ken might walk through this smoke and go to B. That's exactly what he's doing. And this is going to keep all the players at A. It's going to push Jocko in towards the site. He's the only defender here with an MP9. And Ken might just sit in this smoke the whole time and catch these players rotated. This is a really cheeky maneuver.
Oh, they've somewhat considered it. And Afro, at least he's able to get the trade. A little bit of trigger discipline from Kane could have gone a long way. But, I mean, getting one kill is still at least something to bank. And now it's a 4 versus 2. This time it's Afro and Gizmi, and they are going to feel this one out here. That's why I love Ancient, man. Retakes are so much more alive than most maps. Even when you have such a big disadvantage, lots of fights being offered up by TNL. Flyrax will drop Gizmi, and it's just Afro left on 20 points of health. Just should be absolutely impossible. Onyx with the Tech 9 is going to be concluding proceedings, and TNL get back to winning ways.
I'm really glad that Afro is playing well, because what I will say is that I think Afro slander is prevalent, and it doesn't need to be. I think he's still a very capable player. I'm excited to watch him, and I hope this journey in Monte is long-standing.
I mean, as long as he, would you want this to be the full roster going into next season for Monte? Because the word is coming through from them.
I don't know, but I'd want Afro on it. And Gizmi, obviously.
Yeah,
my boy.
I think Afro, Gizmi, and Ryu are actually a pretty good core that you can build around. The word coming through from Monte is that Bemus and Jocko are on the roster just for this tournament. This is their last event of the season, and then they're going to be reassessing.
All right, well, better do well then.
Yeah, trial period if I've ever seen one.
This time TNL just gone for a faster approach out A. And there's not a whole lot you can do to stop this. There's no kit, but you've got an AWP, you've got a few M4s, and no flashbangs. If I'm Monte, I'd really consider saving this if you don't get a kill in the next couple of seconds. They will take the swing out from Donut. They've been able to team kill out of TNL, and they're going to start moving. They're going to start going for this immediately. 2 players in A main. Davey is struggling, especially on low HP, but they've got no kit. And it feels like they know this, and I've just heard 2 different weapons fire off. That's the trade out of Navi, and again, he's won the round here for TNL.
I mean, that's a really awkward post plant for TNL where they're all just tripping over one another because they don't have a foothold anywhere other than A main. That's the only place that they have to play from in the post plant. They haven't been able to try and get themselves into Temple or get donut control or get someone towards the bomb site behind the boxes, maybe play around CT. And that's what made it so difficult for TNL. So the fact that they're still able to make it work is phenomenal. And also the lack of the kit, as you highlighted, was a big problem for Monte, because if they have a kit there, they probably just stick the defuse while one player holds the line. So certainly does come back to bite them. TNL, doesn't matter if these rounds are scrappy or clean, they're still always finding a way. And that's something they've done a lot of recently, Brandon, is just find a way to win these games. I
just love the design of these rounds. Like, they're so fast and bursty. They've got all of Donut control. You got to clear the boost, which you imagine you will, because yeah, your player in Donut hasn't seen anything. And now we're just back into A again. Molly in Temple, Molly behind the CT smoke. It just can accommodate this plant. I'm really enjoying the game plan here out of TNL.
Yeah, and I remember we really enjoyed watching them in action last time we got to cast this team. And now, it feels like they're in ceiling discovery mode at the moment. They aren't still figuring out their game and their roles and the fundamentals and the protocols. Those have all been waxed. Now, it's just like, well, how much can we tighten the screws from here?
Oh no,
and just going through these motions and processes, just going to continue. They're just going from strength to strength. This TNL roster really is taking the tier 2 scene by storm at the moment. These guys could kind of follow like a bait trajectory from last year or something like that, I think.
That'd be cool. Or even Monte in like 2023.
Yeah, that's a pretty good reference as well. I actually cast the ESL Challenger that they won, DreamHack Winter it was in 2023. SDY, Waro, Demko, Krasnal, and was it Boros?
No.
No.
Sheesh, I can't remember the fifth off the top of my head. Anyway, Knifey, fittingly knife out. It's going to be Jocko who's gone through the smoke. He's drawn first blood, but it's going to be really difficult for him to get back to safety because Knifey's taking up the space in Jag. Oh, great support flash. But speaking of support, Flyrax is there to keep Davey alive. And now Knifey takes advantage of his forward position.
Oh, Onyx gonna get a kill, isn't he? No, he's not. Okay. He starts pushing the smoker and Ryu will trade. You don't know about B-Mass. Well, now you do. But you've just dropped the bomb. Nice shot out of Ryu. And suddenly, Knifey is left all alone. Oh, you knew he was in towards cave. That nade just flies over his head and B-Mass should be locking it in. What a recovery from Monte.
Yeah, really good work from the Lithuanians there. B-Mass and Ryu combining to get the job done. B-Mass forcing the issue on the player in the cubby and then getting that support from Ryu at range to drop the bomb carrier because Flyrax was still in a really strong position with the orb to just shut it down. And that's going to be a bit annoying for TNL considering what a good position Knifey was in. Would have been calling for his teammates, hey guys, I've got B here, but they couldn't join up with him. Couldn't connect the dots.
I think if Onyx had just not pushed that smoke, it would have worked out a lot better because I think he would have guaranteed one kill. But hey, he wants to push, he wants to try and get advanced info. Can't fault him for it. Jocko starts off on the right foot now with this MP9. They're starting to be really aggressive here, Monte, in towards lane.
Yeah, and it's good. They have to. They have to fight on the front foot because of the style that's coming through from TNL. They can't afford to just cower in the bomb sites. Jocko, yeah, timing sucks there. 50-50 position. Looks right. When he tries to cross the traffic, car comes from the left. Bang.
They keep getting Ken or a different player in towards Red Room here. So now TNL have just heard all these rotates. So all you do is you just go through Donut. Yeah, perfect. I mean, Ryu can potentially get this kill, which is important. But now Ken's on the timer. He's not exposed to Ryu. But it feels like they're considering it. Yeah. So he'll go around the corner. Afro will collect that kill, no problem. 2-player advantage here for Monte.
Oh, man. And the smoke's going to start to fade. Davey's going to become completely exposed, and they're even just going to catch him in the smoke there. Good work from Gizmy. It's Onyx in Brokey in a 1v4. You honestly can't script it. This would just be ridiculously poetic if he's able to pull it off as well. Maybe we could start to dub it Onyx in the tier 2 space if he had, but not going to happen. It's going to be a good shutdown from Monte. A good clean round as well. Convincing round. Resetting that T-side economy. Keeping 4 players alive of their own. And actually, Brandon, I think it was just deduction there from Monte that they figure out Cairns in Red Room. Because of how swiftly the T's push up into the A bomb site immediately after the rotations. They're like, nah, these guys must have heard something, right? They must have heard us rotating away. Has to be one in Red Room.
Yeah, I love the way they just clear that out very systematically.
They were certain he was there.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense for them to immediately just go in towards A for no reason, knife out, right? Because you've heard 2 players. Okay, well, where could they have possibly heard us from? Has to be Red Room. They've done it a few rounds prior.
Yeah.
You got to remember that Monte have got a ridiculous amount of experience on this team. Afro, you can throw BMAS into that conversation as well,
Absolutely,
and Jocko,
man.
like really, really good set of heads on like the Monte shoulders here.
Funny enough, none of them are the IGL, but ironic. But what I will say is, you're right, BMAS is probably not going to get the recognition he deserves because he hasn't been active for like 2 years now, but he was on Mouse Sports for 3 years, guys.
Yeah.
Played on FaZe for a couple months before that. He was one of the players who was like noticed in FPL, I think the story goes, by Nico, and he was like, well, why don't you join our team? And obviously that didn't go all that well. Similar sort of storyline with Brokey as well. And now Monte have done enough to earn themselves an anti-eco. Breathe a little bit easier here. At least on paper.
Yeah, it's fine. Afro's feeling good. 5-4. A really nice little resurgence here. And what I'm enjoying about this is, I know we just spoke about BMAS, but we'll just ignore him for the purposes of the point. Everyone is sort of contributing pretty meaningfully here. And to be fair, even BMAS in that round that Monte first got on the board, that he was able to win it for them. So I think everyone's having really good impact here, which is what you want out of Monte, just a very consistent level.
Well, the thing is, you look at this team and you ask, well, who's the star player? And you'd be hard-pressed to actually find a name. You'd probably have to go Afro, right? Maybe Ryu in the future?
Definitely gives
but...
me.
Oh, come on, mate. We can't, like... I give you so much extra leeway on the leash in these games that we cast, but, like, calling him the star player as well.
He's just the star.
Saddle in. Look at this. It's not going to be a full commitment, yeah. They're just dumping utility. Nobody's even committed. They have drawn that player through from cave, but they haven't actually gotten the kill. Ken will just swing top middle, though, and find a frag.
Yeah, and he got dinked by Flyrax. He got dinked by Flyrax, and he's still able to get a headshot. Jocko able to at least get that kill back. Look at this.
Oh,
just so much scaling in towards red. Oh, Jocko tries to go over the top but can't manage it. He swings, need the double. Ryu's found one in from middle. Hang on a second, this is all falling apart.
I respect Monte so much for the way that they're going about their business right now. They are taking the fight to TNL on the front foot. Never giving up anything in the round. But what is that shot out of Ken? That is just disgusting, man. That's his third frag in the round. An incredible round. Wasn't he dinked by Flyrax earlier on as well? Maybe that's how you activate Ken. You've got to get him like sub 50 health or something. Just goes boss mode.
He just went into Red Room again and he just kills them all.
That's his home, apparently.
It was a ridiculous round. You can still invest in here if you want to, no problem. But you got to make sure that TNL just stop getting control of this game. I really like the mid-round reaction. What I'm enjoying a lot is, yeah, they are solo fights. I know Freddie might be a bit angry about that, but I love how confident Monte are in sort of making these decisions, and just they're not half in or half out on any of these sort of gunfights. They're like, okay, I'm going now, bang, and then there is someone there to potentially trade.
I mean, they are truly just going blow for blow with TNL right now. They're just standing and banging in the middle of the ring, and I just love that they're exuding that kind of confidence, that they're happy to go about it in that fashion.
Oh, that's how you do that one. Okay, thank you.
Pencil that one in.
So they faked A last round. This time, they are going A.
Only one person making noise, though, so it's going to be sounding like a fake. And now Onyx starts to run back. You're acting like it's the double fake. Oh, okay. Layers on top of layers. Come on, that's going to be too obvious, though, right? Like, professional players know if they run back, they're giving up the game.
Gizmy and Jocko have got all of B. So, yeah, you know it's A. Nice nade. Good follow through by Afro, but he's burning. It doesn't matter. He's still getting kills. And then BMAS steps in from Temple. Wonderful reaction here from Monte to immediately take the B ramp after they're hearing all these smokes at A. TNL slow things down. They try and pull a fast one, and it doesn't work whatsoever.
I mean, I love the plan on paper, but like you said, it was foiled by the fact that Monte had decided to just get space and information, get control on the opposite side of the map, and figure out, hey, well, there's literally no pressure or presence here, no util being thrown, no footsteps heard, so it's going to be that follow-up commitment into the A bomb side. Finally, Onyx does get a kill back, but this is on course to be 5-6 with no money in the bank for TNL going into the last of the half. And if this ends 6-all, that would certainly go against the grain, and not only in terms of what we were expecting, but even in terms of the way the map had started.
Yeah, but look, you got to give a lot of credit, to be honest. I think
Absolutely.
Monte looking really good, and I'm glad we didn't fully write them off coming into this. The T rounds on Ancient for TNL are definitely their better side of Ancient. So if this can end 6-6, I think they'll be really happy.
I just don't know if Monte are going to have the same sort of level on the T side with what we've seen from them so far on the CT side, because this is really high-level Counter-Strike. This is exemplary from Monte. This is a blueprint as to how you can play the CT side on this map if you have the players who have got the necessary skill sets. It's a scary style that requires a lot of confidence, though. There's nothing conservative or reserved. However, Afro is going to be drawn in towards A main. In the meantime, this player's just charging through Donut. He finds the first and rounds the corner.
Oh, but he does get traded. Ryu is also overwhelmed. BMAS steps in from Temple. That's a really big kill, because now they can't commit to this bomb plant. Onyx holding the line will get rid of BMAS at least. Now 2 players lie in wait in CT, and Onyx tries to get a bit tricky with it. Gizmy's already round the corner. He can hear him, Onyx in CT. Scope on the AWP. It's deep, and it allows him to potentially get a shot off, but he's missed the chance.
I think he moved just as he rattled that shot off, man. That should have been a kill every day of the week. We would have been in the 1v1. Now he's thinking big, he's thinking broad. He's looking like he wants to rotate entirely off of the say bomb site. Now, Gizmy's worried about the wraparound Temple. Jocko's focused on the smoke in CT. And they are going to clash into middle. Gizmy going to come across Onyx and he's going to just have his head ripped right off as the Brit. Well, he's got 35 seconds, so he's got some time to work with.
So he backed up a little bit to get the AWP scope off so that Jocko couldn't hear it if he was close. I actually really like this move from Jocko. He just sticks in A. Starts pushing through Donut, Onyx, sweeping, clearing corners, and does decide to go to this B bomb site. An open pathway for this 1v1.
Yeah, he's got a real good shot at making this one work. Jocko's just gone all in, fully committed on that A bomb site, and now the penny will drop and he'll realize that he has to retake B here. He's got full health, a kit, got utility as well. Everything he needs to make this one work. Onyx, I think he's heard a step there.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, so now he's got the information. He can just post up on the angle. There is a flash here for Jocko to work with to try and get him into the bomb site. Flash doesn't blind up Onyx at all, and he'll just connect on the shot.
Jocko went probably the longest way to CT there, and because he went through Donut to mid to red, Onyx heard him. If Jocko goes from where he was situated through CT, then through B, Onyx doesn't hear him. So it's just these little things that can give away audio, that can give away your position.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it was a great half from Monte. They do well to get 5, but actually, the fact that TNL get that 7th is surprising. I was thinking that at this point here, 1v3, was it for Onyx, that he had just managed to win out there for the team, if I'm not mistaken? Is a huge round to give his team a lead going into that second half. Really well played there by Onyx. Just the decision-making was on point. Even just in terms of how he used the time that he had to work with.
I still think you're happy with 5. Gizmy's got smoke double flash. So I'm just gonna pop through middle here. 4 players lean on B. This is not the right read right now for TNL. So that means that Ken has got to get a multi. And he's struggling to even find one.
He's actually pretty lucky that he gets out with his life intact. I thought they would have been able to rush him down a bit more efficiently there. And now he's had his bell rung. He's trying to buy time for the rotations to come through, but they're just making their way through middle. And Ken will actually be able to fall all the way back into CT spawn. Onyx is going to be the one who just goes into this guillotine. BMAS and Afro combine. What a brilliant little crossfire between them.
I can't believe they just didn't clear the left side. That's the first thing normally everyone clears. But no, first guy I think wants to take space. Second person's supposed to be looking in that corner, which did happen. There we go. But Flyrax just gets owned by BMAS. In fact, everyone gets owned by BMAS. What a brilliant pistol for Monte. I will say, though, I think Ken does really well to stay alive for as long as he did and gets out alive.
True, but he just had to connect on a shot somewhere in and amongst all of those shots
Oh,
he
no,
rattles
agreed.
off. Would have made a big difference. Now they have to full eco. 5 players just grouped up in red room, waiting for their cue. Normally you have a flashbang being lined up for the players to push through that smoke off the back of the flash, but I think because no one gets a kill in the pistol round, they just don't have that luxury of investing the 200.
They are in the right place. Just gonna pop through this smoke as it fades all at once. It's gonna be quite scary, isn't it? Spam's coming in and all the players rush through.
Imagine they had a
Completely
flash.
fine. Well, they didn't.
Yeah, true. No, you're right. That is true. But what could have potentially gone a long way. Having said that, if they did have a flash, they probably would have used it in middle. Anyway.
Oh, shush.
It's all semantics. It's all semantics. Into the first gun round we go. No AWP in play for TNL. Light and Utah and a couple players as well. Onyx reduced to the MP9. This is Monte's opportunity to really kickstart their campaign on Ancient. Pull ahead and put TNL on the back foot.
That would be amazing if they were able to. Especially, as you said earlier, considering where we were. Okay, a really good recovery into the half for Monte, starting off the T side really strong now. As mentioned, TNL, they're good on CT, don't get me wrong, but they would have preferred a few more rounds on T side. Onyx is lying in wait here. We're seeing this a lot more now on Cave, that a deeper smoke put forward by the CT so they can stand this little channel and potentially swing through the smoke immediately. It's going to be this commitment up B.
Yeah, Navi in the corner. Now they know of his position, so it's going to be really difficult for him to continue to hold it down, but he still managed 2 kills, and Ken will come through as the supporting act to keep Navi alive. Arrives on the scene just in time there to combine with Navi and lock down the B bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, what a hold. I'm surprised that no one clears out the long corner, because you're seeing a smoke bounce in, which means it's been bounced off the default pillar. Oh, timing. Oh, not timing. I'm surprised.
Yeah,
they
you're
didn't
right.
play
There
long.
could have been some deduction. Yeah, could have figured that out on the fly, and they paid the ultimate price.
Especially when they did the awesome deduction of, oh, they've heard us, they've run in donut red.
Yeah.
Oh, how's he not dead? Okay, there we go.
They did a single point of damage to a guy who had 5 health.
Yeah, it's classic, isn't it?
It is a good bounce back here from BMAS, who had a bit of a slower start to the map. Now a positive KD. 8-7 though. TNL will win the first gun round. There's going to be a follow-up investment here for Monte, but if they lose this round, it's going to be 10-7 before they can afford another set of weaponry. And that might be a very difficult position to navigate once again. So
Yeah. They're going to make the decision to rush A, though. Fast smokes. This time it is no fake. It is this commitment. Flashbangs thrown forwards.
oh, mate, your teammates. Like,
Yeah, that's wild. Xavier just stands in front of Ken. Flyrax will at least find Gizmy. There's a lot of spam damage being inflicted here, and Flyrax still walks through the smoke and is able to get a kill.
oh man, massive balls on Flyrax actually commits that play right there. There's going to be a push through Temple as well. Maybe a little bit overzealous from Navi, especially with the bomb in front of Donut right now. Gives a kill back, makes this vaguely more doable for Monte. It's going to be Onyx who peeks from deep in Temple, catches Jocko off guard. It's just after 11-20 at health. This should be impossible for him, and Ken will just crouch walk into the angle. (9-7), no bomb plant. Gonna have to be a save now for Monte as this game kind of starts to slip through their fingers.
You know what? It was a bit wild from Davey to swing forward as, you know, Kane's taking that fight, but I don't, in a weird way, I don't hate it because, look, I hate the spacing, But I don't hate the fact he's more than willing just to swing and just be there with his teammate. Like, that's... I mean, it's good team play, even though the execution was really sloppy, right? So... It brings me a lot of confidence for these guys. And very much like Passion UA, it seems to me that TNL are going to be on boot camp an awful lot.
Yeah, they're just permanently on boot camp as far as I can tell.
Yeah, that's what happened to Passion UA, right? They were on boot camp for like 8 months.
I mean, it's only going to accelerate the team's progress. Bring the team closer together inside and outside of the server, learning more about each other.
I could be so wrong here, but I actually think this is the same boot camp facility. It might even be like Kane's gaff.
I don't think it was like a boot camp facility. I think it was like a house, like a flat.
For everyone who doesn't know what gaff is, that means house, right? Because that is just British colloquialism. Or am I wrong, Brandon? I'm just assuming.
You're right. No, you're right.
Okay. I always thought like Gaffer is that like the old guy, like the coach of the team?
Yeah, it is in football as well.
Okay. That's where I'm getting confused. Anyway, big gun round here for TNL and Monte. An opportunity for Monte to try and keep themselves alive. Lose this gun round and you can basically kiss the map away, and they're already down 5 versus 3.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, these guys are... Wow. That's ridiculous. These guys are now just running at them. They feel a lot more comfortable here on the CT side. They've just played a standard default, take middle, take B. They just went out the gunfights. Really nice shot onto the player at Heaven, then followed up by removing a player mid doors, sorry, B doors and Jocko. And now you put BMAS on 1 HP. You can win this if you are Monte, but the limited utility in the 1 smoke grenade and the health is going to make things very, very difficult. Especially with this molly.
Okay, well, unfortunately, Monte have just been iced out of the round here off the back of those 2 kills.
Yeah.
2 frags immediately, just completely stunted the round for them, and they were never really able to get back into it. Afro and Bemis, at this point, best they can do is save their guns. And 11-7, what do they even do? I mean, having 1 hero AK is fine, but now you'll have 2 players who are not going to get any round loss bonus. And in fact, hang on. Oh, hang on. How much do they commit right now? Surprised they haven't committed a bit more, honestly. 1 more bullet would be enough, and it's not going to happen. But, okay. Like I say, just look at the finances now for Monte. I mean, they're going to get 3,400 if they save here. So, I guess BMAS and Afro would have Galil armor next round? Or do you just straight up force around these AKs?
I think that's what they're going to talk about. I think at this point, I wouldn't mind a force. Because, to be fair to Monte, when they've been executing, they've been getting a good amount of success. So I would just exec on TNL, whether it's B, whether it's A. I think they've had more success by and large on this A bomb site, so I'd maybe head over there. Or, to be fair, they're able to get the B bomb site pretty cleanly. They just didn't clear long. So, as long as they all go together and do something, I think that would work. I'm just looking at the replay here. Yeah, I'd like an execute, I think.
Might be a good change up coming through from them. And I mean, then you can maybe get away with an investment share as well, because you want to prioritize utility a bit more, Tech 9s and armor around the AKs, and then maybe just fight as a group. And that's kind of similar to what they're going to do. They have left some money in the bank to make sure that they still got something to work with in the next round.
In fact, they go with a completely different approach, but it works out brilliantly. And like a nice little flash play to get Bemis on the line. He does eat a massive nade, though. Ken's on an off angle for Donut, so he's able to collect Afro, and now there's so much more damage being implied here in mid by TNL. They are just taking all these fights. Knifey is just not scared. BMAS is still low. The good news for Monte is that they only half bought.
Yeah, I mean, they just kind of look forward to the next round, but the problem is there's just the biggest cavity or crevice between these two teams now. Oh, okay, Knifey continues to fight. A neat little burst there will eventually dispatch a Beamus, and Jocko's going to prioritize the plant, which is nice, because the extra $600 would actually go quite a long way in terms of next round's investment.
You can win this.
And now, yeah, I was going to say, there's even more than just money on the table. It could be the round itself.
The issue he's got is that it's not planted for him. And Knifey might just get on this bomb here and just start sticking it. He's going to just start sticking it. Jocko can't get Bionic. Good little design there from TNL. $12-7. Monte need 5 in a row.
Yeah, it's a tall order, because like I was saying, this is the biggest disparity we've had between the two teams. 5 rounds. Like you said, they need 5 in a row here to force us into overtime, but it's the biggest gap we've had throughout the entirety of this map so far. And this TNL team are so difficult to beat. I mean, I know they have their favored side maybe, and they do have, like, you know, streaks of momentum, but they're just going to come at you every single round. It is their map pick, though, to be fair. We go to Monte's map next, so that's important to keep in mind here in this playoff game.
Well, what I will say, though, is our CT side has actually looked very clean on Ancient. Then we go to Nuke and TNL start CT. Don't know if there's any merit in me saying that, but I've said it now.
Yeah, that isn't going to be ideal, but I mean, gives me pretty strong IGL on the T side, so I think it will be okay for Monte. But TNL will be a very tough customer on that map. Either way, here we go. Could be the last round of the map, or there could be more left untold. Knifey's going to go searching, as he does so frequently, and he's not alone. There's a search party, Brandon.
Oh no, but Afro missed his shot, and now he's being mollied. How's he got this pocket of space there? They're just hounding him down. Ken standing in all of these mollies, and now Ryu's left completely alone. David just turns around. TNL win that round with 4 alive, and then make quick work of Monte on that CT Ancient.
Oh, brilliant stuff coming through from TNL. Once they got going in that second half, they never stopped. It was a fantastic display across the board, and they actually won the map pretty comfortably. So with that, let's throw this across to Freddy and hear what he has to say.
Hello. That was rough. That was a hard watch for Monte at the end, because it was super competitive, and then up until those last 5 rounds, it was not only TNL winning them in a row, or I think it was 6 in a row specifically, but like Monte just straight up weren't getting kills. I think they had a handful of kills at most. Yeah, they had like a handful of kills at most in that second half. So that was a little bit disappointing to see, but for TNL, they had a very good start in this map, as we were saying. I think they'll sign that was discussed quite a lot on the broadcast, and a big part of their success was Khan. Or Kane? Khan? I don't know how to pronounce it. Kane? Yeah, Kane. In Kane in Red Room. And he was just getting into this very oppressive position quite a lot. And when you're in that role, you can mandate the rotations, and you can also pivot your team off your presence, and that's exactly what happened. So TNL, they go to this pretty early good lead, and then I think one of the big difference makers going into this position to then it being like a 5-5 was that the first gun round for starters, actually, though, that was a massive kind of like upset round, that and that's what you need one of those rounds that rock the boat, that's a little bit unorthodox, that kind of gets you going. That's exactly what they were able to achieve. And then it was also dealing with Ken in the Red Room. Like, they were able to make sure that he wasn't getting anything done, and because of that, it took away a lot of the map control and a lot of the space for TNL. Monte started to get the individuals online, which wasn't really happening. Afro specifically, I think we've seen like some replays already of him and how well he was doing. But this 7-5 at the half, I was worried. I was like, it just feels like TNL have kept themselves at the lead the whole time. And as the favorites on their map pick, like kind of that's what's going to happen. Monte gave us something to believe in. But after this round here that we're watching, after that anti-eco, it just went downhill. And it was kind of crazy where if you look at the kills on Monte in round 15, by large, they're not very different to what it ends off on. And Monte, they were just kind of executing to their grave, and they were getting onto these bomb sites and like not really doing anything. And it was kind of shocking to see this game turn on its head so much. And for TNL, I was really impressed because it didn't feel like there was one individual that was doing everything, right? Like you look across the kills and you look across the impact, and there's so many different individuals stepping up for TNL. And that was also, I think, something that Brandon mentioned in the pre-game of like, oh, I just haven't watched much of TNL. And I was saying, I was like, I've somehow not seen this team that is not, well, really like at all play, that is now currently ranked 35th on the VRS system. It's like, oh yeah, I also hadn't seen too much of them, and I don't think a lot of people have. So it's really good to see them getting the chances once again in the playoffs to really prove themselves. So I did notice on the T side that I feel like was an interesting one, is that, so obviously Kane coming over to the head of esports, I think we were mentioning. He obviously was just with the Passion UA team, and something that they did really, really well is that they had an insanely deep strat book. Like, it was the one thing that I think Passion UA had going for them was just their depth in the strategies and the gimmicks maybe. And it seemed very apparent on the T side they did have those like really niche gimmick strats up their sleeve. And I think that's something that's very difficult to play against. When you just have the absolute depth, it's very hard to counter strats. And in the end, their city side was just very simple, but it ended up working really well. And unfortunate for Monte, because I don't know, they have been doing better with this new project. I don't really know how to like put it, to be honest. But with the newer additions to their roster, with BMAS and Jocko, they've actually only lost 2 games. They've won 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games, and that's kind of through the close qualifier into the playoffs. But I think something that Hayes very accurately said was that Jocko's not been having a great time. It's actually kind of crazy how poorly Jocko's been playing on average. Obviously, when you don't play many games, the average, if you have a really good game or a really bad game, skyrockets either way. But for Monte, it just feels like a bit of a random kind of project, I think, with like, oh, we may as well just throw some players at the roster for the end of the season. And that's exactly what's happened with Monte in previous iterations of like, oh, they'll just throw the odd player at it, and there's never like, it seems to be a clear long-term success or idea. So for Monte, there's actually just an issue with me of like, what is the long term in this team, and then in this series specifically, I do struggle to kind of see a way out for them, because sure, they are going on to their map pick, but TNL, they looked really sharp at the end there. It looked like they kind of got into their first gear, and TNL are going on to a map that, okay, they have struggled on recently. Truth be told, this is actually a map they've looked really poor on in recent history, but if you take out like the last month, it's incredible for them. Monte haven't utilized Nuke going into the playoffs, but we can talk about this more after the break. Do not go too far, and we'll be back shortly. Monte held their own for the majority of Ancient, but when it came down to the final few rounds, TNL just ran away with it on the CT side of Ancient. Their map pick, I don't think that was anything too anticipated. Now we turn our attention to Nuke. Hayes, what are we thinking? Do we think that Monte have it in them to push us to a third, or maybe a 2-0 for TNL?
I reckon this is going to be 2-0 for TNL. I mean, I know that Monte are good on Nuke. I know it's the one map that Gizmy has always been very comfortable calling on. But I think that TNL are just going to be too tall of an order for Monte to get past. We also really haven't spoken about how recently the changes have been made and how little Monte will probably have to work with in terms of the depth of this team, just because they haven't really had the reps together. Compared to TNL, they've been playing so many officials this year, exact same roster. They've got a lot more depth to their game, and I think that should just be enough to push them over the edge.
You in agreement, Brandon?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Oh dear. Yeah, I am. Look, I know Gizmy is going to play well on this. I know Ryu is going to play well on this. It's just how the rest of the gang are going to show up here for Monte. I just think they've got to be a little bit more coordinated, which is hard when you've got so many roster changes. You don't really know what's going on with your team. So I can really understand what's happening here with Monte, but TNL, their fundamentals, the fact that they're willing to self-sacrifice for each other, I think is just the biggest thing here that's going to push them over the edge.
Yeah, it was something that we were talking about in the proverbial green room, and it was something that you brought up, Hayes, that I think I was adding on to a little bit, was that it was like TNL always felt like they were playing cohesively together. They were always actively moving around one another and always there for the trade. Like, it was very proactive, very active Counter-Strike, and it feels like they've got that really well drilled in, don't they?
Oh, absolutely. They're all on the same page, all on the same wavelength kind of thing. When there's one guy taking a fight, there's some support that immediately just comes from left of stage, out of nowhere. There's just two players. You're fighting with one, and all of a sudden a second just appears to bail out his teammate. I mean, there were so many instances that we saw that from TNL. They just love to employ that buddy system and try work together to overwhelm players they come up against. So I think that will also work very well on a map like Nuke, where you are just kind of clustered together, very easy to just pivot and rotate and join up with one of your teammates to pad up the defense.
So, because I don't want to sit here and just all doom and gloom Monte, but not gonna lie, TNL have looked like they've struggled on this map in recent history, Brandon. Do you think that there is like an opportunity for Monte to maybe seize the opportunity? And who do you think maybe needs to step up for them to do so?
Probably B-Mass, to be honest. I think he was getting okay openers, but then was just living on 1 HP and then not really doing anything in the round afterwards. So I'd probably point towards B-Mass a lot for this. And I don't want to put it all on Jocko as well, but Jocko was, again, very hit and miss in this map. And as historic ratings show, he's not been the best. So it needs to be more of a team effort rather than individual players. That's why I said, look, I think the TNL framework is going to be too good for Monte to handle, especially on Nuke, especially because they start T side.
Yes, it's going to be Monte starting on the T side, TNL on the City side. We're going into map 2. Will it be put to a third, or will TNL try and advance to the second quarterfinal they've achieved in back-to-back CCTs? We'll see out on Nuke.
Well, here we go. Thank you, Mr. Fredwood. It is going to be the second map of the series. Now, yeah, he's right that TNL have kind of had their struggles on this map as of late, which is kind of a drop-off for them, because there was a period from April into May where they were just almost unbeatable. They were dominating most of the teams they came up against on this map, but there has been a bit of a fall from grace. However, that doesn't guarantee that they won't be able to bring that same sort of form we've seen from them in the past this time round. And it's going to be kills going back and forth. Onic going to get ahead of the molly, and he's taken the planter down. It doesn't seem like Ryu's blocked it, but he will still be able to turn and find the frag in time. And oh my goodness, all of a sudden it's only Can left remaining.
And he's got no health. And they're planting not for him. He's got a really good timing here, but they could just swing together. Fronin needs to hit one bullet. Monte will claim the pistol, and to be honest, a necessary one for them.
Yeah, I think it's a great way for them to open up their accounts on the T side of Nuke as well. Pretty simple approach, just covering all their bases as well. Not getting caught off from the follow-ups from TNL. The pushes coming through from ramp get punished. Trades on point as well. I think Ryu making sure he got that kill on the Heaven player was certainly a really important frag, because that's what kept them control of the A-bomb side. Had Ryu gone down, then they wouldn't have just been able to push the bomb through and get full control. Going to be a force buy in response though. Scouts upgraded pistols and an MP9.
Yeah, and Ken's already trying to get a little bit tricky with it. Playing in towards Secret so early. Not being seen yet. There's another player in Secret as well here for TNL. Davey hoping, waiting for a player in Hut to come and peek in, but that's not happening. In fact, they're completely ignoring Secret altogether. Maybe Gizmy is going to get this nasty surprise.
Yeah, working on the smokes right now. Ken is in this position. It's going to be a big swing there from Gizmy. He just goes all in, fully commits, and Onyx will get the trade. I mean, Gizmy was very low on health. He just had to connect on one shot. Eventually, he does. Levels it back into an even numbers game. Navi with a Desert Eagle in close proximity here. Oh, and Ryu just takes his head right off. Onyx is going to be in the vent, though. And he's all of a sudden the last player left alive. Jocko deals with him too, and Monte convert the pistol. And now an opportunity to build up some bank.
It's been a brilliant start to life on this T side for Monte. And as Freddy said, look, TNL have not been the best on Nuke in recent times. This feels like a decent pick to bring out for Monte. There are a couple of deagles into this, so it's not mega dangerous, but it's still a little bit scary. And if they drop down the vent, they're going to get knifed by Flyrax. Oh, not anymore.
Boring.
Come back, Flyrax.
Come on. You're not going to get the kill with the USP if they drop down the vent,
Oh,
are you?
never mind. Run away, Flyrax.
Get out of there. Fly. Fly, you fool. Were you a Lord of the Rings fan, Brandon?
I'll be honest with you. I don't know anything about Lord of the Rings.
Not watch them?
No.
Okay. I kind of had that inkling, to be honest with you.
I've not watched,
Star Wars?
I've watched the one with the Ewoks, that's it.
That's as okay, alright. You can skip the new Star Wars that have come up most recently. The old ones, the 6 movies, were pretty damn good. I mean, the purists only like the first 3. They don't like the prequels, I think, that came out, but Harry Potter, guess that's another one of the
No, I've seen that, actually.
common ones. Okay, yeah, cool. Just checking.
I've seen all the Harry Ploppers.
Harry Potter. I don't think I get that one. Is that like a reference I'm just not familiar with?
No, I just thought it was funny.
Oh, okay, fair enough. That's enough. That's good enough for me. Here we go, 3-0. First gun round upon us. Flyrex has the AWP rifles outside of that, and a chance for TNL to open up their account.
Freddy is getting progressively more annoyed with me that I've not seen Lord of the Rings or Star Wars. Okay, Lord of the Rings, he doesn't care about Star Wars. Will this AWP find purchase? No, it'll be a missed shot, but it does bait in the rifle. Although I feel like you assume that there will be a rifle there. Onyx moves away. Flyrax is still hopeful to grab these kills, but Monte, they're just chilling right now.
Yeah, happy to take their time here. Let TNL have their little bit of fun, maybe show their hand a little bit, and then Monte can start to make their moves. Can adjust and adapt to the way TNL have opened up the round. Got info. Okay, we know there's an AWP. Yeah, they've expended some of the utility as well. Quite a lot of focus towards outside for TNL. Knifey's kind of bobbing back and forth between Squeaky and outside. You got Kane fully committed. You got a player in heaven as well looking in this direction.
This is really awkward because Monte have got like no map control, but it feels like TNL have got no idea what's going on.
Thing is, that's fine on T-side Nuke. It doesn't matter if you don't need to have map control before you exec on this map, and they're going to set themselves up for that big burst into the safe bomb site now. Onyx is going to be in position. Off angle, held out in the open. Good trade from Bemas, but now knifing towards the vent could be an unknown prospect, although... Oh, Can's gone down, and Knifey's had his head ripped right off by Bemas. Okay, brilliant entries.
Fair play. I love the way that they operate there on towards A, because there is no immediate trade out of the player playing the off angle. And if Onyx is overplaying that angle, you assume that Squeaky's covered, because otherwise he just walks out and just dies, right? That's 2 missed shots from Flyrax. That is no AWP being kept over for TNL. But yeah, but the way Onyx was positioned, the only way that he's covered from door is if there's a player by the vent. So you just immediately know, oh, okay, well, Onyx there, we can just plant the bomb. It's fine.
Yeah. It's good spacing between them as well to overwhelm on and get the trade, and then good awareness to not get caught off by Knifey's position. Nothing cool. We got the kill on the A anchor. Job's done, boys. Let's just get our util out and think about the post lot. Monte are not getting caught off guard by anything. And you're right, Flyrax actually missed a number of shots in that round, because he doesn't just miss the shots at the end of the round. Missed that shot at ramp to start things off as well. Afro's not missing with his AWP. Shuts down the aggression. And Monte very much on course to make this 5-0. A really clean start from them on their map pick.
Nice shot.
Connects on that one.
He couldn't do it with the AWP, but he did it with the Deagle.
Evidently.
There shouldn't be anything more in this. 4v3, B space has been taken. Look, Davies pushed lobby, and Ken could be going up and over here. He doesn't really want to make noise, so his rotation to maybe go silo is going to be super slow, and the bomb's going to make it through. But that means that Flyrax and Davy can both come and set themselves up on B. So TNL have got all the knowledge that this is happening right now. If Davy
but what can they do about it?
Well, if he puts himself behind the red box...
Yeah, could be a good position. Looks like he's going to instead prioritize playing around the silo. 30 seconds on the clock. This can get ugly very quickly. You got Jocko, who's still on the top side of the map, so it's effectively a 2 versus 3 on this bomb site, on this B bomb site. 22 seconds now. They're going to start to give up the game as Gizmy breaks open the control window, starts to dump some util. Flyrax takes first contact. This is now where his teammate Davey can come into the mix, and what makes Davey's position so strong is there's no one coming from single door, so he can just remain rooted in position. Afro's never going to expect him here. He can activate, and that guarantees the round.
Can we just point out that Flyrax did all of that, by the way, with no armor? And yeah, he didn't get shot at, but the way he's playing, the confidence just to kind of keep taking these gunfights, that was astounding by Flyrax. Let's watch this back again, because this is just ridiculous. This is a round that Monte should never be giving up, but some sick shots from Flyrax, baits in Davy perfectly. 4-1 and an immediate pause out of Monte.
I'm just not entirely sure what Jocko's doing in the round there, because he's actually gone up heaven into the A bomb site, and there's no one A.
So I thought they were going to come back and go up the vent.
Too. And there was still like 25 seconds. I think there was enough time to make that work if they'd just gone without any hesitation.
Maybe he just didn't say anything.
Well, that's even worse then. Because he had gone throughout the entirety of the A site, hadn't found anybody. Either way, what a reprieve for TNL, right? Like, that's a really big let-off to win that round. Only means something if they can win this round here, though, the follow-up.
Yeah, you're bang on. It only means something if they're able to convert it. Otherwise, their economy is going to be in a little bit of a sticky situation. Yeah,
straight back to square one at that point. Having said that, they also have the opportunity to now break Monte's money. And look at this from Flyrax, changing up his approach here with the AWP.
Oh, he's not being given anything, though. Gizmy's about to molly him. Ken's now starting to be a little bit more dynamic outside. alongside the main player of Navi. Outside smokes come down. This is not where Monte wants to go. They want to hit ramp.
That is the plan ultimately, taking their time as they have throughout the T side so far. Happy to just use the length of the round. Slow approach coming through from them, conservative. What's going to be the spark that ignites the round? I'm wondering if they're going to try and take attention outside before they commit down ramp. They've actually shifted away from ramp. In the meantime, Ken has found Gizmi. That's the problem with this very slow approach, is that you can kind of just get picked apart throughout the round.
Oh, I just realized they know he's top main because Navi would have heard him drop. So they're going to go back in towards A. Davey, full blind, needs to be cleared and isn't. But BMAS has got rid of Navi in the meanwhile. Ryu's just not ready for Davey. What is happening here? This is all falling apart. Afro will grab one, needs to get two more, but also needs to plant the bomb with the time limit. And he's just going to stick it. Flyrax, that's an easy kill for him. How on earth has no one dealt with Davey?
Yeah, it's a big problem. I don't know. I feel like maybe Ryu knew he was there, but he was never expecting Davey to peek because he's thinking Davey's just trying to stay alive for as long as he can. But Davey doesn't just stay alive. He actually thrives from on top of the rafters. Like you said, Ken would have had that audio cue relayed through to him. BMAS still does really well to get a kill before he goes down there, but it still isn't enough, I'm afraid. And that's 4-2. Breaks the money of Monte. TNL now alive and well here on Nuke.
And all it's taken is a deagle with no armor to win you around. Monte have got to make sure that these early losses that they've been suffering doesn't rattle them for the rest of the half. It's actually so important that they got off to a better response when the guns come out. Sure, you can maybe do it on the Deegs, but I doubt it, especially with Flyrax hitting all of these shots. Top main's also been dealt with. This is going to be a third round for TNL, so Monte has to reassess the situation when they get the guns back out in the next.
Well, this is as clean as it goes. As I'm saying that sentence, Ryu with the Glock will actually take Ken down. So at least there's a little bit of economic damage inflicted there by Monte on the full eco. But TNL, well, not really many wounds to be licking off the back of that one. Start to build themselves into this game. 3 in a row. We did see on Ancient, Monte won the T-side pistol, converted against the eco, and then didn't win another round outside of that. So they have struggled to kind of stop TNL's momentum once they've gotten going. Can't let that happen here again on Nuke.
Well, the issue I think Monte have got right now is they're playing these really slow defaults that aren't actually earning them any space. Like, you've got back red, cool. Like, that's it. You've not got into secret, you've not got into garage, you've not fought for this ramp control, you're not really put any utility down anywhere else on the map. It just feels really sluggish. I'd be really interested to see what everybody thinks of this T side, because I'm not a fan. This is better.
You've got to remember they've got 2 new players. They've got 2 new players, so it's still going to be difficult to kind of blood everybody into the roster and get them on the same page.
Sure, but hang on.
Oh wait, Davey.
Yeah.
Just woven his way through the smoke grenades. First responder Navi goes down. Davy's still alive. There's more players on the rafters. Ken continues to frag. Moves being made by TNL, and they've got a 2-man advantage.
Look at Jocko, though. Jocko can still be the linchpin for this round, and he gets rid of Onyx. And maybe can also deal with Ken, but that movement is sublime. Afro, last player standing. That's the most wild spray I've seen. And now I'm going to go back to my point, because
yes,
I'm going to angrily disagree with what you just said there about they have 2 new players. Because, yeah, they've got 2 new players, but they're some of the most experienced players we've got in Tier 2, Tier 3. They all know how to play Nuke. And also, if you're not comfortable playing Nuke, don't bloody pick it as your map pick.
Yeah, I hear you, and that is totally fair. I just think getting everybody on the exact same wavelength, it's really important when you're pushing and executing, especially on Nuke. It's difficult on the T side, so you've got to have all your bases covered, and I think that's why they're playing slower, because it's taking more time for Gizmi to relay his thoughts through in these rounds. But you're right, like they should still have a level higher than what we're seeing from them right now.
Well, I think that's the frustration, that they should be definitely having a higher level than what we're seeing.
I can meet you there.
Yeah. Cool. Little handshake. That's fine. I'm okay with that.
Me too.
It feels like we're getting fast play A or slow round everywhere else. Gives me lurks outside. Basically does nothing.
Get picked apart.
Yeah.
This could be 5 in a row. They're going to burst into A once again. Tech9 surging forward. Davey only good for 1. Navi again going to be the man to try and be the difference maker. And that's exactly what he do. He cuts down 3. Eventually goes down, but surely he's already done more than enough. 5-7 will seal the deal. He just craters. Doesn't care. And now they have a lead. This is all predicated off the back of them winning an eco.
I know. I'm worried about Monte now. We can get Afro on the AWP if Gives Me drops in one.
Surely, right? And it's actually TNL who's used a timeout here, interestingly enough as well.
Very vocal.
Love that. Love that from the AWP on the CT side.
Gesturing with his hands. Looking at his friends.
Looks like he's got a fiddle leaf fig tree, that plant there next to him, if I'm not mistaken. Quite broad leaves. Looking a little bit sad the way it's tilting over. I think it needs some water, guys. Water your plants, everyone who's listening right now. I know there's that one plant in the corner of your room that you just neglect. Go on. It's thirsty. It's wilting, isn't it? It looks a bit sad. Put some eggshells in the soil, guys, for the nutrients. Especially if it's an orchid. Okay, cool. There we go. Enough plant knowledge. I only have like 60 indoor plants, by the way.
60.
Recently added a variegated Monstera to my collection. Either way, Ryu will add Navi to his collection of kills. Double digits now for the Lithuanian.
Catch. Easy trade.
A game of catch he didn't want to be a part of.
And look at this. Flyrax has got all of outside. And now you can double ramp. You can double A. There's so much map control this time that TNL have got. And if you're Davey, you don't really need to be pushing this. Maybe Jocko will give him the fight. And Jocko will go around the corner. But I feel like that's such an overcommitment.
Yeah, and not entirely necessary either in the 4 versus 4. It's good smart movement from Davey to also just step further back off the angle. So when Jocko swings and commits, his crosshair's not placed correctly. Flyrax is now trapped in the corner. He's going to be able to get out of dodge though, but now he's the only player on this A bomb side. Ken may have rotated. He should be dead. Still alive for now, but he's bought some time, and time has brought Ken into the situation.
Oh dear. Onyx now knows that Afro is in this corner, and I love this out of Kane. Ken's like, alright, let's just group together now. I can keep spamming, says Onyx. I'll rotate through, and I don't really know what you're doing, Afro. I'm going to be so for real with you. I
think he heard the reload and thought maybe he could go back in.
Maybe.
Doesn't look great, though.
That has to be it, yeah. But it looks awkward from the angle that we're staring at.
And good moves made from Ken. I like that he doesn't just stay on silo and hold the opposite angle. He's like, nah, let's just double up here. We can trade each other if necessary. We don't want to give up isolated jewels to Afro.
Yeah, they play it really well. What's cool there as well, you're saying about the movement from Davey.
Yes.
It's the fact that afterwards he walks back into the angle. And because he hears the guy ticking the molly. So he knows that he's potentially got a forward timing to grab another kill. The molly Flyrax puts down, the incendiary just prevents them from progressing. And it allows Ken that space. So good work from Flyrax, even though he's not able to hit the shot with the AWP. He still gets all the info for them outside. He then goes back to Squeaky, and he's able to disrupt them enough to set TNL up for even more success.
And that's some of the value in Flyrax having stayed alive for like 2 or 3 seconds longer. It really wasn't long, but it bought time for Ken to drop down from heaven into the site, and time for that flank to activate from ramp.
For sure. Another fast one, Monte. Oh, well, it worked. Feels like it's going to be a flash play to then go in towards ramp, which means going in towards the org. And Onyx has been able to get free. Oh my lord.
I mean, that's just way more than he ever should have been able to get from that position. Ken always seemingly finding himself wherever the action is going down as well. He's up to 11. But Onyx is the real hero here in this round with his multi-kill. He will go down to Jocko's Tech 9 at range, but that's just a superficial kill. Not going to have any impact on the round at large. On course for 7 in a row now, RTNL just running riot with this map. Monte started strong, but we haven't seen anything since TNL have gotten going.
Yeah, it's actually quite bonkers that it's 4-0, you lose 1 eco, and now TNL are just gonna run away with things.
I feel like Monte desperately need this last gun round here to give themselves something. Not only in terms of scoreline, but even just perk the team up a little bit before going into the CT side. Otherwise, you could imagine mentally they're going to be kind of crashed out going into that second half. It's going to be Ryu who's able to thrust his way through Squeaky. Should have been heard here. And there is Flyrax who's going to be running away from the vent. Flyrax does not seem to have any inkling that Ryu could be here. In the meantime, though, kills go back and forth ramp.
Oh, missed shot. He's just got the Tech 9 out. He's just got the Tech 9 out, and he's finding even more kills. Ryu needs to come over and kill Flyrax, but Flyrax just looks around because Afro smoked him off. Ryu is able to get the kill, throws into a 2v2, but remember, Afro is really, really low.
Man, I think Ryu needed to activate way sooner because he would have heard Flyrax falling back. He doesn't decide to chase him down, and that costs one of his teammates their lives. Nice position by Ryu, just tucked in behind the wall here. I don't know if Can's going to hard clear this. He is kind of considering it. Does he check back in towards the smoke? No. How much life is left in the smoke grenade? Is it enough for Can to make his way down the stairs? Ryu hasn't spotted him.
Oh my
and still
gosh.
may not. He's now chasing Ghost. It's only Ryu left. However, they're never going to expect him to be coming through from the single door right now. This is going to catch them completely off guard. Davey now looks to stick to the fuse. There's a smoke on the bomb. Ken can get the trade, and I think there may just be enough time. It's going to be so close. Maybe not, Brandon.
Oh.
It might blow up in his face, and it does.
Fair enough. Ryu just kind of leaves Afro out to dry, and he's like, all right, mate, go see what you can do. He doesn't get anything done, but look at that example of, so that last round we got ramp, the round before, sorry, this round just gone, we've now got someone getting into the vent. Why did that happen right at the end of the half? Why are we waiting right until the end of the half to pull something out that isn't just that? Like, it's just, I don't know. And nearly, by the way, Flyrax nearly kills Ryu because Afro smokes off the AWPer, and he had nothing else to look at. There's a weird world where that goes 8-4.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. In fact, it wouldn't even have been that weird. It would have been kind of appropriate with the way that things had kind of gone down. 7-5, like I said, I feel like it was really important for Monte to win that last round of the half, just to give them that little bit of a boost going into the second half, perk them up a bit. Lose the pistol, though, and then TNL could run riot. They could run away with the game really quickly. They've won 7 out of the past 8. I think Monte are 2 for 3 in pistol rounds. I'm pretty sure they lost the first pistol round on Ancient. Yeah, they did. That was the knifey 1 versus 2, but let's see if they can go 3 for 4. Really important pistol round here for Monte. Oh, brave there from Afro himself, Bimas and Gizmi, all looking to try and contest these players crossing into secret, but they'll just get the 1 kill. However, Ryu will extend that to a 2-man advantage.
They know Afro is in the vent because, yeah, they heard him break it. This position is really nice, though. Out of still Jocko and Gizmi. You're right. Maybe they can just go back in towards A. Oh, Jocko's hit a really big timing. He's now in the vent. And now he's like, well, where are these players gotten off to? Jocko will find Ken, and that is going to force Knifey and Davey to go in towards A.
Oh, Gizmi's also caught Knifey as well, by the way. He was just trying to cross into Mini there with the bomb on his back, and Gizmi had just been able to find a favorable angle. Now this becomes practically impossible here for Davey, and they know exactly where it is. Bimas will seal the deal, and that is going to be Monte winning this all-important CT side pistol.
Yeah, really important for them. And they were just a lot more dynamic. Really, really cool moments there from everyone. The fact that Jocko's able to hit that time in. Onyx got a Zeus. How much we love those.
Yeah. A T-side Zeus? I mean, we were waxing lyrical about how awful the CT side Zeus was. T-side? Oh man, this has annoyed me. He's annoyed me now because he's brought down to 1700 as well. What's the kill reward with the Zeus at the moment? That's how little attention I pay to the gun, because I remember that there was no kill reward at one point. Is it 200? So weird.
Or it's 100.
Such a crap gun.
It might even
so
be 100.
Why wouldn't you just give it the full 300? Don't understand. Like, why does it deserve to just get such a low kill reward?
I don't think you can make profit with a gun. I think that's the... I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I get you.
I don't know, it's just...
Unless
just
it's a knife skill. I got you there.
Yeah, it's not a gun though, is it? Is that, yeah. Onyx! He's dead.
Oh, true. Yeah, fair. Alright. Gonna be an easy cleanup here for the CT side. Barely any investment at all. I mean, Davey does have a Desert Eagle, himself and Knifey, the two left alive here. Knifey with the Glock. Yeah, had to go for the burst fire to try and see if he could find the headshots, but it's not gonna happen. Monte have leveled it up.
Freddie just messaged me a really good point, and he said, despite all the criticism you've been putting on Monte, they've won 2 pistols and now they're even.
I guess all that matters at the end of the day is the numbers at the top of the screen. It doesn't matter how you get there. This is a bonus round if I've ever seen one. 5 MP9s is what the CTs have at their disposal, and they're just going to mop up TNL. My god. AKs just get completely run over. And that is a huge round for Monte to win. They can recover some of these guns as well. And TNL have dropped the ball massively.
I mean, that nade was just so devastating onto TNL. Afra is able to make so much money. He's even getting to keep the AK. He can just buy an AWP when he dies. Really good work. Fair enough. Monte CT side looks a whole lot better. Maybe they just needed a little bit of a baseline on that T side.
I love the way that they set themselves up considering the weaponry they have coming into the round as well. That's how you play to the strengths.
That was a really nice design on that round.
Alright, well, TNL max round loss bonus behind them. Remember how they got going in the first half was with the back of an eco round win. That's not going to happen here, though. Monte have tightened up the screws. And they will shut the pistols down. Build their lead to now 2 rounds. They're 4 away from seeing the light of day on map 3.
And they probably will. I mean, what's good here as well from Monte is that everyone is chiming in. Didn't have that discussion on Ancient whatsoever. But now we are getting that out of everyone. Really, really important here for Monte. TNL have got the guns out again. Let's see what they can do, because the utility is a little bit limited. And there's no warp for fly racks.
Yeah, TNL have got to win this round. There's no two ways about it. They have to win this round here in the 17th. Otherwise, they really start to just kiss the map away at that point. What's the plan? What do they revert back to here in an all-important round on the T side of Nuke? I always love seeing what teams go for in these sort of situations. Back against the wall. Could be map on the line kind of stuff. Going to be wall of smokes outside, and then Ken to play around the wall of smokes. He's caught Gizmi, who's just trying to pepper the smoke and find some damage, but obviously then gives up his position. Ken locates him and removes him from the round.
Classic Jocko. He's immediately going back to cover the heaven rotate because that's what he was doing pretty much the entire time. They try and pop out a hut as a consequence. Knifey is able to get these kills, but it's Afro coming in from Secret to plug the gap on that heaven rotate. Ryu hits a nice one. He gets free in the round on that A defense. And Monte, they're in cruise control.
It seems like when things get chaotic here on Nuke, Monte are way better at keeping their composure compared to what it was like on Ancient, where they kind of just got overwhelmed in those sort of situations. Yeah, there's pretty clear lines of communication as to how they're going to be helping each other, how they're going to be reacting to what's going on, the rotations that are being made as well. Just players pitching up at the right time, at the right place. 10-7. None of these rounds have even been particularly close in the second half.
No, they haven't been at all. TNL have been uninspiring. I think both T sides are pretty uninspiring, to be honest with you. That's a ridiculous one, but he gets traded immediately. Probably for the best.
Okay, well, Jocko's conceded ramp. There's no pressure or presence left here towards ramp for Monte. So TNL will assume full control. What do they do with the control is the question. Looks like they're just going to ride this the whole way down into the B bomb site. Smoke to block off control room. Renders Jocko useless from there, so he'll have to reposition. And towards double doors he goes. Bomb plant, actually, I think, might be exposed right now, but Jocko can't do anything about it. This is the best position TNL have been so far.
And it's so ironic, isn't it, that it's going to come potentially just from pistols again. Remember, that's how they kick-started their first half. Can they do it on this second? Monte will be giving this a little bit of a look in, but Flyrax has got rid of Jocko. And Onyx just going to keep shutting this door. Just making things annoying here for Monte. Never mind, they just swing right into the open. Player from ramp can't deal with him. And between Davey and Onyx, they've killed everyone. It's TNL back at it again with the pistols. And that earns them their first round in the half once more.
Oh, man. I mean, it was 4-0 start for Monte in the first half. They lost an anti-eco, and TNL won 7 in a row from there. 5-0 to start the second half. TNL win an eco. Now we wait and see what transpires thereafter. At least for Monte, they've been winning their gun rounds quite cleanly, so it's not like that shatters their economy coming into this next round.
I wonder what the comms are there for Jocko to go down B. He just completely
Just
leaves
abandon
ramp
ramp.
without seeing them, yeah.
Yeah, there was no pressure, right?
Oh, you want ramp, guys? Here you go. Alright, thanks. Oh dear, Smokey has missed for the vent creep. That means that you can't molly top hucks, you can't see the lineup. Actually, that's not true. You can definitely do that. Diag smokes are out. They break in, but not finding the kill. That is ridiculous. So at least Gizmy will trade, but then he gets spammed out by Davey.
Oh, mate. Is there more left in this game untold? It was looking like Monte might just be on the home stretch, the final stretch. Alas, TNL are fighting back man advantage.
Gets a little bit weird. Well, I love this boost up from Monte. They just boosted Ryu up on the heaven rafters. Jocko will swing, but he gets annihilated. And unfortunately, now Ryu's timing is going to be subject to, well, Davey holding. And 9. No money, 10-10.
Oh, it's getting a bit spooky now, getting a little bit worrying, especially considering the context of the game a mere, what, round ago before that eco round was won? Yeah, B-Master's fighting for his life right now. He's got plenty of money, so if he stays alive, I reckon we actually see an investment in the next, because B-Master can drop Afro, can afford a gun, and B-Master's fighting tooth and nail right now. In fact, he might even be inclined to feel out the 1v2 here. This is 1v4. He gets 2 what seem like exit kills. And now that maybe just gives him a bit of a chance, because he's got a kit as well.
Maybe, but you got to get by a crossfire. And that's going to be easier said than done, especially on 2 different elevations. I don't think you can realistically go for this. I think he's realizing it too.
I mean, the fact that he even made it vaguely doable, though, is still kind of crazy. And he does inflict damage, so at least he forces TNL to reinvest into a couple guns going into the next round. And like I said, I think they're going to spend their money here, Brandon.
I feel like they will as well. You see those trades there on outside as well? It helps out TNL so much. It doesn't matter how many players full, as long as they're even, because it just gets rid of these rotates. And TNL can just group as a unit. They can just push wherever they want to. They can go secret.
Yeah.
They can go heaven. They can pick and choose the exact outcome of the round. And then Monte are just completely stranded, and they don't know what to do. And the original design of the round for maybe Jocko to be pushing ramp, maybe them taking lobby. Whilst you've got that reaction, you've also then got to worry about everything else. It's a little bit of a disaster there.
The general rule of thumb is that even trades always favor the T side.
Absolutely.
And that is particularly true when you're trading towards outside on Nuke. Like you say, messes up the rotations massively, and it also just creates a huge amount of space for the T side.
I'll tell you what, I love the way like Flyrax peaks angles that he knows that an AWPer is potentially just going to be on. It's just such a wide swing. Then he drops
knows,
util.
bro.
Absolutely.
He knows what it's, because he is the AWPer. He knows what's tough to play against.
I just think it's really cool to watch. They have gone all in.
And this time, Jocko's going to remain in position on ramp. Presence shown, util thrown. But it's all just to try and shift the focus away from the, say, bomb site. TNL setting themselves up for a big exit here, and these haven't worked out too well for them throughout the half so far.
Oh my gosh, that spam is absurd.
And that'll help, tenderizing Ryu.
BMAS has also been seen. He has to drop off now, and he will, and just gets annihilated by Onyx. There are 2 more players here, but it's actually Ryu, the guy that got spammed, the only one finding the kills. Keep your eye on Vent, because Afro's now creeping and crawling, but Flyrax considers it. Of course, it's always Flyrax. Jocko in at heaven will find 1 kill, but this 1v3 is going to be tricky, especially with the util that's being put forward, and whilst Davey blinds himself, it's Knife that swings and takes advantage of it.
I love how you say keep an eye on Mini, keep an eye on Garage, and that's exactly what Flyrax does. He catches Afro coming through that smoke grenade, gets a kill. It's a mega frag in the grand scheme of things as well. Jocko tries to come back through from heaven, but the smoke flash combo makes it difficult to get past. Even though Davey blinds himself, like you say, Knifey will get the kill anyway. And we have a leveled up scoreline. Again, this is off the back of an eco round 1 by TNL. So brutal for Monte, man. Had they just been a bit tighter in their anti-ecos, this could be game over by now. We could be looking at Freddy's beautiful face, breaking it all down.
My God. Monte did really well. Thanks, Freddy.
Well, actually, no. Let me see if I can do a Freddy voice here.
Okay, go on.
Well, here's what I think. You know, no.
It doesn't sound like
Let me try again. Hold on, let me try again.
You want to do one more? Okay.
No, I got one more. Hold on.
Okay.
Well, actually, you know, it's... No, I don't have it. I can't do this. He's got a bit of a weird one. You know, it's quite a unique British accent.
Yeah, he's like...
I just go either like super posh or I go like really trampy, mate. Hello, we're going for a little jump off the bridge today. Yeah.
Oh my God. Gives me with the MP9.
Hello, me lord. Here with me potatoes.
600 big ones just for that kill. Thank you
Ooh,
kindly.
That's a lot of big ones, more than I've ever seen before.
Oh and we've lost it.
Yeah, completely lost the plot. That's on me, though. I'll take full responsibility. Listen, 4v4, it's an anti-eco for TNL, and a chance to get the lead, a chance to get themselves in front. TNL, don't drop the ball here. This has been a really good fight back. 5 rounds in a row. No, I'm lying. 3 rounds in a row. It was 7-5 for TNL coming into the half. Not the opposite direction. Crossfire setup. Jocko's taking the attention. Do they clear the boost here is the big question. 25 seconds on the clock. Davey is not going to check it. And that's going to repel Onyx, who can't fall back with the bomb. 20 seconds. C4 dropped in trophy room.
Oh dear.
It's only Flyrax left.
They can't do it. They can't do it. That's the round that Monte win. Really. Just the pistols, the MP9s. TNL just leave it so late. They never commit in fully. And that is to their downfall. Time becomes such a burden. And Monte will take that all day long. What a disaster that is for TNL, who have fought so hard to get back into this map, and it all could come crumbling down. And the most ironic thing is that it's to a low buy, which is what's been kick-starting all of their momentum.
Yeah. That's what's been costing both of these teams. And now they're just going to try and turn the burners on. Oh my goodness, Ryu Well, he's not going to be able to find a single frag. I don't know how they've both gone down. Gizmy does get a kill back in the meantime through the smoke, but he receives the same treatment from Davey. And Flyrax is trying to control Lobby right now. Jocko desperately forcing the fight, and he will come out on top with the kill, but he's gone down to 20 health in the process. Pretty level playing field, evidently. Navi forced out into the open by the molly. Jocko will eventually emerge through the smoke, but that cost him his life, and it's all on Afro.
It is all on Afro, and he's so paranoid about Knifey. He's off track of Davey, so Davey just swings immediately, takes the kill, and TNL just completely flip the script. They go for something fast. They even lose the opening kill, so it's like 90 damage on the Hut player. And he still gets the round. Unbelievable work from TNL. And now, look, Monte are on their last legs now. You could be losing Nuke in a crushing way.
Are they just going to run it back?
It looks
Surely
like
not,
it.
Right? Davies is charging into the save bomb site, and he's going to go down to Mimas. There's Ryu there as well, who hasn't been spotted. There's a team kill in the meantime, but somehow they've still managed to actually get control of the bomb site in an even numbers fashion.
Keep your eye on Jocko. Jocko in heart. A fake plant. They really want to just try and get this player going. Knifey is still considering it. The wrapping from heaven is brilliant. No one ever saw Ken coming, and Knifey was always anticipating Jocko.
Okay, well, what is one of the core highlights or strengths we've highlighted for TNL throughout this series? It's their ability to fight together and keep their composure despite how chaotic these situations are. It's their depth and their understanding within the team, playing off of one another, keeping clear comms despite how much is going on there. There was a team kill, there was pushes from heaven, there were players around smoke grenades, everyone was blind, but TNL still emerged the victors. Now, they play against 5 MP9s, and we saw them drop the ball against this very investment in the first gun round. Is it going to happen again and this game gets forced into OT, or is this the wrap-up of the first playoff series?
Tell you what, though, the fact that Ken actually makes the decision to wrap Heaven means that Knifey cannot commit to the bomb plants. His entire idea in that round is just to distract and disrupt, which is why he's fake planted, which is why he's trying to get the Heaven guy in. He's dropping a molly, he's dropping a nade. You're never thinking that we're going to be wrapping Heaven. And because he can't commit to the plant, because he's so alone and he's worried about a double swing, he has to also be conscientious of Jocko coming in from lobby. So that one decision of Ken rotating Heaven puts everything into a perfect situation there for TNL.
It was brilliant from Ken, man. The X factor in the round, that was the difference maker, absolutely. And now TNL have decided, okay, well, we know that they're going to have weaker weapons. Let's shift towards outside. Let's put our focus at the longer range gunfights. Gizmy has been behind this box for about 45 seconds now. Crouching, waiting. Ken will finally offer up something. Gizmy's patience, is it rewarded? Oh, still that threshold hasn't been crossed. 37 seconds left on the clock. All 10 players still left alive. No damage done. Ken will fall to Gizmy. His patience prevails.
They keep doing this. They keep just wasting so much time on these low buy rounds. You got to clear above you. You got to clear rafters. That hasn't happened. This is a worry. They still don't know. Oh, Knifey will get rid of him. And now the bomb plant can come in. Davey will get the trade. Bomb needs to be stuck now.
And it will be. C4 activated. With seconds left on the clock in the round, Flyrax is going to spot heads of the players coming through from Secret right now. It's still just MP9s for the CT side, but it's going to be close quarters battles. Ryu just goes for a big jump over the angle there, but he's been dropped as is his teammate. Davey will hold down the line for the clutch, and that's a 2-0 victory for TNL.
Can't believe it. I can't believe it ends in that way. You got 25 seconds to get onto that bomb site. As soon as these players spot the guys coming in from Secret, it's just an immediate crossfire coming forward. Davey just plays his life. I mean, what an incredible way to end, but I'm really surprised that it goes through in that manner.
All right, lads, how are we? I enjoyed the impression of me as well. That was just completely off the mark, by the way.
The impression of me as well, just off the mark.
Yeah,
Listen,
you're funny. Yeah, you're a funny man, aren't you?
Dump.
Funny
Let's
man.
just say, what an adrenaline dump with that series, because it felt like there was so much tension throughout the entirety of Nuke, and it just ended like at the drop of a hat, like bang, just like that series over.
Yeah, it was like what, back-to-back A rushes, and then the play down towards the lower bomb site there, coming down to the 1 versus 1. Yeah, it was like, I don't know, that was such a weird map because TNL looked, and I think it was something that you guys were also in agreement and you were discussing, they were the better team. And then out of nowhere, you look at it and it's a 1-round game going into the second half at like and Monte were taking the lead. And you look at how many gun rounds Monte won, and you were like, I think they've won 3 gun rounds up until this stage, and it's like 9-9 or something like that. It's like, how have they got to this stage where they haven't actually really achieved anything, but TNL are somehow on the back foot? Like, TNL played better. They got more gun rounds, but they lost the pistol. They started every half like 0-4, right? And I think you guys were also very critical of Monte, right? And I think you have every right to be so. On the T side, like, Gizmi just kind of kept on trying to do the same thing outside, and it wasn't really working. And there was a very stark contrast between him and Khan on how they approached their T side. Very similarly, actually, not the approach, rather the success of it. The result was much more favorable for Khan, and you can see the big a resemblance to when he was playing on Ancient, like him and Red Room outside on Nuke. Like, they're very similar, right? And how they kind of approach, he approaches that play, and it worked so much better than what Gizmi was getting. But guys, that was crazy, right? Like, I don't think any of us expected it second map to go that close, right? Hayes?
Well, I mean, think about with the way that Monte lost some of the key rounds. They lost to an anti-eco in the first half. They lose to an anti-eco in the second half, or when they're 5-0 up to start off that second half, and then they lose them at 13-11. So ultimately, if they had been a bit cleaner in those anti-ecos, we're probably breaking down map 3 right now.
Yeah, I think, like... But at the same time, if Monte hadn't won the pistol rounds, I feel like that would have been like 13-7, right? Because like, look, when it came onto the gun rounds, Monte didn't really win too many of them. But Brandon, do you still feel like there's success to be taken from this tournament for Monte?
I'd say so. I feel like, look, considering you're playing with 2 standards, you made the playoffs, you've gone from the closed qualifier. I think it shows proof of concept for this roster, and you're going up against a team that is currently on a boot camp, or they are all together playing from one setup. They are really established, and they've got LAN wins under their belt. They're playing in probably the most amount of confidence they've ever had as a team. So I think you can be proud, because, yeah, let's be fair, it should have been map 3.
Yeah, what do you think? Honestly, my final question, I think, is like to kind of the group. What do you think TNL can do in this tournament? Because they've proved they're dangerous. They made this is their 3rd playoff in a row. They've made a semi-final. They got knocked down in the round of 16. So it's their 2nd quarterfinal berth. Hey, it's just like literally final up. What do you think TNL can actually do in this tournament? Taking a look at the general bracket, they've probably got NIP next as well.
I think TNL will go on to win Series 3 here in EU. I'll just come out and say it. I feel like that's kind of the progression of this team with the way they've been trending lately. I think they can go on to win the entirety of this tournament, and I don't think it'll be their first and last CCT title in Season 3 either.
Wow. I mean, guys, you've heard it here first. TNL are going to win it all. Clip it and ship it for when they do or don't, depending which way. However, that's going to be us wrapping up for the time being. We do have another game coming at you in about 15 minutes. 9 versus Iberian Soul for our 2nd game in the round of 16 in CCT Season 3 European Series 3. Do not go too far. We've got electric games for you throughout the whole day. Go get a snack. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to CCT Series 3 in Season 3. We're in playoffs. The first day of playoffs, we've already had one team reign supreme. TNL beat Monte 2-0 to progress as the first team through to the quarterfinals. Now we've got 9 versus Iberian Soul. Firstly, boys, how was your break? How are you feeling about this game, Hayes?
Break was busy.
Busy?
I actually
Busy
got
bee?
help a friend, like, take them to the mechanic to pick up their car. I said I'd be 16 minutes when there was like 16 minutes and 15 seconds on the timer, and I watched it tick down to 0 as I walked into my room. So it was pretty tight, but I'm looking forward to this matchup. I actually think this is the pick of the game, so yeah, it should be a banger.
Okay, do you share
Really?
that same view,
Yeah, I
Brandon?
think for today, in terms of like competition, this is my pick of the games. Yeah.
No, this is a Swiss game. Like,
I mean, like, in terms of competitiveness, I think this will be the closest game
okay.
of the day. I guess
Yeah,
that's
no,
what I mean.
I can get behind you on that. I think NIP CyberShoke maybe is a little bit spicy, to be honest.
Feels weird saying that sentence. NIP CyberShoke is going to be a spicy game.
Glowing's the GOAT. Okay.
Glowing is a sick player. I'm a big fan of him, and I always have been. I think he's actually a great addition to CyberShoke. But guys, we're not about the CyberShoke life. We're about the 9 Iberian Soul. And let's take a look at 9 first, because to be honest, I think even though on paper this might be a very even game, 9 are without their full roster because well, that's not Modo. That's that's definitely
Cam.
not. Yeah. But perfect point. That's who I wanted to talk about anyways. 9 are playing without Modo. They're playing without Mantu because he's got wrist issues. He had an operation, so we all are hoping for his quick recovery. But for 9, it means they're playing without their AWPer. But he did do pretty well at the Glitched Masters, didn't he?
Yeah, it was pretty solid. I think of all the players to bring in, Modo's a pretty solid one. I understand why he was dropped from OG, but I feel like this kid's still got potential, so I'm glad he's being used as a stand-in, and I'm glad it's been a quick integration into sort of needing and having availability for Modo to slot into a team. Obviously, it's unfortunate with Mante's issues, and I echo the same sentiment. I do hope he gets well as soon as possible and is able to fully recover from this wrist injury. But I think for Modo, it's a golden opportunity to prove that you're still worthy of being picked up by a team.
I also think one of the reasons Monte didn't necessarily work so well in OG is because he just wasn't as consistent as they needed him to be. But I think with this 9 roster, I don't think you need an incredibly stable and consistent AWPer, because I think you're getting that from your riflers. I don't think you really have like a star rifler. I think you got a group of solid riflers, and I think that can provide the foundation for an X-Factor AWPer like Modo to come into the game and be able to have those volatile games. But when he does pop off, he can just win the map for his team. And also what I will say, since Modo's been standing in, 9 haven't taken like a bazillion steps backwards because they're using a stand-in in all these matches. They're actually still playing pretty close to the level we got from them when they had Mantu. So I'll also say, like, shout out to Rawls for being able to integrate Modo just immediately into the team and hit the ground running.
Yeah, I think like the issue with this roster is like, okay, so Modo's on a time clock that probably ends as the season ends, right? Because I'd assume that maybe like Mantu probably back for this season. So Moto's literally got like a handful of best of 3s to really prove himself. And so far, I think he's actually done pretty well. I don't know, like, so when Moto got replaced on OG, I called that the device Nuke effect, where like he got replaced by Nikados, who then proceeds to drop the best rating ever in a major. So it's one of those things.
I don't know.
But it's similar enough though. Of like he gets replaced by someone who's just like objectively better. But with the 9 roster, they're on an upward trajectory right now. I feel like they're following somewhat of a trend similar to TNL, where they get like 2 good LAN placements and then boom, all of a sudden they're very high up on the VRS system. So, a different team, Iberian Soul. I was incredibly critical of these guys at the start of the year. At the end of last year, I was very disappointed at what I was seeing. And now, playing under no organization, they have made a real turnaround of things and have gone from being pretty much in disaster to now being top 40 in the world in VRS. This is a massive change for this team this year.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised because I haven't seen much Iberian Soul in the last 2 months, and whenever I was watching Iberian Soul, they were getting absolutely destroyed. I had no hope in this team whatsoever, and now they're here in the playoffs, and I'm like, right, well, how's that happen then? Do you know? Like, I guess I haven't been closely observing the resurgence of Iberian Soul. These guys have all got the capacity to do it. That's the thing. Marpos, Alex, Navi, G, Sassol's very solid. Stododo. Like, I feel like these guys have definitely got what it takes to be at the top or near the top of tier 2, but they were just, I don't know what happened at the start of the year, but they were terrible. Like, their structure was so bad. So I hope it goes to show that they've improved quite a lot, and hopefully that means that you get more out the individuals.
You've got to remember, at the end of the Movistar Koi days, they actually weren't in great form either. So I guess it was just a continuation of that, right? But they have certainly turned the corner. They've turned multiple corners since then, and they're in a completely different space as a roster. There was even a point where Navi had publicly tweeted, I'm almost certain, I haven't been able to find the tweet since then, but there was a point where he's like, yeah, I'm actually just leaving this team. I'm playing around until they find another player to to take over and join the team. And they started actually finding success, so he just hung around, and now they're doing really well. They've dropped 1 map in their past 6 best of 3s, so they have certainly clicked lately. Yeah, crazy, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, they've come through 3-0 in the main Swiss. They're kind of ranked as one of the better teams into the playoffs. And if you just like look at their VRS and their ranking, so at the beginning of 2024. Top 30 Counter-Strike. They were playing at the Copenhagen Major. That was their first major they qualified for, right? That was like really impressive. And then throughout the year, it just kept on getting worse and worse and worse. And then it just drops. And then this year, it's just still dropping. And then they've climbed up. Ironically enough, it's like without the organizational support, when it felt like this roster was probably, because I'll be first to say, at the start of this year, I was like, why are they still playing together? Like, why is this roster still playing together? Because it just doesn't feel like they should. Like, it just feels like they're running themselves into the ground. However, they've really resurged. And I'm all here for it. I'm very happy. Sasso, he's obviously got better individually as well. And I feel like with 9, they're a roster that are maybe on the ropes, just on the basis that they've got that stand-in. So it's not the full 9 that we're seeing. This is a great opportunity for Iberian Soul to thrive.
Absolutely is. Yeah, sorry to cut you off. I just want to say, like, it's a really interesting best of 3 for me, because I'd completely written these 2 teams off, and I saw them in the playoffs, and I was like, right, it's just gonna be like mid versus mid. But you're right, I haven't seen Iberian Soul in like 2 months. I'll just go back and have a look, and I'm like, wow, okay, this actually looks really promising for them, and I'm excited because I really like the idea of the Iberian Soul team. It hasn't ever been, at least this year, delivering.
And there's something now for us to get excited about. And what I was going to say, Freddie, you kind of posed the question, why is this team, why are they still together? Why are they playing as a team? Where else could they go in a way? Like, where else could they actually find another home? I feel like this is a project for all 5 of these players to still kind of keep themselves relevant.
Honestly, yeah, like, it's such a worry and a struggle sometimes in CS of like, where do you find a home? And to be honest, I thought this team was done. I just thought it was completely over, and I thought they were just running themselves into the ground. And what's interesting is that when you look at a TNL, it's a very sharp out, like, kind of, they went boom. They want like 2 good events in a row, and they're into like top 30 Counter-Strike. Iberian Soul, it's a lot of grinding. It's pure, just absolute grinding through the lower stages of Counter-Strike. 9 as well, I feel like they're somewhat in a similar position. They haven't had a crazy result. Amusingly enough, I think they actually were getting better results at the end of last year when they didn't even when they were still like figuring out their full roster, because they weren't playing with, they were still playing with like Refresh. They hadn't brought on Kragen yet. Like, they actually had really good end of 2024 and have struggled a little bit this year, but you can definitely see like the signs for this 9 roster. You can see where they're going well. Like, they're making deep runs, but they're struggling against, the likes of actually TNL, Passion UA, Fnatic. Like, it's kind of the best teams in two they're struggling against, and they're just gonna have to cross that hurdle, which unfortunately it's the setback of now playing with Modo, that they can't necessarily progress maybe as much as they would have wanted to at the end of this season without their full 5 roster.
Yeah, and this is where we're looking at them, where you've just mentioned big names. Iberian Soul are a level down from those names you've just mentioned. So now we're looking at 9 and thinking, it's not good enough to just be competitive and push these teams the distance. We want to see you winning these series.
Yeah, exactly. Brandon, so where are you putting? Because I feel like we've discussed this as actually quite an even game. Where does this veto then lie in that conversation?
I think it's actually really good for Iberian Soul. Like, you pick into this. 9 have been a little bit hit and miss on Nuke. 9 can't pick a favorable matchup into Iberian Soul, so they have to go for Ancient. And then they got Inferno as the side. That's a really good map for Iberian Soul. So even though we're saying, look, 9 should be taking this because they're only losing to teams right at the top of tier 2. Is it not time we put Iberian Soul in there yet, or have they got to earn it by winning this?
Probably a little bit premature for that, I would say, but they're heading in that direction. And I'm right there with you. I think this is a phenomenal veto for Iberian Soul. They've got their 2 best maps in Nuke and Inferno, and they're still certainly solid on Ancient as well. So
what if they win 2-0?
they'll make that competitive.
Are they at the top of tier 2 then?
No. They win the event.
They win CCT maybe, yeah.
Come on, Iberian Soul.
Like, I don't think like 9 Iberian Soul, we can make an argument where it's like, oh, they definitely are poising themselves to get into a position where we can consider them like tier 1.5 potentially, but there's a lot more left. And realistically, it's not just like, oh, the consistent playoffs. When we want to change the conversation from are they a tier 2 team to then like the upper ends of tier 2, it's are they winning the events? And that's also the conversation for TNL that we haven't unlocked yet, where it's like they're making pretty good runs. You know, they won like a small lamb, but they haven't won a big online event. And that's the difference maker between like the middle and like a good tier 2 team and the best. However, Iberian Soul, map 1, it's Nuke. It's one of their favorites. It always has been, really.
Yes,
but
it has,
a month ago, when these 2 teams played, 9 ended up winning the series 2-0. They won Nuke 1917. However, that was with Mantu. So now, what's going to happen with Modo? Our second best of 3 of the day is going live. Who's going to join TNL in the quarterfinals? 9 or Iberian Soul?
As horrible as it is, the only recent memory of the Iberian Soul core that I have on Nuke is them losing to ITB and then not making it through to the major. So,
I mean, not so shocked you remember that one, to be completely fair. That does make sense. That one will be fresh in your memory for a long time to come, no doubt.
We love you, Thomas.
But hopefully they've come a long way since then. Either way, Iberian Soul is going to be making their way down ramp and straight into the speed bomb site.
Oh my god, okay, well, that was a little bit of a whiffy whiff from Favon. Can Kraken do anything? No, Stododo's just jump killed him. Fair enough. Modo, unfortunately, can't get any kills back. I tell you what, his PC's pretty groovy though, isn't it? Look at the little lights go.
How does he stay focused on what's going on the screen when he's got a little rave going on behind him?
I forgot about the pistol round because I was just so hypnotized by the LEDs.
Lights.
Exactly. The issue is they can't really get into this site, but Modo is cracking it open. BobXD finds one more. They know that this player is at back site, and somehow, some way, Stododo is the only player with kills. He needs an ace, and he might be guaranteed it. There's no time here for BobXD, so Stododo, just by staying alive, gives Iberian Soul the pistol.
I mean, Stododo's probably got his feet up at that point after he gets the second kill. First frag on the drive-by was brilliant. Second frag, he's just leaping into the angle, gets a headshot there as well. And he's thinking, well, lads, 5v3, bomb down on the B bomb site. I'm just going to watch this one from the sidelines. All of a sudden, he's the last man left remaining, as 9 are just charging forward. I mean, the fact that he's even able to get that third kill onto Rawls just bought a whole lot more time and space for him to work with. Even though he doesn't get the last kill, there's no time for BobXD.
That's an unfortunate one for 9, but to be honest, for Iberian Soul, you're just glad that you were able to convert it. Force by in M4 for Kraken. Modo's got a FAMAS. Everyone else is just rocking pistols, and for Davi G, he just wants to take space outside. Will cross with the diags with the rest of his team, and the spam doesn't do anything.
Yeah, good job here from Iberian Soul to get across unscathed in towards Secret. Also, 9 have no idea, right? They just saw the cross smokes. They don't have any information as to whether there was presence outside or not, how many players were there. But even though there's util being thrown, could be one player for all they know, just trying to draw rotations. And Favon will be the man to head down.
It feels like they will commit to this. They've just cleared out all of vent. Didn't see anything. Obviously heard that smoke being dropped down in towards double. 3 players have all rotated through, one of which is the rifle, and the FAMAS is on ramp. So Mopos now starts dropping utility on A. Big fight coming forward. I don't think Navi G is going to be ready for the play on site, but it doesn't matter because he's only got a pistol. In go the trades, and Iberian Soul are just tearing apart Nine's defense.
Well, that just sucks so much if you're Nine, because you've read the round perfectly. You've committed 3 players into the B bomb site, and you've had attention being taken by the player towards ramp or wherever it was. So then you've got the Deagle guy in the corner of the site who's thinking, well, this is my opportunity to shine, but just can't connect on that first frag cleanly enough. And Iberian Soul, well, Navi G in particular, just does really well to get both those kills and ascertain full control of that B bomb site.
Oh, he's hoping to grab a gun. Doesn't happen. Bob XD also hoping to do some exit damage. Does happen. Kill and a half. Lovely jubbly.
Gonna have to be the full eco now. A spot in the quarterfinals. That's what's up for grabs here between these two teams. Of course, we don't particularly know who they're going to be playing against in the quarterfinals. Winner of this plays against the winner between Navi Jr. and Marius. I guess we do know the winner of this plays Navi Jr., right, Brandon? Right?
Sounds right. I'm not going to check. I'm just going to say you're right.
What if Marius beat Navi Jr.? That's the point I'm getting at. That Navi Jr.
True.
Guaranteed to beat them. But are they? They are, right?
Iberian Soul versus Marius in the quarters.
You heard it here first. I don't think Marius will win more than 5 rounds against Navi Jr. across both maps. That will be good. That's my prediction. My bold prediction.
I don't know. They kind of own Nexus.
Yeah, but Nexus did just disappear off the face of the earth in that 3rd map.
Yeah, they thought job was done after Ancient.
Should have been on Dust too. Anyway, 3-0. First gun round upon us. Motto does have his AWP in play here as well. Good financial management from him. Means he gets the sniper rifle out here nice and early.
Let's see it, Modo. He's over at ramp. Yeah, I'd be so distracted. Nice nade onto Navi G. And it's Navi G where his form has been incredible recently for Iberian, so that's why it's worth having that discussion. True. Oh well, he's dead.
Yeah.
Way to ruin it.
Yeah. Thanks, Alsel. Trying to big you up there, man. Navi G, well, he'll live up to what you've just said. He does get a kill, taking damage in the process, but he brings it back into a 4v4. No head armor on Motto as well. Is Mopos at the Mac 10 in play? Alex has an M4A1S. Let's just keep that in mind.
You've seen the guy main. You can come that over to Navi G.
Oh, and Navi G.
Brilliant.
Yeah, perfect timing to phase through the smoke. He just played that to perfection.
Yeah, that was really brilliant. You also know that both these players are in towards lobby. How many kills is Navi G going to get on low HP? Adds a 3rd to his tally. And now Modo in the 1v2. He's got no kit. He's not going for it. He's just bought the AWP and he wants to keep it. Bye-bye. Iberian Soul 4-0.
Really well-constructed round off the back of spotting Rolls. That one piece of information is actually where the round kind of cascades out of control for Nine. Because once Rolls is spotted, Navi G is on notice. There's a shot from Rolls through the smoke. Excuse me. Yeah, there was one shot from Rolls, so Navi G knows exactly where he is. And then Mopos at the Mac 10 starts shooting Rolls, so he's completely like discombobulated at that point. Navi G seizes that opportunity. And while he's still on 12 health, then he goes into Squeaky and he finds another instant headshot. Just great activation from him.
This makes me very happy because, again, I think Alex went through the NIP gauntlet, but your time doesn't count, mate. So I actually do think he's a promising in-game leader. And obviously his first little flutter into international in-game leading was always going to be a little bit challenging.
Sure.
I don't think they really gave him enough time. But hey, he wanted to come back and play with Iberian Soul. Don't blame him.
I mean, it's the same org who made a public statement going into the year who said Mistim is going to be at the forefront of their rebuild.
Oh,
and then 2 weeks later, they were tweeting out farewell to Mistim. Listen, with the amount you've banged on about British players, for me to reference one South African player once, and then, oh, here we go. This guy just can't stop. Listen, I barely get my opportunities. And here's a question for you. Do we now start to count players' time on NIP? Have we started the clock after like 5 years? Still not? How can their time not be counting now, Brad? Surely now it has to count. Like, they've got a good enough team around them that individuals can't
their current team
skate along. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, from now onwards, your time on NIP does count.
Yep. Modo, does your time on 9 count? Let's see. Oh dear. No, it doesn't.
Sucks. Oh, yeah. Really well played from Alex after Dodo takes contact, though.
Oh, ouch. Get owned. This is going to be 5, I do believe. Unless... Oh, never mind. It's Kraken. I thought he was going to get a bit cheeky with it. Instead he doesn't. I love that shallow nade after the molly, just in case people are ahead of it. Oh, and Davi G is on smoke.
They're looking sharp right now. They're looking really sharp with the way that they've opened up here on Nuke. 5-0. Handsome scoreline right now for Iberian Soul.
Handsome team.
Not wrong there.
Broadcast.
This is the round.
Zesty.
This is the round for 9. They have to win this one. They've still got that open play on Motto, rifles across the board, full util, everything they could ask for. If they lose this here, though, then it's almost entirely out of control.
Oh, they've seen the player.
WG knows he's been spotted, though.
And he's somehow out with only 25 damage being taken. That's actually pretty incredible. I don't know how he's out of there so cleanly. Look at this wrap again. Look at Alex. Oh my gosh, he dodged the HE. And now he's just down secret. That's a lot of info.
Rest of his team still in towards lobby, and WG below silo. So he can try and just cause a bit of a ruckus in secret and force some rotations. Maybe force the ramp player to rotate down. Rolls has already dropped down the vents as well. He's just jump spotting right now. Really curious to see how Alex is going to use this position that he's gotten here as the IGL, because it doesn't look like they're going to end the round on B unless they make their way through ramp. Alex has now given up his position as well. This is where it starts to get interesting.
Yeah, so now they actually will make their way through ramp a little bit here. Kraken in towards Squeaky. Sasso is always going to be this lobby lurk. It's just about the timing of Kraken. But keep your eyes on ramp, because Mopos has just found Favard. Where on earth is Rolls? Is he back site? Is he behind the site, or is he on the rafters? Doesn't matter, he's dead.
And
Sasso should be getting this kill.
Yeah, because Kraken's just so loud there with the push in towards ramp. Sasso hears the footsteps, turns around, gets the kill. Round over again. Motto going to have to head for the hills. Bob XD not able to find any impact either.
These rounds, the construction of these rounds on the T side are so simple. They're basically doing the same thing on their default. They're just adding a little twist, and it's working so well every time. And 9 just aren't being proactive. They're not really looking for map control. This round, it was a standardized default. It was a nice shot from Bob XD. It's one of those where they go, okay, well, we're going to see what we're going to do, and then we're going to react. They didn't really work out the way they anticipated. Yeah,
it feels like there's
so
always
easily there.
Yeah, it feels like there's always something going on in the round here for Iberian Soul as well. There's always a moving part. It's not like they ever just stall out of these rounds. And they're looking so damn comfortable on this T side. Like you say, sure, it's very simple, but it's just being done so effectively. And when you do the basics perfectly, that's what you need on Nuke T side to make it work.
That's the
not about
key
getting
thing.
expansive. Yeah.
Alex, can you look at that? Look at that res. Look at the black bar. That's a thick... He's using, like, none of his monitor.
No,
see that?
I think that's the shadow. That's just the... There we go.
Oh, okay.
I was like, hang on a second.
Well, after the UKIC finals, referencing another UK thing, but did you see that thing on Twitter? If you don't, I'll link you.
No, I didn't.
This in-game leader... Finwee was using the smallest res I've ever seen in my life.
So you've heard of 4x3, but have you heard of 2x3? Like, come on, we're gonna just half the screen even more here. All right, let me have a look. See, I've got to just unblock Grimmy to see the tweet quick. 1 second.
Davig's got another opener. Davig has been relentless. And he, again, comes from outside. break on the smokes by the garage player, but Navi G doesn't care. Another deployment of smokes to allow them to cross. You got no idea how many people are actually here. This time it's 2.
Okay, well, whoever that guy is that you just sent me Grimmy sent me the link of what he plays on, the resolution. This is an iPad baby if I've ever seen one. This guy grew up playing games on an iPad. It's the only explanation. How does he spot anybody that's further away than like 10 meters? How does he take long-range duels? Nah, I'm not having it. This is nonsense. Woke nonsense.
This round's peculiar because Navi G is down. Alex is back red. And Mopos was squeaky with the bomb. They're going to do exactly the same. Look at how much space Sassol was just generated. And even though Kraken gets the kill, it still means that Iberian Soul can go down. And that is a head spotted. Navi G really wants to get this fight. Favon is then traded by Stododo. Everything works perfectly again for Iberian Soul.
Oh man, just perfection. That's the word that comes to mind. Absolute perfection right now. Every decision that they're making is absolutely on point. They're just catching 9 napping. They're having full control. They're in full control. Haven't really been had to. They haven't had to like revert to Plan B in any of these rounds, Brandon.
No, Plan A is working every time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Jinx.
Talking about getting zesty.
Slay. 7-0 on T side. Gotta save your monies. Count your pennies. 9. Because guess what? I'm gonna count them for you. No AWP in the next round. Not that it's even really mattered.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Hasn't been much of a differentiating factor either way. It is going to be... Oh, he's got an AWP. Okay.
Wait, how?
Where does that come from?
So no, maybe I can't count. He's got one though. Fair enough.
7-0. 7-0. And I mean, think about the pistol round. Almost looked like 9 were going to make the retake happen at one point. If it wasn't for Stododo's heroics.
I love
beat
that
of the butterfly's wings
just
changes the course of how everything happens afterwards.
I was going to say, I love how Stododo is very versatile. So you have to be a little bit in CS2 now on the AWP, but he's just more than happy just to be on the AK.
Eastside Nuke in particular, I think.
Nice shot, Navi G. He's on fire.
He owns outside. Yeah, he really is.
Kraken is his son. Navi G is daddy of outside.
Yeah, you empty Navi G's pockets and Kraken's going to fall out.
Death taxes and Navi G getting an opener outside. That's what it's felt like, Favon. Does he get to spot anyone? Kind of. And then Rolls will swing as well. Good work from the two of them. Alex, he feels like he's got a little bit of a timing. He wants to get the best of rules, but Bob XD is there as well. And this round has crumbled apart. So even with the Navi G opener, it's a really nice little response there from 9 because you got the swinging from main, you got the swinging from heaven, you got the swinging from hell. They all collapse on the outside presence. Yeah,
the layers were perfect there from 9, just with the way they combine.
Oh, what?
Finally throw a big spanner into the works for Iberian Soul. Nice shot back there from Southall, but there shouldn't be any risk for the round at large. Oh, okay. Bob XD take some damage to the molly. They know exactly where Southall is right now, and Bob XD will be able to cut him down and earn 9's first round of the map.
Yeah, fun attempt. Didn't work, fortunately, enough for 9. But, I mean, 7 rounds T side, you've done more than enough. Let's be real. 9 need every single one of these rounds on CT now. And Iberian Soul have got money to burn.
At least it will perk them up a little bit. Give them a bit more confidence with the way they were able to stifle that previous round towards outside and actually just not get completely bullied. Just throwing numbers at the situation as well, like you say, just peeking from different parts of Heaven, Hell, Mini. Just applying a lot of pressure to Iberian Soul.
This time Kraken will get the best of Alex outside. And there is still a player here. Modo searching with the AWP down secret. Loses his life to Navi G. What on earth? And now the pressure's being applied to ramp. Faven needs to get out a dodge. Davigi is holding for this vent rotate that you imagine will not come in. They're just going to start on Faven.
Yeah, exactly. It all rests on Faven's shoulders right now, and he's not in a position where you can really multi too frequently. As soon as they know that you're here, it's really difficult to get anything more done from this position. Surely they're still going to hard clear it, and they do. Mopos dispatches off Faven, and now that they've cleared out the B bomb site, they can shift their focus back in towards ramp, where 2 of these players, in fact, I think 3 of these players are coming... No, it's just 2. Okay, Bob XD is single door. 2 coming through from ramp, but Iberian Soul seem to have it under lock and key. Bob XD is the one who could potentially unlock it with the attention he's taking towards single door, and it's exactly what he's done with 3.
They know Daviji's here, just heard him. Opens the door, needs this kill. Oh dear, he's got him. And he just shuts the door again. What on earth is happening? 1 bullet is probably going to separate Daviji from living and dying in the single door. That is a messy way to end that round, but big shout out Bob XD, because without him, 9 do not get that retake.
Yeah, he is the one who completely unlocks the bomb site for the retake. But was that one of the super rare instances where both players had thought they'd killed their opponents, and then you just pull the knife out and jump away? They both did it at the exact same timing. That was hilarious. WG can't capitalize on it, that second gift at life, though, unfortunately. And so that's 2 in a row now for 9. Still plenty money for the T side, even in the round after this one. 9 have to do this on hard mode. Gun round after gun round.
They do, but also, if you're Iberian Soul, you got to look at what plan B is now. And that means the Dodo on the AWP has taken a lot of damage from the Molly. This time they're going to put even more pressure outside. It's not being fought for at all. There is a guy down secret, of course. That's Kragan, but you've also got the Heaven players. And Mopos has found Kragan. He's just dropped Vent.
Yeah, he's taken a lot of damage in the process. And Stododo's also been, brought down fairly low. So you're going to have to proceed with caution here if you're the T side. However, Davigi has been able to close the gap outside. He can really become a menace in the sort of a position, a thorn in the side. Still some time to work with. In the meantime, though, his teammates have committed down secret. Doesn't mean that they can't double back, though.
No, it doesn't. That's a good find as well. Faven gets his nade off, but as you say, where on earth has Davigi got to? He can't see Rolls, but then Rolls just straight into the open. That's an easy kill. And Iberian Soul just say, wait, we can use Davigi. We can go back up. Bob XD needed a multi, needed something, but comes up empty-handed. And now if you're Faven and Modo, again, you are put in a position where you feel like you need to go for this round, but as soon as Faven is drops, you got to be saving.
Yeah, especially when you just push tab and look at the money across the board on the team. Yeah, there's no world in which you want to feel this one out. And Modo, well, saving the AWP is going to be a bit of a challenge for him here as well, because Daviji's already closed the door in on Modo, and Modo seems to recognize that. So he's going to try and remain in position. He's really good at combat AWPing, is Modo. So these are sort of situations which he can kind of finagle his way out of, but he's missed the shot on Davigi just out in the open. 16 and 5. He is having a phenomenal time of it right now.
Love this little reaction here as well from Iberian Soul, and that is they're putting so much pressure outside. They're mollying off credit, they're mollying off secret. And that just keeps the attention, especially because 9 are playing a much more passive setup to be able to defend initially against this outside layering of utility. And Mopos just takes a risk. He just goes straight down the vent. He deals with Kraken immediately. And it pays off. I said 9 needed 5. I can only get 4.
Impossible. Yeah. And that's with a broken investment here. You lose this, then you're staring down the barrel of double digits. I also like the way that Iberian Soul commit numbers down secret in the previous round, and they were making noise. They were throwing utility, and then you had that little player who'd completely veered off from the pack, Davigi, who had gone searching, and he took advantage of all the attention that had been pulled into secret. Anyway, we now shift into the present round, and Modo's gone searching. This time, he's just assumed full control of secret, and he's gotten the kill. And there's more where that even came from. There's actually 2 there for the CT side.
I anticipate this lobby push as well, where Mopos is holding the most insane off angle. Davigi is going to trade places with Kragan through this main smoke.
Bob XD might be none the wiser, especially when you've got a teammate who sat right there. Why would you even consider this? Davigi does. He does take Kragan down. Can he double down? Unfortunately not. And there's no trade. I thought there might be a trade, but the smoke and Squeaky denies it.
But that's created again another gap. Rolls has got to be so careful. It's the Dodo. Oh, misses the shot, and Rolls takes the opportunity. Alex will at least trade. Makes it this 2v3, and then Mopo starts to work.
The problem is that you've got two players in touch on the CT side. BobXD goes back to search into the bomb site, but you're never going to expect Moto here as well. He is between these two Ts left remaining. And with 16 seconds on the clock, if he just drops Alex, he has round over. But Mopos has actually gone back to join up with Alex. Oh, it's a labored spray. Kill eventually comes through. Fathom has made noise, I believe. No, maybe not. It'll make for an easy kill in a round for 9.
This is one of those rounds where you just think, thank goodness that the players holding the anchor spots are able to get kills for 9. Because if they fall, like if the Dodo, for example, kills Rolls, completely different round. But fortunately, these players are now stepping up individually a little bit, and it is definitely helping out.
All right, well, here we go. Last round of the first half. Best 9 could muster is obviously 4. And on paper, that should never be enough. Not against a team like Iberian Soul, who have been putting up really good results on the map, have found great success on Nuke in general, have a very solid CT side. I mean, if they can make it 8-4, that then requires them to win the pistol, convert the pistol, and win the first gun round. Those are all non-negotiables.
It's true. There's a lot of things that need to go in the right direction here for 9.
Permutations.
Navi G. Wow. Finally loses a fight outside. That's a really important kill. Rouse has found Mopos. Here we go. 8-4.
Well, Alex says not just yet. Perhaps they could still eke 9 out of this first half. It's going to be Sarsel coming across the MP9 in hut. BobXD, half health for him as well. Not ideal. And Sarsel's looking like a live wire at the moment. That crosshair is looking alive, ready to go. Hasn't had the greatest half so far, has Sarsel. So it's good to see that Iberian Soul can still put up these performances even when he isn't delivering massively. And BobXD will actually take the initiative, takes a fight on his terms, and comes out on top.
As long as they don't get picked off here one by one, it should be okay. But BobXD gets caught off guard. Moto's so far away. Fortunately, they have spotted Alex, and he's going to pretend to run away. Maybe that helps him out because, yeah, Rolls just walks straight into him. Alex is so low. He then starts pretending to fight yet again. It's another fake out. Look at this timing between him and Kragan. 20 seconds left. Stododo fakes out the plant, and Moto's got his knife out. Suddenly, that bomb can be committed. Kraken needs to close the gap, but it's another fake, and it's another collection for Stododo. What on earth are 9 doing?
Well, also, I can't believe Stododo's decided to fake the plant, then go for the swing, because if he goes down in that little gunfight, then it's round over. There's no time for Alex to recover, but Stododo just has massive balls, evidently, and great mechanics to complement his bravery. Oh my goodness, the double fake kills on both of those fakes as well. Stododo saves the day, and Iberian Soul deny 9 their 4th.
That is unbelievable that happens, but I love the way Alex plays that, because he double fakes that he's leaving secret just to guarantee the kill. Sure, Stododo has fake planted twice, taken a really big risk, but the one on Modo is unbelievable. The one on Kragan, I feel like where the time is so low, Kragan just believes that he has to commit into it. Here's the thing. He knows Alex is down secret. Probably will be coming up the vent. Therefore, he's got a small timing window, especially where the bomb is being planted for backside, just to potentially grab that kill defuse.
Thing is, what if Stododo dies? I mean, I know he doesn't, but that's the huge risk, right? Because round over, but he doesn't, and makes it work. It was a great half from Stododo from start to finish. If we think about the impact in the pistol, all the way up until the impact in that 12th round. Alex has been dinked at range, though. He's had his bell rung, so he's been brought down to 12 health. Further damage inflicted, 9 in a must-win pistol round. And even then, that doesn't change the state of the game all that much. And now a pistol round looks like it's a dream at this point.
What you do here now if you're 9? Roll over and just say, okay, we'll just go to Ancient and we'll battle out from there. But Ancient's still like a pretty solid map here for Iberian, so maybe Modo can take the attention away from Mopos, and that will allow Faven to walk through main. Oh, it's lazy cleared. And that's an easy collection out of Mopos. Now they have to go through door. They have to try and take this fight. Mopos is just going to stay alive. Davi G gets baited in perfectly. And down the vent he goes, but straight into Sasso.
Sasso was waiting so patiently. Like, come on, guys. Just share the spoils. Let one of them get through at least. I've been waiting the whole time for the vent drop. And eventually he does get rewarded. Iberian Soul just slapping 9 here on Nuke. 10-3. Complete and utter domination. See, Mopos has a mouse bungee. Don't really see many pros still using wired mice these days. Hey, he's not moving. Okay, no, he's frozen. His camera feed is frozen. Just had to do a second glance there.
That's a nice mouse bungee, bro. Sasso is going to get a 4K.
You think he dies to the last?
Oh,
he's down
no.
to 50 now. That sucks.
Now I don't think he gets any K.
But you might not have any offered up to him either.
The frozen Mopos is going to get a 4K.
Hang on.
Stop running away!
Hang on. It's going to be Alex. It's going to be Alex. I'm calling it now.
Oh, no, they go right to Davi G. Never mind.
Our boys here too. Let's see. Can he find that Covenant quad kill? Nah, they just share the spoils. Share it evenly amongst them. And Iberian Soul, flawless in the anti-eco, keeping 5 players alive is a really good boost to their economy early on.
Can't believe this. It was actually just Sasso and Davi G sharing a 4K. They got 2 kills each. They're having fun with it, as they should. 11-3, 21-7 for Davi G. Only 1 player above double digits here for 9, that being Bob XD. They are being ripped to shreds right now.
Yeah, completely and utterly torn apart. There was a world in where it could have been 8-4, and then maybe then if they win the pistol, a way back into the game, but that's not the reality that we live in. Now this gun round is their last sort of bastion of hope.
Oh, it's a classic. Molly thrown in by Davi G. So Dodo goes to peek it because he can see close to the Molly, so he gets more vision. And now he's out. And Davi G will start spamming. He's got to be careful he doesn't get spammed back, but actually, 9 will give him the respect. And they go all the way down secret. And look at this little pixel. This is devious. Oh, there you go.
Oh, goodness, through the smoke. He's actually going to go back to try and go blow for blow. That's really brave there from Stododo. But the smoke will be enough to repel 9. Back towards outside they go. Now, Alex has been deep into garage for a long time. They know about Davi G and Mini, but they may not expect Alex here.
No, they won't. Oh, but he jumps. That's a brilliant little movement out of Kragan. Even though he falls, he jumps and he gives his team the chance. Modo's also found Mopos. It's a 3v2. So Dodo, you knew he was down in towards the vents. But breaking this and coming up, yeah, Roll sees him. That's an easy collection. Sassol's got to potentially save. Or it's 11-3. Maybe you just go for it. Nah, he saves.
Yeah, this makes more sense in the long run.
Boo.
Good work there from 9. Good adjustments after they get repelled in towards lowers, making their way back up outside, finding the kills necessary. That jump across there from Bob XD pulls the crosshair from Alex across the screen. Step up from his teammate, dispatches off Alex, and they just trade out the mini player as well. Ride that wave of momentum. Salsal is flexing. He just straight up flexed into the camera. He turned around, Brandon. He flexed. And then he went back to playing in the round.
Respect.
I guess so.
I mean, I respect it.
Not really flexing in the server.
They're winning 11-4.
I mean, WG is 22-8 though. If anyone's going to be flexing, I'd imagine it was him. Alright, well, more than enough money for the reinvestment here. 4 rifles and an MP9 is what Iberian Soul have at their disposal. How long can 9 keep themselves alive here on Nuke? How far can they take this?
Let's see. They're now just waiting for reactions here. Remember, Iberian Soul are really proactive on T side. But I like this angle from Alex. He just waits. He's so patient. Bob XD trying to scale. Another one of these mollies, and it makes you think, oh, is there a guy here? Is he actually here again, or is this just part of their default? Oh, no, he's there, and he's dinked Bob XD.
Ring, ring, hello. Puts him on notice, man. At least Bob XD is still alive. At least that doesn't cost him his life entirely to get the information. Where do they go from here is the question. This time Bob XD is the only player in secret, and the rest of the team have gone back into lobby.
It feels like it's just going to end A. And this would be a pretty nice call, because Davy G and Sasso and Garage are going to be iced out. Mopos makes his way in towards Hut. They're bursting out door here, and they haven't smoked main. Why have they not smoked main? They just didn't have one? That's a really diabolical mistake. And Alex is in the vent. Moto has hit him completely in the air. 3v2. And the bomb will make its way down towards B.
Okay, so there's still a chance in the round. It looked like the round was completely iced out at one point, but they are alive. 2v3 bomb plant found on this B bomb site. Bob XD looking to fight forward. He wants to try and take control of ramp right now, and it's attention pulled by Moto. Bob XD will take advantage of that. Stododo none the wiser pays the price. Now it's on Salsal and Mopos. 2v2 getting the retake. They know where both these players are. They have at least a really good idea. I mean, maybe they don't know Bob XD's work back into the control room. Salsal's considering it. Fantastic awareness from him. And there's a reason to flex.
Alright, so there was no main smokes. I didn't have any smokes, but at least clear the angle, guys. That's a few times now where I feel like Niner have been punished because of lazy clears. And here, Mopos and Sasso just play this so well together. 2v2, they just make sure they're always tradable. Notice how all those fights were just split up into 2v1s for Iberian Soul. Worked out really well indeed. 12-4. You
What a
posed the
convincing
question.
game from Iberian Soul. Yeah,
Absolutely.
go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, you posed the question, how long can they live for? Probably this round, and that's it.
Yeah, doesn't look like very long. And I mean, for you, having not seen Iberian Soul for 2 months,
so
to come back and check in
impressed.
with them from here, yeah, it looks great, right?
I always really liked this team. I always wanted the best for this team. I was so happy for them, you know, when they made that Cologne run in 2023, I think it was. Could have been 2022. One of the two. Maybe it was 2022, actually.
I think so, yeah.
2022, yeah. I was so proud of them, and it made me really sad that they fell off, because I thought that they could definitely offer up a lot more. Obviously, it was horrible losing some Pius.
Yeah, because they won Challenger Melbourne after that. I see Freddie also mentions that in the chat. It's what I was thinking about. There was a really good run of form at that point. It looked like they could transcend. Anyway,
Oh,
Alex,
my
goodness, he's just transcended to another level altogether. Triple kill, mow down.
See you later, 9.
Yeah, round over map
This team
as well.
wants to be at the back, at the top of tier 2 again.
Well, they're going to be on the top of Nuke. Dragon left remaining and not for much longer.
Brilliant. Well played, Iberian Soul. Absolute dominating victory. 13-4. A 9 never looked like they were up to task. Brilliant T-sides. Easy CT. Freddie, what's your breakdown, mate?
I'm actually completely in agreement with you, Brandon. Like, before I kind of get on with the game at hand, I want to touch on the whole conversation of Iberian Soul and their workaround, because I'm the same as Brandon. I don't think I've seen Iberian Soul in honestly quite a while. Like, I don't know exactly when, but it's been like a long enough time where I came into this with the kind of expectations of what I saw at the end of last year and what I saw at the beginning of this year. And I also want to touch on the whole narrative of the top of tier 2, Iberian Soul wanting to get back to that point. And I think that undersells it a little bit as well, because this is a team that was not the top of tier 2. They were playing in tier 1 at tier 1 tournaments quite consistently over like the last like 3 years or so. And then specifically last year with like Pro League, the major. But at the end of last year, the interesting stat was the first 6 months of the year, they played the major, they played like a Fire League Flow, whatever the hell. It was a LAN in South America, but still like a tier 1.5 LAN. They also played the major Pro League in that LAN. That was the first half of the year. Second half of the year, they recorded 86 maps on HLTV, and the vast majority of them actually came right in the year. They just didn't really do anything. It was quite confusing. It was quite bizarre, all things considered. Coming into this year, no organization. They're grinding a lot more. They're not playing very well. And then now, here, it feels like they've transformed their fortunes. And Nuke specifically, like, dude, I saw them at the start of the year on this map. And okay, if you look back at it, on paper, they actually, you know, this year on Nuke, they've played it 39 times. They've won it 26. They've lost it 13. I didn't get that impression at the start of the year, though, that they were playing Nuke to that level. But when I watch them playing Nuke now, I do get that impression. And a big part of it, okay, obviously David goes like 24-6 or whatever in this game, right? So it naturally very helps when the person who so the reason why it's so great that David G does specifically well is because he's in the roles where when he does well, it's like the game goes with that. He's in the roles where he's getting the opening kills, he's getting the map control, he's getting the information. I think there's been a big discussion recently with like Mouse, and I think Assertion, he's a very similar where like if your player who's playing outside and controls the game is on 26-6, quite hard to lose the game on that front. But what I think was really successful was that, okay, even though David G was getting around smoked and being a nuisance and a pest, the reason why it ended up being so well is because the reaction from his teammates. When he was making the play, they were in a correct position then to activate off what he was doing. And you can see the clear reasons of why that works is because in the penultimate round of the first half, David G makes a play where he walks through the main smoke, he gets an opening kill, but his team were not ready to activate with him. And therefore, they lose the round because it just all gets a bit messy. So if you kind of compare and contrast the previous rounds where David G gets that opening kill and then his team is in position to play, you can see like the very stark contrast. And what I find that is even more impressive is that Nine actually shaped up and tried to react off the fact that they weren't winning outside. Modo doing a double push in ramp, them trying to get lobby control, dropping players early secret. Like, I think Nine actually had good reactions in a lot of instances, but Iberian Soul also read into it. Like, you know, when they go double ramp, the AWP's pushing ahead. Okay, the AWP does miss a shot a bit. You know, I think that does have to be put into consideration. But 2 players ramp ready. Like Iberian Soul, they were ready for the reactions of OG. And when you're on the T side of Nuke, it's very hard to get going. But when you do and you start conditioning, it's pretty impossible to actually slow down. Because as soon as they start conditioning outside, you can see they start maneuvering around. They drop the same outside smokes and they have 7 different options to do. They have a lot of permutations to do with those outside smokes after it starts working. And even though OG were making the right reactions, it's then even more impressive that Iberian Soul were shutting down those reactions. And then, to be honest, like the second half starts and like 9 win a gun round. And the only rounds they really won on their CT side were also because of XD got a triple on a retake, for instance. Like, the only times they actually won rounds was, unfortunately, because of individual heroics. So for 9, you can definitely sit here and be like, oh, but Mantu's not playing, Modo's playing. I don't think that watching that match, it mattered if Mantu or Modo was playing. And that is not a great look. Obviously, it probably would have been a little bit closer. Well, you'd hope so if Mantu was playing. But I don't think it would have made a difference. It looks Iberian Soul very clean on Nuke, and they look very clean in this series. And it's it's cool to see this team ending this season on a high and really putting themselves in a good position for the future. However, this game, we've still got a lot more to go potentially. Ancient, map 2, 9, it's their map pick, but you don't look at Ancient and fill yourself with the same confidence like when you're Iberian Soul looking at Nuke. So it's going to be very interesting seeing this second map where it's a map pick and the team that's picked it aren't necessarily fantastic on it. However, who is going to make a bid for the quarterfinals? Right now, it looks like Iberian Soul are in pole position to park their car in that quarterfinals to face up against either Navi Jr. or Marius. We're going to be deciding if it's going to be closed out in 2 after the break.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Iberian Souls standing on business. Map 1 never even really felt competitive from start to finish. The Iberian team, they were just better. Obviously, it helps that David G just had an insane performance. He was 23-9, and especially playing the very pivotal position he did on Nuke, it naturally benefited. Now, going on to Ancient, Hayes, what are we feeling about Map 2 in this series now?
Well, it should certainly be more competitive. I mean,
Okay.
I haven't written 9 off coming into this by any stretch of the imagination. I reckon they should be able to win here on Ancient because they have been like big game players. They've had good results on the map. Even when they lose, it's always a narrow loss. So I think we can kind of just write Nuke off a car crash. Let's look away from it. Let's leave it in the past behind us where it belongs and focus on the new map. You know, Rals is an esteemed IGL with huge amounts of experience as well. So he'll do a very good job of just making sure that everybody's focus is where it matters right now.
Because Brandon, you were talking quite a big game for Iberian Soul, like kind of after map 1, and I think you were very warranted in doing so. Hayes is more sitting on the fence, being like, yeah, you know, I think it's going to be a better, more the, sitting on the fence. Brandon, I've got a feeling that you might be more like Iberian Soul for them.
Yeah, look, here's the thing, right? The thing with tier 2 and tier 3 CS is that you can have a bad map, and these teams have got mental to be able to reset. So I understand where Hayes is coming from. The thing is, I was just totally uninspired by Nuke. Like, there was no sort of... There wasn't one player really taking over the game. I think Bob XD ended with the most amount of kills for 9, and he had something like 12. So
13.
Right. Whatever. All right, it's irrelevant.
Actually,
it's irrelevant though because it just wasn't impactful. And, like, he had one good round where he got that 3k to get a defuse in for 9. That was it. No one else was really standing up for him. So for 9. So I'm actually really concerned about this. I don't really know what it is going to happen here for them. I'm imagining Ancient will be a little bit better. I'm expecting more things out of Kraken. OG used to play Ancient an awful lot, so Moto should be probably feeling a little more comfy here. But regardless, if WG's in this form, if Stododo's playing the way he is, Stododo really likes Ancient. I can easily see this being 2-0, like easily.
And Modo was missing quite a lot of shots as well. So kind of when you compare and contrast the AWPers, I wasn't so sure on Modo's impact. Even though I think he was making the right moves in the right manner, it wasn't really like proficient enough. And for 9, when I do look at their roster and kind of, I want to get your guys' take on it as well. It's like, okay, maybe like a clear individual star player is not as easy to point at because they do just have that consistency. It feels like they have a lot of, like, basically like the majority of the roster can take over the map, and it's very worrying to see that when no one does, like, whatsoever. That feels very worrying, and that then seems more of like a systemic issue more than like an individual issue that I don't know how easy that is to change going from map to map.
Yeah, it's not like, is it a map-specific issue, or is it something that's deeper within the team? I mean, obviously, playing with the new AWPer as well is going to take some time to get fully comfortable with him. It's also the end of the season. It's difficult to stay, like, fully locked in and focused and grinding when you're right at the end of the season. It's like when you're at the end of the school term or semester or whatever it might be as well. It's like, man, summer break's just around the corner. We've had some tough times. I just want to start fresh again.
Well,
so, yeah.
And also, can I just add on to that a little bit with, like, and I don't know if I'm throwing down a bone here and giving them too much, giving them too much slack. Credence, yeah. They have also traveled to a lot of lands recently. Yeah. In the last 2 months, they've traveled to 3 different lands: Level Up Lund, the Tipsport Conquest of Prague, and then back to Sweden for the Glitched Masters. So, okay, like...
Those are like 2-hour flights, Freddy.
But it's still, I think, if we're talking, but like, I'm adding on your point. I'm fitting into your narrative, Hayes. Hayes, I'm trying to help you here.
No, you're right.
I help your point, and you're just like, no, Freddie, what are you on about?
Me. Yeah, no, you're right. Sorry. Continue, pop off.
But yeah, I think there's definitely, you can, not as much practice, not having their main AWPer. It's a newer roster anyways this year. I think we can give them benefit of doubt, but 9, we got to stop giving them excuses because map 2 is going live. We've already had one team just kind of bow out 0 and 2. Maybe 9 will follow in pursuit, but you know they want to push it to Inferno. Guys, take it away.
Thank you. And look, I'm going to push my propaganda quite quickly. It's just the wrong season for a lot of Danish in-game leaders. I always got this thing about Danish Christmas time. All the players in Denmark play way better over Christmas. It's summer, so of course they're not playing as well.
I mean, fair enough.
Oh my god.
Countries that always have really good climates don't really produce the best Counter-Strike players, so you could be onto something there. Anyway, it is going to be a brawl into red rooms. Stododo has just been dinked on the drive-by. Heroes has returned one in kind. 2 players rotating back in from the speed bomb site. Moto will be able to fell 1. Trades are just the name of the game in the round. Who's going to be the difference maker? Who's going to split these 2 teams apart?
Oh, it's all on timing. Oh, Sassol's just found Faven. And now this gets complicated for Rolls. He has to pick whether he wants to go donut or whether he wants to go in towards red. He's chosen red room. He now hears the rotating away. Davi G is giving this a cursory glance. It is planted for CT, remember, but Rolls hits the timing. And Sassol's now just going to stick it. Rolls doesn't see the wires. It's going to be 10 seconds. Oh, Rolls doesn't believe it. Sassol! will get off the bomb, and now he's got enough time to defuse. I think he's got it.
Yeah, he does. He absolutely does, man. That is insane. Salsel fully commits to the 10-second defuse initially. Here's the steps from Raz, gets off the defuse, gets the kill, jumps back on, punches in the digits. And Iberian Soul open their account first.
That's actually
a crazy round. That was so back
ridiculous. And of course they force. Like, they have to force. No, I like all the propaganda like that Maui put forward about like the air quality for Zaiwu. And I'm trying to make my own one, but I really do think I'm onto something. Danish players in Christmas, they just ecstatic 9. They have a big rebound towards the end of the year. That's a disgusting entry.
With that hypothesis, this would be like the worst time of the year, basically.
Exactly. And
middle of summer.
And look what's happened. It's the middle of summer, and like Mantu's broken his wrist. You're now playing with a stand-in. He just lost 13-4 on Nuke. Yeah, it makes sense. It checks out. Anything to fit the narrative.
Yeah, I'm just like, damn. You reach anymore, you might pull a muscle there.
I am unfit.
For that range. This has been a way to change up the feel of this game with this round here from 9. Just that first frag in Donut running over the CT, just taking the B bomb site, which is completely vacant.
Yeah, what happened
this round
to
look
B?
so easy. Well, that kill in Donut must have pulled a rotation.
Nice kills. At least that makes it a little bit more profitable. 4 more pass to Dodo, and Navi G will also hold on to their M4s. And you can definitely maybe just drop these MP9s, maybe buy another MP9. Yeah, you'll be fine. I think that this buy is going to be completely okay. It all depends on what 9 can achieve. So if 9 can break the economy here, they're going to be feeling pretty happy about it. Iberian Soul cooler pause immediately to try and rectify things.
Fair enough as well. I mean, they do keep majority of their players alive, so at least they still have a decent bit of firepower. It's not like one of those return force buys after you lose to the force where you have like 5 7s and 1 piece of usual per player. Still got 3 rifles here, so they still have a pretty good chance of making something happen. And maybe just discussing what sort of a plan they're going to bring to the table here in this round as well with the 3 rifles, because you got to do something out of the ordinary. You can't just set yourselves up with the default setup here and hope that works out. I think they've got to try something out of the ordinary. Like, you get these weird like pocket rocket strategies that you bring out like once a half, and this for me is one of those rounds that you try something like that.
Love an elbow crunch.
Yeah, exactly.
Not happening. Just a default. Oh, big nade onto Rolls. Rolls is just out middle, and Davigi is full blind, but Sasso will at least take over. Player advantage now with Iberian Soul, and they're trying to fight in towards Cave, and Mopos is trying to be set up.
I think that Kraken may have been able to figure out there was a player in the corner with the way the util was thrown and seeing a player jiggling with his gun out, but yeah, evidently not. I was clutching at straws there. I thought maybe he had taken note of that, but there was a lot going on his screen at the moment. 4 versus 2 as a result. 9 have just been brutalized in the opening stages of the round.
This is going to be a 1-minute save. It might be. Which would be pretty damning. Because now you just got to sit in it and face the reality that your mid control was really good, even if your mid smoke slightly missed. But your flashbangs were brilliant, and then Sassol just gets 2 kills. You feel like you have to go in towards the cave fight, you get baited in. Really solid rounds out of Iberian Soul, and that is the perfect response, and that's why they took the timeout. They thought, right, are we going to do a pocket play? Are we going to achieve something here, or are we just going to play a little bit more default? They decided to go a little bit more default, and it works out brilliantly.
Yeah, just a great combination. Despite the fact that Davigi goes down, Salsa still holds the line. That's the difference maker, right? The fact that he's able to hold his ground and get both those kills. Because if he goes 1 for 1 as well, it's a completely different round at that point. Because then 9 aren't compelled to try force their way through Jag into Cave. That was as a result of the way the gunfights went down in middle. Everything just cascades out of control from there. And now 9 will have to save their weapons, probably buy up around them. Yeah, Bob XD and Raz have plenty money. And this sort of force war going back and forth that we have is in full effect right now.
This is only gonna suck for 9 if they lose this round, because the delay of the AWP is going to be very, very extended, and Iberian Soul will start to run away with things again, and it will make you feel like you're completely out of control. 9 need to win some of these rounds to be in control, because that's something they've lacked this entire best of 3 so far.
Yeah, and if they lose this round here, then they're so far behind the pace of the game before they can even think about the AWP. So it's really important to continue to just keep the pattern up and go back and forth. Dodo has no business in continuing to take these fights, though. Yeah, he's gotten the info. That's more than enough. And he's still hanging around. He's actually locked in here, and I'm almost certain they know that he's here as well. That's why Alex has come back to assist him.
Good reaction as well for the Donut players, right? You're going to double up. You might even think about pushing this if you're Sasso and Davi G. But look at this from 9. It's so deliberate. They're holding. Modo will find the kill on Sasso. Are you ready for Davi G? We're certainly aware of him now, but Alex chimes in. The nade's good and helped out. MP9's found 2.
Oh, and Stododo finally tries to actually fully commit to a gunfight. Has his head torn off. Alex does his damnedest with his multi. And it's only Mopos left remaining. And it looks like Rawls is going to commit into A to try and find out where Mopos is. But Mopos, if he goes through the smoke and kills Bob XD, then that could really foil the round, but it's not going to happen. 9 hold on, they survive. And it's actually just a really good play from them, getting mid-control and then just pausing, posting up on angles and waiting to see how Iberian Soul, and then punishing that response.
And Bob XD has just had a brilliant round. We'll get another force back. Again, a couple of M4s here for Iberian Soul, but suddenly the buy's getting a little bit worse. 9 have got what they wanted, a fight back, and they've got all the AKs. They're trying to do the damage. It's another one of these good flashbangs, but Kragan can't find an opening kill.
Well, here we go. Now 9 have been able to wrestle us back in their favor. Win here, 3-2 becomes 4-2. You were just talking about how important control is. It's now ripe for the taking. It's right there on the table.
Making the right read as well. Look at this A play. They've never directly gone out A main a single time in the 5 rounds. And you hear this spam over at Donut. Davi G is the only one here, and he's got a 5-7. So Dodo will find one back, but now Davi G, at least he's alive. At least he confirms, hey, look, they're on A.
Yes, it's going to be really difficult to retake, though. Davi G continues to pep with the smoke. Stododo gets one, but he's taking so much damage in the process. Should kind of cancel him out of the round. And yeah, I think, have they done enough? Was Stododo just clearing the backlines? Looks like he wants to accept the fate in the round and call it a day. M4 and AK, valuable enough to carry over. And that is going to be 9. The first team to string consecutive rounds together here.
Brutal as well, where the kills take place. The Davi. Oh no, he has got a rifle. Okay, he's gone to scavenge that off of Alex's body. So they save 3 guns here. That's actually fantastic. And the armor behind them. That's really nice for Iberian Soul. So every single one of these rounds, they're not going to be investing anything further forward into this one. But this buy is better than the force buy you just had. So suddenly, every round's competitive. 9, yes, they've got the lead. Yes, they feel like they might have economic climate, but by Iberian Soul saving 3, every round now poses a challenge.
It's true. I mean, this is essentially supposed to be the eco round for Iberian Soul, and they've got 3 rifles at their disposal. So, yeah, no easy rounds for 9. They're doing this on hard mode right now. Next round's going to be a gun round. I don't think there'll be an AWP, though, so they have still kind of bought enough time to not have to deal with that weapon. RVG may have been spotted on the jump peak then. I think the Spaniard was blind, so he wouldn't actually know that he's been spotted.
They are just in B, though. But Mopos will find Favon. You now know that one guy's in cave in the corner. Stododo just starts spamming. He's trying to pretend that he's Mopos. And Mopos will find Bob XD. And the spams just continue. It's relentless. 4v3. Fortunately, no damage is being inflicted, but Sasso is delivering the kill on Rolls. It's all up to Modo and Kraken to get this happening. And Modo just walks through cave and is able to find even more. Defuse kit not present. Mono surely has done enough. A tap out on the bomb. Kraken gets the headshot, but that is very, very close and expensive.
Yeah, that's the key. It's super costly because it wasn't a round that Iberian Soul invested into. Sure, they had a lot of firepower with the 3 saved guns, but it wasn't a round they had invested into. So the fact they get 4 kills is a good return, but that only means something if they can win this next round here. And like I also pointed out in the middle of that previous round, there's no AWP here for Iberian Soul. No AWP on the server at large. Well done from 9 there to hold on, because that was a stern test of a retake.
They're doing it again. They're just running it right back. Oh dear. That's not gone nearly as well as it did previously. At least Mono and Rolls yet again are trying to trade 2v3. Good news is they got the bomb and they can disengage.
Yeah, at least that is kind of a saving grace for them, right? They've kind of been able to have like a second lease on life now. Normally, when those sort of rounds go so wrong, as quickly as that did here in this case, that should just be round over. But it is a 2v3, Molly and a Flash. And they're actually hanging around right now. They're hoping that because they haven't shown any immediate presence, that maybe Iberian Soul think they're rotating away. And now they're just going to take contact. Poke and prod back into this B-bomb site. And Rolls is ahead of that smoke grenade.
That's fine, though, because you still got Davi G. And I don't think they're going to be aware because of that smoke that's been dropped. I don't think they've got any idea that Davi G could be in cave. They've dropped this cave molly as more of a discipline so they don't get caught off guard. There's the spam. There's a confirmation. But are you ready for 2 in cave? Maybe not. Davi G gets rid of Rolls. Now it's up to this stand-in. He's up to Modo. He got a multi-kill on the site last time and needs to do the same here if he wants to keep 9 in the lead. He's going to go all the way around the world, and this could work because they don't have a defuse kit. He thinks better of it. Second guesses. Looks back towards ramp. Smoke will land, and the headshot is clean through it for Sasso. More than enough time to defuse. Iberian Soul are piling on the pressure.
Well, I reckon Iberian Soul just breathe an absolutely massive sigh of relief as they win that round, because think about the way it starts off with them just emphatically shut down that big push into the B bomb site, and then all of a sudden it's down to a 2v2 retake. That could have been sketchy. I was surprised that it was Rolls, right, who plants the bomb. I'm kind of surprised he takes the fight in cave there. I don't know how necessary that was, because that's after he's gotten the bomb down uncontested. They've got ramp as well that he could play from. I guess he wanted to get a second foothold in the post plant as well and not just be confined to ramp, but that was kind of where the post plant lived and died for me.
So much pressure being applied in towards B in these rounds. They go back towards mid. Remember, there was a change of guard into who owned mid control in this first half so far. Iberian Soul had it initially, and then 9 just started deleting so many players in towards red room. Davi G has been left out to dry by Stododo. He moved forward, Stododo moved back, and now it's a 2-on-1 trade for 9. Flashbang's good, and how on earth have they not found these kills? Look at the HP on all of these players.
Barely even make up 100 health between the 4 of them right now, but ultimately it's a 4 versus 1. They're still alive. They might be limping, but they will all survive the round. Oh, 9, you take that every day of the week. That is a great round coming through from them to answer back after Iberian Soul won that previous gun round. Denies the leveling up of the scoreline and breaks Iberian Soul's economy.
It's interesting that 9 take the pause now. Stododo bought an XM and then sold it. Elects for the MP9 instead. To be honest with you, the other thing that we didn't really speak about, but it is worth mentioning, is the more these rounds go back and forth, the more it's just naturally going to favour 9 being on the T side, because there's so many more ways to earn money here than there is for Iberian Soul. Double stage loss. Stododo rocking an MP9 no armor. Am I seeing that right?
Your eyes do not deceive you, Brandon.
Right, what are we doing then?
I have no idea. I mean, I could think of a million better ways to spend $1,200. Yeah. And selling it is right up at the top of the list. Someone probably just looked at him and was like, mate, what are you doing? Like, we need an AWP in that next gun round. He's like, nah, mate, don't worry about it. I'm just going to get 2 kills. Makes its money back then, doesn't it?
It's fine. I heard dinks, I got scared, but all the kills come in for 9. That MP9 did niche. Can Mopos get a kill? That's now the new fun minigame? No! Flawless.
And now we will get that AWP because he sold the MP9. So he's going to have AWP and Kevlar. Nope. Glass cannon AWP for util. I don't know about that. I'd rather prioritize the Kevlar over the smoke and flash if I'm Stododo here. I think it just gives you more padding for the AWP. It gives you a better chance to find success with the AWP. You can take a shot and then still respond with the shot. It's not like that's just your life immediately over.
Looking pretty good here for 9. Let's see if they can continue it. Translate it into more success. Take a look at this from Mopos. Mopos is just clearing out every angle with that MP9. He's now cleared all of base of B, all of heaven, and Rolls has just dinked Davi G. So problems continue to arise. That molly is brilliant, and Davi G burns alive.
Yeah, but Alex has gotten a kill off the back of Davi G, who was always going to die. So the fact that they get a return off his death is actually phenomenal. 4v2, all posted on the angle. First time it's been on the server. He's going to get blocked off by the smoke. No, there's actually a peek before the smoke blooms. And Sarcel's had his head chopped off by Modo. Decides to actually just hold the front lines despite the fact it wasn't entirely necessary. And that maybe gives 9 a way back into the round. It's all going to be on Kragan, though. He's killed the donut player, and that realizes immediately, okay, that could be some space to double back to the B bomb site.
Stododo's going to try and race him there, but Kragan's going red. Stododo considering it. This is really
where the glass cannon
dicey.
could be a problem.
I like this, though, out of Mopos, because he is sort of close enough to deal with this. Kragan's going to eke his way around the corner and hits the instant headshot, but Kragan is running towards B, and Stododo is here. Good recovery from Iberian Soul, but what a nice attempt from Kragan.
Yeah, and the reason I say thank God is not because I wanted Iberian Soul to win the round, but just because of how nervous I was for Stododo not having armor, and then Kragan just comes around the corner with his knife out, so makes for a free frag for the Portuguese player. 6-4. I mean, Iberian Soul, at least they're kind of able to still keep themselves in the contest. It's not like they're getting bossed out of the affair altogether, like what we had on Nuke in the opposite direction. Not their map pick, but they're still making it competitive. Despite the fact it's not clean, there's still rounds on the board here.
Oh, Bob XD just immediately finds an opening kill. Alex is still here outside A main, and now he has to contend with 2 different players. Or at least back up. Remember, Davi G is still in Donut. 9 actually give the space away. What's next on the agenda here for both of these teams? It's a big nade dropped in from heaven. Mopos just concedes the space immediately. He's dropped the nade. He's backed out. He wants to play safe.
Yeah, Iberian Soul looked like they wanted to try and make a move in middle to get something back in the round, considering they'd lost that first pick. But they haven't been able to get anything in response. Mopos is kind of going searching, but this could really lead to his downfall depending on the timing, and he as well will decide against committing. Instead, they're thinking, well, let's just try and get it done with 4 boys. And they've actually gambled the rotation of Alex away from that A site.
This is a good move.
Sense.
Yeah, it's good to put Stododo on this angle as well, rather than Cave. But Faven just deletes him. And now Rolls is probably going to be expecting the player up close, but Mopos will at least win that fight. Alex needs to find something, or it could be Mopos running down the AWPer and swinging back in towards Cave. Faven is in Cave, and Mopos has done everything.
No, how is that falling apart? I don't know why Moto's fired a shot there. It didn't even look like he had a line of sight. It was almost just an attempted wallbang, but that then renders an AWP useless because there's no more bullet in the chamber. There's no more threat. You might as well just not even have a gun in that moment. That is... I mean, that's fallen apart so rapidly for 9.
Oh, dearie me. Oh, dearie me. Now look at what they're working with. Iberian Soul can recover this. They were, what, 6-2, 6-3 down? And now they've got the capacity to make this even. Full blind is Navi G, but at least Sasso is here to alleviate some of the pressure. 9 now know that Iberian Soul heavy invested in mid.
Yeah, I think 9 need a 7-5 half here as well, Brandon. You were talking about what a good fight back it's been for the CT side. If this ends 6-all going into the second half, it's like, man, 9 have really squandered their chances in a really good position. And it's a broken buy for them as well. Tech 9's a Galil.
They're going to do this boost up as well. Yeah, lovely. This is the first time we've seen this setup.
Yeah.
It's not even going to be the double. They're just going to say, Navi G, mate, you just go kill.
And Iberian Soul have kind of let the game come to them quite a lot on the CT side. We've seen some active openings from them, but then they do kind of just revert back to prioritizing the bomb sites. I haven't seen many like mid-round takes for map control, big flanks through A main. And this is the round that you don't need to make that sort of a play. This is the round where you let them come to them let them come to you because you know you've got the weaponry advantage.
It's interesting because they're exploring Donut right now, but you still got 3 players on B for Iberian Soul. That smoke has missed on ramp though, and I feel like they're going to try and probably utilize that. Bob XD spotted, dealt with. Rolls is in red, and actually they're going to move back.
Oh, Mopos puts a bit more distance between himself and Rolls, but Dodo doesn't get the memo in time. Salsa's now out in the open. Rolls is just running riot with the Tech 9 as he doubles down.
What? How's this happened? That makes no sense. And Kraken is just on an advanced angle to deal with Navi G. Mopos now has to do absolutely everything. He's got a kit, but he hasn't got the health. He hasn't got a smoke. This one is assuredly done. He has to swing collect. Both these players can't get by Modo. How on earth have 9 recovered that round?
Rolls, that's how. Rolls is the reason. Rolls is the truth. Rolls is inevitable. I mean, the fact that he gets past Mopos and then Dodo just doesn't have any time to react is because of how aggressively he's activated there from Rolls' perspective. He's gone from 0 to 100 really quickly. And like I was saying, I feel like 9 needed 7 rounds from the first half, considering the position they were in at one point.
You said they needed 7. They got 7. Does this give you enough confidence for them to step up on CT and take the map?
Yeah. I am of the belief now that we'll be going to a 3rd map in the series. I think Inferno will take center stage here. Had it been 6-all, then I think it was still wide open. So I don't think it's like a guarantee we're going to a 3rd, but I still back 9 to finish off the job from here.
Interesting. What a difference one round makes. A little decoy in towards Red Room. A full exec on towards B. Kraken Dooley's up close. Flashbang forward is exceptional, but Alex will trade immediately. And Favon hits the deck as well. The in-game leader of Iberian Soul trying to lead by example. Rolls will at least find 1 back. It will be this plant, and it will be a 3-on-3.
Yeah, really important kill coming through from Rolls. The extra man on that B bomb site gets a kill to level it back into an even numbers game. They do not have a kit in play. No utility either. Julie's in play for Moto. He is the raid boss right now because he's got Kevlar behind those Julies as well to enable him as they start to clear out what's going on here. There's going to be a crossfire in case Mopos takes that first contact. That's going to allow for Dodo to activate, but Mopos has kind of hung around, left his head exposed, has been taken off, but seemingly should be okay. Rolls has got 9 health right now, still no kit, and there should be no times. Dodo had a big round in the pistol, the T-side pistol of Nuke, and he'll contribute here on Ancients as well.
Yeah, speak about Impact, though, Alex has not only traded out Kraken on dualies, he's then walked forward and just completely deleted Faven, created all the space for Iberian Soul, and won the round single-handedly for them. Here we go again, because that flashbang from Ralls is exceptional. And then Alex just does this. Iberian Soul get the pistol. Are we going to enter into these 4 spies, or are 9 just going to concede an eco? Because I realise how much damage was done in that first half. I think this is the right decision, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I think so too. It does mean they won't have the AWP in that first gun round, but it means they will make sure they contest Iberian Soul trying to get the lead. Shouldn't be much of a contest here, fellas. It's just the USP, lads. Okay, there we go. Alex was so close to dying there as well. That was a costly round. And yeah, they lose a Galil in the process. Well, this is the round for 9. They've been in control throughout the entirety of the map. Lose this, and then exponentially it feels like things start to go in the opposite direction. Being neutral usage here from Mopos.
It's so fast to gain all this space. And they're just out mid because of it. They feel a lot more confident to try and take these fights early because you've got Mopos there. He's going to flash them through the donut smoke. No one is home, by the way. The only player here, Bob XD.
Oh, at range, he has got the M4A1S. Some support coming through from Moto's all.
I swear.
Oh, Moto on the glass cannon has actually been able to get a kill. And they haven't been able to get the frag on Bob XD either. So much damage is being done, but none of it fatal for Iberian Soul. 9. I mean, just cleaning up this execute right now.
That's... I really... It's one of those rounds again where I'm so baffled how Iberian Soul haven't won it, or at least got kills and made it look competitive. The fact that Moto is able to grab 2 there, that one molly from Bob XD, I thought they were just going to smoke it and go through it and just take the space. They respected the hell out of it, and that allowed the space in the room to put Moto on the angle. And also, it is worth mentioning, Navi G, top frag Nuke, bottom of the server on map 2.
Yeah, 15 rounds of Counter-Strike played. He's gotten 3 kills. What a massive contrast between the 2 maps. Look at the investment here for Brandon, for Iberian Soul, Brandon. They barely got anything to work with. Lose this, 9-7 becomes 10-7. Chasing the game massively at that point, right at the end. So there's going to be so much weighing on this round right now for the T side. Genuinely,
the reality is, going back to that Navi G conversation, is if he just starts getting a few kills here and there, Iberian Soul will win. But because he's
the difference maker,
not there, because it's essentially a 4v5, the fact it's essentially a 4v5 and it's a 1-round game is impressive in of itself. But he was the guy, he was that difference maker, as you say, on Nuke. He needs to step up now in a big way, otherwise we will see Inferno.
Yeah, looking increasingly likely, especially with this lack of an investment from Iberian Soul. I say lack of an investment. They've invested everything. Just doesn't look fantastic. Kraken, oh man, he is playing with fire right now, and he will be able to get out of dodge. Favorable trade in terms of damage there as well.
What's going on here with this rotate? What are they so worried about? I guess they want to retake mid. Navi G he's putting himself in a corner. He's about to be mollied and dealt with. If you see all this pressure being applied here by 9, you should be going B right now. Rolls rotates back. They know Navi G is in this corner.
Yeah, Bob XD is desperately trying to just force a fight. In the meantime, Iberian Soul trying to go into this B bomb site, and they've been shut down emphatically. Finally a kill back to Sassel, but he's all of a sudden the last man left remaining, and not for much longer either. Faven has really come alive here for 9. And it's actually a really solid performance across the board here for 9. Everybody between 10 and 14 frags. Kills very evenly distributed, as they're now 4 rounds away from taking us to Inferno.
Really important moment there is that as soon as Rolls recognizes, all right, we put a molly on the box, we've got mid control, the flash is coming from Donut, he immediately leaves, and that gives Faven the room on the bomb site to be able to be a little bit of a playmaker and be able to get info. Because Faven's playing so passive because he's solo B. Rolls comes over. That means that Faven can play in sight. It means he can jiggle in towards cave, jiggle in towards ramp, actually gain some valuable insight for his team. As soon as he recognizes their cave, then Modo can come over and rotate. He can also hold and get a double kill. Whereas if they just crept up on him, which Iberian Soul were planning to do, maybe they overwhelm and they just get the site for free. But because of that rotate from Rolls, it meant that Faven had the flexibility.
Yeah, worked out. I mean, Faven, like I was saying, I just feel like he's really stepped up in some of these key rounds here for 9 in the past couple. Had those really clean kills on the entry into the B bomb site in the first half, and important frags in the pistol as well. Despite the fact that it didn't work out for them. Anyway, not much to speak of here in this round for Iberian Soul. Very light investment, just a couple upgraded pistols.
Probably the round they win.
I mean, that would certainly go against the grain of expectation.
All good. All okay. Kraken gets 4. It's actually interesting. It feels like Kraken and Navi G have swapped roles because it was Kraken really struggling on Nuke. Everyone from Navi was struggling on Nuke, but Kraken in particular. And now he's coming alive a lot more. A nice little resurgence for 9. Of course,
and this
Iberian
is now
Soul.
Last Chance Saloon.
Yeah, they're not out of it yet, but if they lose this, you're basically calling it over.
Might as well be at that point, yeah. And still no AWP. Haven't had an AWP yet once here in the second half. And it's not even like they have AKs across the board either. A couple of Khalils to plug the gaps. I think Iberian Soul have only had 1 full AK round so far. Anyway, it is going to be a mid-take coming through from them. Navi G leads the charge, looking to try and improve his game here on Ancients. He's had a tough time so far, but the game is not over. It's not lost yet.
It looks like they want a group to take Red Room.
Oh,
And Modo, oh yeah, Modo's got to be careful. It's actually Alex, the in-game leader, to find that opening kill. Roll steps in the shadow. That's where he can actually get this trade. Mop has dealt with Kraken over at B.
Yeah, Kraken hoping that there might be a bit of a gap and he could backstab the mid players, but Iberian Soldiers covering all their bases right now. One thing getting mid control. What do you do with that control is the question. How do you get into a bomb site after that initial skirmish in middle? And then because they've gotten that kill on the aggressing Kraken, they're just going to slide into this B bomb site.
Yeah, makes sense. Rolls ahead of it, though. They will hear him running. So that is confirmed audio. And Rolls is now split off from the rest of his team. Faven tries to come through the smoke. It doesn't happen. Bob XD's been caught. And that really is just up to Rolls. 1v5. He knows that there are players lurking, but unfortunately, he gets put down by the opposing in-game leader. Alex is doing everything in his power to keep Iberian Soul in this map.
I actually have seen a Rolls 1v5 before.
Was it by Christmas time?
That's impossible for me to remember. I'll keep it honest. I have no idea. I can't even remember who it was against, but I just remember a Rolls 1v5. Must have been like 3 years ago, maybe. Anyway, doesn't really contribute anything to the conversation. Probably was in December. Yes, Brandon, you're right. I remember it was very warm in South Africa when he won that 1v5 clutch, which means it was summer here and winter in Europe. Anyway, Iberian Soul have done as was required of them by winning that previous gun round. That was non-negotiable. They get the job done. Now, they win the follow-up, they break the CT economy, and we have a leveled up scoreline. Fine margin.
Rolls now just spamming. This is a little bit dicey, a little bit touch and go. They've got mid control. But for how much longer? Modo's just fired off the AWP. Oh, Modo's in trouble. Modo's in danger. Or maybe it's his teammate Kraken. Modo's actually able to slide back after trading out Alex. Bob XD moves over towards Red Room. This is a mess.
Oh my. Feels like we got most of the server over towards the B-bomb site right now. Iberian Soul going to be sending 3 players through cave. You've got Faven in the corner and then Rolls on the cross. He's going to be taking first contact away from Faven, hoping that might enable his teammate who's now been isolated.
Oh, he's spammed. The awareness is unbelievable. Flashbang so good onto Rolls. He can't see a thing. He can't escape. He just runs into the wall. And now Moto and BobXD run away. A one-round game. And the money's now in a little bit of a dire straight situation for 9. But
Yeah,
what
exactly.
a spam. The awareness is unbelievable.
It's the best way to clear that corner. And because they've been able to smoke off short and they've got players coming up ramp as well, it's the best way to clear it out. You don't have to hard clear it. Like you say, just really good attention to detail. Because Favin could have just had a quick double kill there, right? And then maybe gets traded out afterwards. And we have a 2v2 on the retake, which is so much more doable. 10-9, the imminent scoreline. And now we look at 9 and we ask, are you going to spend your money here? Probably not. They're probably going to save around the Sorp and M4. And Iberian Soul, as they've done throughout the map, have just kept themselves in it, Brandon. They're prying that door open once again.
You also got to think about the context of this. You got to think about the fact that 9 were in the lead massively. Iberian Soul built back into that first half. It ended 7-5. Then 9 win the force buy. They're in good stead. Sorry, the first gun rounds. They're in good stead in. They start establishing some control. Iberian Soul battle back into it. Elimination is on the line here. If 9 aren't able to convert their map pick, they are gone. They are out. This series is over. Spoke about Davi G. Yes, Mopos, Alex, all stepping up. And Sasso. Still need Davi G. Still need him here.
He could tip the scales. That could be
That's
the
it.
extra little bit contribution from Iberian Soul.
Even 5% more, right?
9 have decided to spend all their money coming into this round. Now, had they full saved, I'm almost certain they would have had a full buy in the next. Perhaps I'm mistaken, but I'm almost certain. So this is a big gamble from them.
Oh, Davi G just gets owned.
Oh, yeah, there goes 80% of his health. Rolls to charge forward, and it's going to cost him his life. 1 for 1. Not bad for the T side, and Davi G on his low health never really stood much of a chance.
Oh, flashbang is exceptional again. Moto needs to move on to the angle and grab the kill when he does. This molly's not going to affect him either. Oh, it spreads right at the last second. No way. That's so brutal. And suddenly this has become and evolved into a 2 versus 2. And with Kragan trying to deploy the smoke grenade on the incendiary,
Oh,
that gives Sasso room to plant. But you're right, but Mopos is holding. Mopos is so aware that this could be a possibility.
I mean, there's so much time left on the clock. There's no reason for BobXD to extend any further. It becomes just a game of chicken at this point. Who's going to blink first? Oh my, Kragan just gets a little love tap through the smoke. That might motivate BobXD. It has indeed, and Mopos has the biggest brain in the server. Salsol's pulled off the bomb down, and he's going to be able to find the frag on the Rampage and Kragan as well. That is a disaster for 9. I mean, what can you even say about Mopos and his game sense there? Unless he heard a footstep in spawn.
He must have. He must have,
Right?
just because
You're never that
where he is
committed.
situated, because he's going to be worried about Heaven. He's going to be worried about behind him. He must have heard a splash. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, me too. Either way,
10-10.
and no money for 9.
Oh, no health for Modo. He's just been spammed out by Sasso. Go on, Davi G. This is your time to get some confidence kills, mate, with the Mac 10.
Yeah, they've taken the leash off Davi G. They go find that dog in you once again, mate. And unfortunately, he's just not really coming across any of them. You will hear one rotating back in his direction, and he hasn't even instantly got the kill. Don't do it, Kragan. Oh, I was going to say, don't land the 1B. Oh, man, finally, Davi G will get another kill. Listen, this is becoming a bit comical at this point. And he's doubled up in the round. BobXD again on a massive flank, this time not being expected.
What? Are you, what? What? Dodo, what? Okay.
Well, Brandon, for the first time here on the map, Iberian Soul have got a lead.
Comes in at the most crucial breakpoint as well. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think 9 might have 1 or 0 timeouts left as well. They haven't taken one, so I'm going to assume they don't have any.
And if they lose this round, map and series over. High and bye here in CCT Series 3 because they've been invited into the playoffs.
So much util being put forward. Oh. It's actually HE from 9 that does the most damage so far.
Okay, well, 9, everything weighs on this round right now. Iberian Soul have got heaps of cash. Money is no object for the rest of regulation. As for 9 losers...
Oh, what a flick. What? He saw the shadow. He saw the shadow and he just pre-fire flicked him. That is insane.
Reflexes. I mean, we only know he hits that because we see Stododo's health go down. He wouldn't know for sure that he actually connected, I don't think.
I love this position out of Iberian Soul, though. They're just going to continue to do what has worked best for them, which is this contact, slow B play, making it excruciatingly difficult. Oh, you smoked off Mopos? That's cool. He's ahead of it. You have no idea he's there. You don't know about these players in cave.
Oh, Orb's going to step into the angle. Favin ahead of the molly. He does do damage, but he's lost his life out. Motto's gotten one through the smoke, but can't do much about the spawn plant. It's going to have to be a numbers deficiency retake, and Sarsel has the info on Bob XD. And main Sarsel, why have you gone back? Just abandon him altogether. Try and join up with your teammates. Is this round even alive? Is it even doable for 9, or have they succumbed to the save?
No. Oh, Moto was holding for Alex. Moto was holding for Alex the whole time. He gets off the angle just for a sec, and this is a disaster. Maybe you lose everything. And it's one of these rounds in which, in the first half, this happened to Iberian Soul. 4 players stayed alive with so little health for 9.
That's true.
And now it's happened to Iberian Soul, but at a much crucial break point.
I mean, think about
10.
it. Iberian Soul have been chipping away at 9 the entire time. They've just been, hey, we're keeping this little bit of a fire alive. It's never really turning into a furnace. It's never burning out of control, but we're still in the contest. We're scrapping around here, around there. Okay, we're in the contest. Yes, we're behind. Okay, 9 or 10-8 up, but we're still in it. We still believe. Or 10-7 even at one point, right?
Yeah.
And then Iberian Soul, they win one round, they break the economy, and they've just strung a streak of 5 together. And now they have actually pulled all the way ahead. They've got 2 opportunities, 2 map and series points.
It reminds me so much of TNL.
Yeah, great comparison, actually. Almost a carbon copy. Bob XD has to watch this round from the sidelines and hope his teammates keep him alive in the series.
Oh,
because it's now a 5v4.
Good news for Iberian Souls. They now no longer have to worry about a flank in their spawn. Space has been taken in B main in the interim, but you know you've got rid of Bob XD, so that probably just changes your intentions in this round. Straight forward in towards A. Kragan needs support, needs help.
I'm really glad that they're just running this right now. They're not shift walking their way forward because Moto started rotating already, but Iberian Soul are ahead of it. Kragan should be traded, but he isn't. That's the difference maker. Kragan, the hero of the round with that double kill. It should be enough to seal the deal. He's going to drop a smoke to give himself some space, but Stododo actually gets the pick before the smoke blooms. Maybe a chance now. Alex, though, gets overrun, and it's going to be impossible for Stododo. 9 will live to fight for another round.
The position out of Kraken's brilliant because he tucks himself in the corner. He's not affected by the flashbang. I think the flashbang maybe have gone a little bit too shallow there for Iberian Soul, but Kraken needed a multi there, and he steps up. Final pause being called here. What's the game plan? What's the move for Alex?
Oh, good question. One shot, one opportunity to finish off the job here and book themselves a spot in the quarterfinals. Otherwise, we scrap the entirety of regulation and we run it back in overtime. Wipe that slate clean. And if 9 were able to win the previous, there's no reason they can't win this. They've got a far better set of weaponry to work with. Now is after Iberian Soul had an opening kill as well.
This is a really nice kill. Remember what you've been conditioning mid, and then slow B finishes. Alex thinks he can make this round live and die on A, even though they just weren't able to get forward into this. Moto is not here. Bob XD is.
And you got Kragan as well, but then no immediate rotators. There's not going to be any immediate response. Rawls looks like he wants to maybe start doubling back in that direction. And the exec is going to gain full traction. Stododo to flash Temple to force someone off the angle, spots Bob XD. Oh, but he's missed the shot. Okay, all 10 players still left alive as Execute starts to make its way forward again. Kraken will find the kill. He's forced to swing. I don't think he had to there. Rolls also wants to be the one to try and take control or reassume control, but he's gone down as well.
And now you know about Temple. You still know about Temple, but BXD is still here. Stododo can just keep posting. No threat in from Donut. Molo comes in deep from CT, flashes its teammates, and it's Bob XD that finds 2. That creates all the space for Favon, and now it has to be up to this in-game leader once more. He's even swapped to the AWP. He now sees Favon on the bomb, gets him off it, but Favon is able to make things happen over time.
What a recovery there from 9. What a round from Bob XD as well to get the multi. It was Kraken who gets the big double kill at 12-10, and it's Bob XD who does it here at 12-11. That tips the scales in his team's favor. That contributes massively in the retake, getting both those kills. And it becomes near impossible for Alex in the 1v3 when he's in A main. I mean, if he had connected on that one AWP shot, then 1v1, very doable at that point, but he doesn't land the shot. And we now run it back.
I thought they were going to keep really good tabs on Bob XD because I knew he was there from the initial. Can they force this third map? The thing is, they've got all the money now.
Does feel like 9 deserved overtime at the bare minimum. It's good to see that they also had some sort of resolve here on Ancient and they didn't completely collapse once they fell behind at 12-10, even with that force buy. Kept the belief, had the tenacity, because we've seen tenacity in heaps from Iberian Soul throughout this map so far. And it's good to see that when 9 were pushed into a similar sort of territory, they were able to fight back.
This is probably going to force an Inferno. Because Iberian Soul just puts so much into that to get it over the line anyway. Why is there so much typing going on? Can we just get into it? Like, what's going on?
I don't think they're exchanging pleasantries.
Oh, someone's gone for a wee-wee.
Little toilet break. Should just do the Cartman special. Did you ever watch that episode of South Park? The World of Warcraft episode?
No.
Make Love, Not Warcraft? Well, they were grinding Warcraft for days on end, so much so that they couldn't actually take any bathroom breaks, and Cartman would just have his mother bring him a little potty pan every time he needed the toilet.
Oh, God. Well, the thing is, we've got player webcams, so that's probably not appropriate.
Well, I mean, speak for yourself. Okay, 12-all. Here we go, overtime. Iberian Soul lead the series 1-0. 9 fighting tooth and nail to force us to Inferno. They've been able to push it into OT. Can they go all the way?
Even if they don't get Ancient, Inferno is such a good map for Iberian Soul, but considering how much they've battled here, I think they're going to want to do it in 2. And again, we just keep going back to this A-bomb site. Kraken alone again. And Davi is just going to take his lurk timing and push through this smoke. Kraken is going to be backstabbed here in a sec.
Well, this is the one thing they've been missing with their A-take so far, is some pressure coming through from Donut.
Timing.
Yeah. What's it going to be like? He's... Oh, the shadow. It's giving it away. Bob XD has no idea, and this could cost Kraken his life as well.
Oh,
how does WG play this? How does he connect the dots? He wants the lineup on Kraken as well, and he's going to find both those kills. WG, what a beautifully way to play that situation.
And we said we just needed a little bit more out of Davi, and he's just won the entire round. First round of overtime, 1,000,000% now, just going to Iberian Soul. What a play.
And I feel like most people in that position, especially if you're having a really tough game, they just take that kill on offer. You just frag Bob XD there.
He saw the bigger picture.
Yes.
I can take this kill, or I can just win the entire round. And what that does as well is that makes it so that Stododo can only focus on Temple, and he's just able to get that kill on Bob XD. And that was the Temple player that undid Iberian Soul in that previous round. Issue you've got now for Davi G is you can't do that play again.
Yeah, it's fine though. There's only 2 more rounds to be played on this T side. One individual play wins them the round. Like you say, paying attention to the bigger picture there, recognizing the opportunity that had presented itself, being patient in his approach, not overplaying his hand. Iberian Soul will take the lead here in overtime. That'll be a good boost for their confidence as well, considering the game kind of slipped through their fingers in regulation.
Thank God for shadows, eh?
Yeah, that's true. Wasn't there a time in CSGO where you would like turn shadows off or something, like it just wasn't even popular to have the setting turned on?
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway.
Oh. Flashbang's brilliant. Another flashbang. That's the bomb. Favon has dropped the C4, and he's hoping to find even more, but Sasso will trade. That's so important. And Mopos just keeps following through. So many kills being found. It's about getting that bomb over, though, and Kragan is having another impactful round. Davi G steps up to the plate, and now it's just Kragan. They know exactly where he is. And if you're Stododo, you can just go to A here.
Well, you can, but you have to go the entire way around spawn, and he's going to try and cross the traffic. Kragan has gone back into the B bomb site here. Stododo will successfully get across, and it's going to have to be a clutch out of Kragan. It's a tall order. He's already gotten a double kill in the round. Mopos probably would have thought his double was enough to win the round. Evidently not, but it's going to have to be a massive rotation from Kragan. He's going to have to take so much time to even start to have a chance at the retake. He's going to hoover up some utility and start to charge his way forward.
Davi G's played this so well because he just hears the audio. Oh,
Wait.
No, he didn't hear the audio. Oh, no. And now Kragan, he's got a chance here in this 1v1. He's got 40 HP. There's a smoke. There's a kit. The bomb, whilst it is planted for a main. Oh, the smoke's not landed on it, but he's missed the shot. Kragan, he's got off it. Oh, my God, it's so close. Oh, wait.
There's time.
No way.
He's done it.
What on earth is that? He missed the smoke on the bomb. Davi G should have heard the drop down.
I don't even know why
Kragan has
Davi G's
clutched.
moved.
I don't know. I have no idea why.
Oh my, what a clutch coming through from Kragan. I mean, if you just took a snapshot of him on the B bomb site as the bomb goes down, no one's ever expecting him to win the clutch from there, man. Also, Stododo and Davi G, they're so isolated in the way they're playing that post plant. They were together at one point, and then they completely separate themselves. Entirely unnecessary. Oh, go on, 9. Punish them emphatically. Make it 14-13. Really rub salt into the wound here.
Oh, they're going to, aren't they? Alex is about to be walked on the smoke here by Favon. That's been the worst played round from Iberian Soul. Nice shot, but he's still... Oh, actually, is it sort of expecting the walkthrough? It's a misleading dink. Alex starts to scamper. Starts to go through the motions of, well, actually, let me just smoke this off. 2v3. Is there any world Iberian Soul can win this?
I do like that they're still hanging around on the opposite side of the smoke, because most players would have just run back with the bomb towards T-spawn and maybe think about going to the A bomb site. All about the timing right now. Yeah. Oh, Sarsel would have been spotted there by Favon. Frag. Alex tries to trade, but he has to peek into 2. Rolls will get in on the act as well. And somehow, someway, 9 have gone into their second half of overtime with the lead.
Look, after this round from Davi G, and they put themselves into a 2 versus 1, and then Davi G, unfortunately, just completely misses the mark on what he's supposed to do in the situation. And also, 46 HP, he's missed every bullet, by the way. Stododo missed every bullet in that P250.
Wow. Yeah, and there was so much that went wrong there for Kragan as well. He should never have been able to win that clutch.
Never, ever.
So many points where it should have gone wrong for him. Time, audio cues, missed shots, missed utility.
Best bit about that is that Stododo didn't even need to fight him at that point.
I mean, Kragan was doing the cheeky thing where you hold the defuse while you're looking at the player so you can choose if he fully commits. It was tough for Stododo to know whether he was still holding it or not, because I don't think Kragan had shot right at the end there. Really draws Stododo the whole way out, but he had a million opportunities to get the kill before that. And now 9 have to win 2 rounds here on their CT side. And then they take us to Inferno. That's the equation. On their T side, of course. HUD just tripping me out there. Swap the HUD, please, production. Thank you.
Mopos and Cave needs to be this difference maker. Mopos was doing everything on this T side to give Iberian Soul a chance. Modo's just scoped in on the angle, but it's a missed opportunity. And Mopos will just smoke them off.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way that Monte sets himself up in the round on the front lines really early on there. Had his opportunity, like you say, to catch a player off guard on the jiggle, but he doesn't connect on the shot. Oh, okay, Bob XD playing with fire. Dodo doesn't even really come close. And
oh my gosh.
that's a blinder. That is a blinder of a shot.
Alright, let's go Inferno. Especially after shots like that, Bob XD is not missing the mark on A. Alex and Sasso have to piece together a 2 versus 5. And it just is not happening. I'll tell you that for free.
Yeah, they know where both these players are as well. Monte's gonna win. Hold on.
Wait, what?
It's a 2 versus 2. We've already seen Iberian Soul crumble in basically an unlosable round. Are 9 going to give one back here? The wallbang from Alex gets the kill. It's just Rolls left. Tarsel's going to round the corner. Rolls is just tucked in behind the pillar. Alex goes for the big white swing. He's got the kill. And what was reported as an unlosable 4v2 has just been won.
Sorry, what on earth has just happened there then? Kragan, the hero, has just gone down to 0. He burned alive one of his teammates.
Well, they've just given one back, Brandon.
That's a 2v5.
These guys are philanthropists. They've just donated a round. And Iberian Soul, I'm telling you, they just straight up lose the next round if 9 win that one. The game ends 16-13. Because they were basically checked out after the way they lost that round to Kragan.
Does this mean 9 check out? I'm not sure.
That is the question.
I can't imagine he'd be too happy with that. Sassol's found Kragan and he's got away.
I mean, even if Iberian Soul could just guarantee themselves a second set of overtime, I think they'll be content with that because they never would have expected to win this game in OT1 after losing that clutch to Kragan. WG. Problem is, the Cave player might foil this round here.
No.
Oh no. He fires off the shot, tries to get the kill. It's nothing going his way this game.
At least it's info.
True.
And also, he's made 9 waste so much time. Like, Bob XD's going to go through elbow. And he's like, right, well, where's this guy gone then? Has he done a me? No, he's gone back towards this A bomb site. He's playing it safe as Davi G, and he boosts up Sasso, who's on low HP. This is a good play here from Iberian Soul.
Iberian Soul are playing very passively. They've got very little control to speak of right now. Salsa's going to get that huge shadow advantage. He steps into Bob XD, but Bob will still come out on top somehow. He is just bossing this A bomb site, man. T side and CT side. Through the smoke, oh, nearly another WG. We'll get one back, and now we shift our focus in towards this B bomb site.
They're going to contact walk up here. They've got to clear Mopos. They have to be aware of this angle. You've also got the player in towards short. Moto is scoped on this angle. Smoke off. Flash forward. That means the K player can swing, and they've identified Mopos. That's a really big pickup here for 9. 3 versus 3. Bomb can go down.
They're quite comfortable. Alex is getting some time being afforded to him, though. 9 have delayed this bomb plant. They're going to go searching in towards longs. Dodo on the line will find that frag. That could create the space here for Alex, who's actually going to go the entire way around to ramp. There's no one on the side of 9 who's worried about this right now, and they don't have the resources to cover the space. It's going to be Alex who now activates. Rolls out in the open. First shots don't connect, but that doesn't matter. And now it's mission impossible for Monte, who will get found out by Stododo. Iberian Soul somehow, some way up to map and series points in OT1.
Really panicked me as well why 9 are just delaying the bomb plant the entire time after they kill Mopos. They waited like 5 seconds, and that actually means that Alex has got that time to walk the whole way. Yeah, they get a bomb plant, but look what they're working with. It's not the prettiest. You can drop the AWP over to Modo. 15-14, and what could have been for 9.
Should've
They're
been
going to be
15-13.
kicking themselves. They were going to be kicking themselves if they lose this game 2-0 now.
Off the back of that 5v2, it will be a calamity.
And amazingly, if the Dodo had just won that 1v1 against Kraken, if Davigi hadn't peaked red, it would be over.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Both teams have had their substantial mishaps here throughout the map so far, especially towards the dying stages. Okay, Salsal gets himself in the cubby. Molly going to be forcing him to use his smoke. He's a little bit delayed though. Will eventually drop that smoke, and now he's going to be looking for some support to come through from his teammates to bail him out.
I know he's there though, and that... Oh wow, he just uses the flashbang, but he can't escape in time.
Well, he could have gone out if he went donut to site. Instead, he decides to try and go up to red room. That cost him his life, and it's now man advantage for 9.
Favin's really low. Maybe that nade can do something. Instead, it's the Dodo that breaks open the smoke. Keep your eye on Mopos, because Mopos is searching, and he might secure this kill to make it a 3v3.
Well, it depends. It's all about the timing right now, because Favin doesn't really have any reason to move right now, and Stododo could get caught off by Bob's position. We haven't seen Stododo find much success from the back of the bomb site in the past few rounds, and Mopos has indeed found Favin on the opposite side of the map. Mopos still has this line under control. He'll retreat back into Temple, connects on the big flick, it's 12 steps remaining, and 9 have disintegrated before our very eyes.
Let it be locked in. Let it be known. With 30 seconds left, I don't think Rolls can do anything here. He knows about Stododo. He knows about Mopos. But Davigi and Donut, they can all just swing. Smoke goes into CT. As soon as he takes contact with one of these players, they're all going to go together. Here we go. It's confirmed. Iberian Soul defy expectations, and they make the quarterfinals in a 2-0 manner.
Oh, I mean, that's just a disaster of the highest order for 9 with the way they lose that 5v2 and then don't win another round back. That's flawed. Soul on the CT side after being down 13-14. They will win 16-14 and book themselves a spot in the quarters. Freddy, what is going on in your mind right now, mate?
I'm just thinking that was one of the most chaotic overtimes. Like, the lead up to overtime, it was like, yeah, whatever, okay, some nice shots or whatever. And then within the space of 3 rounds, we have a 1 versus 1 where someone just misses every single shot on someone defusing. And then, like, 30 seconds later, a 2 versus 5 won by that very player who missed all those shots because the enemy team mollowed themselves. Like, it just doesn't... It's a chaotic CT side, and I gotta feel bad for Davigi as well. You know, you guys were harping on about him quite a lot. I think with good reason, right? You are identifying his lack thereof of presence. It was actually very important that he didn't that he wasn't doing well, because the reason why 9 had such a good T side was because Davigi plays a very pivotal role in their mid play, and he was the first to die every single round in mid, it felt like. So it's not only was he not contributing, but he was actively leading to their failure. And therefore, I think when they moved to the T side, you could then see the difference of Iberian Soul. They didn't need to rely on his presence, and that was the main difference. But guys, what a crazy series, right?
Yeah.
Like, where's our head kind of after that one with Iberian Soul? Because we've been pounding them quite highly. Do we actually almost respect them more that they were able to come back into a game like that where they just start pulling rounds out of the wazoo at the end?
Yeah, I'll jump in here. What I will say is we saw their A game on Nuke looked phenomenal. Okay, all teams when they play their A game look really good. Hey, they still won with their B and their C game on Ancient.
Yeah.
For me, that's actually even more of an impressive hallmark of the team and the state that they're in. And even when they aren't playing their best Counter-Strike, they can still win, Brandon.
Yeah, I'll bolt onto this. Like, the fact that if this game was played at the start of the year, Iberian Soul would have lost that. There was no way. Even after that 1v2 that Kraken gets, that 2v5 never happens. The mentality there, the resilience never happens. Even in the stage of the game where they're 7-5 down and they win the pistol, and then they lose first gun rounds, and they're still in it, kind of, but they're not completely in it. Some of those players were just completely, I think, bottled it. And that's why I think we gave a lot of praise to Davigi, because he was so influential in that 1 round they got on that T side overtime. He literally wins that entire round for them.
Yeah.
The fact that you can do that on low kills but still have significant impact, it is massive. The fact that you can't lose your head. So I agree. I think it speaks volumes to where Iberian Soul is feeling right now and the mentality of the team. I'd love to see them go on and win this event. We've already said TNL will go on and do it, and I still think that's true. But I would love Iberian Soul to have a really deep run. I hope it doesn't end in the quarterfinals, because they deserve something strong to round out their season, and also give them really good validation of the proof of concept into what went right in CS2 in this calendar year.
Yeah, because it's very interesting. You were talking about kind of how the game was proceeding. It was 7-7 at one stage, but it felt so one-sided in favor of 9.
Yeah.
And it felt like we were having a repeat of the TNL Monte game, where like Monte were 9-9, and we was like, they won one gun round, I think, to get there. And that's kind of felt like what Iberian Soul was. And it was the resurgence at the end on those T sides, where those rounds that they won was nothing short of like miracle. They were 1 in 100 rounds where they hit really nice shots, they get a little bit lucky. And I completely agree, Brandon. I don't think that's something you see from a team that's not in a position that they're going upwards. And it's something, Hayes, your point about their C and B game, that conversation gets put quite a lot towards Vitality right now, because they're able to win with their C and B game, and it becomes very apparent sometimes. And that's why I think they're heralded so great, because they are inconsistent, but they're still so much better than everyone else on their C game. And Iberian Soul, they were on their C game, but then they still had those flourishes of magic. Issue is, guys, their next opponent most likely is Navi Jr.
Or Marius.
Yeah.
Let's not. Come on, behave.
Okay.
I mean, I did make the prediction on Nuke earlier that Marius won't win more than 5 rounds across the entire series. So yeah, I guess I kind of made my call there already.
They have got very good awareness, though. They've got very good vision around the map. So you never really know sometimes. But Navi Jr., you know, like, they're a team that would be playing at the major if it wasn't for them being an academy team. So you kind of gotta, like, you gotta understand that. Like, Marius a couple weeks ago were getting 2 rounds against Rush B. I'd be very surprised if they then are able to kind of, like, turn her over to Navi Jr. But guys, we've had our first 2 best of 3s of the day and of the playoffs wrapped up. Iberian Soul, TNL, they advanced through to the quarterfinals. Monte and 9, unfortunately, we say goodbye to them. So commiserations in CCT Series 3. We still have 2 more games on offer today. NIP versus CyberShoke, and that aforementioned Navi Jr. versus Marius. Do not go too far, guys. In about 40 minutes or so, the 3rd best of 3 of the day is going to get going. That's going to be all of it from us today. Thank you very much for watching, and these beautiful faces, peace out.
All right, welcome back to CCT Season 3, excuse me, Europe Series number 3. I am JRT, joined by Nexus and Over. How are you guys doing?
I'm golden.
I am doing just fine. I've been tanning at the cabin. You can't tell because I'm a pasty-ass Finnish man, but I have been tanning a little bit when I'm fishing. I'm back. I'm here with my boy, baby girl, Theo Overseard. How you doing?
Baby girl, man, what the hell? I'm almost as large as you are. But yeah, I'm here as well. I've been mostly home, just chilling, you know, playing a new video game that came out earlier this week and having some fun. But generally, good times ahead, isn't it?
Nice. Yeah, absolutely. We got some good matchups coming up. Let's check out the schedule to see how things went down so far. I don't believe we had any surprises, but once we get the schedule up on screen, we'll be able to break it down for you. The next level, winning over Monte, I think that makes sense. Next level have been the better team over the last few months. And then Iberian Soul 9 probably could have gone either way, but I think Iberian Soul winning that makes sense. And then we go on to our first matchup. Let's focus on that pretty quickly here. NIP up against CyberShoke. This is actually a rematch, right, of a match that happened in series number 2, right, Nexus?
Yeah, it is, and it was a interesting one because Theo and I were working the game before that, and we're thinking, yeah, I mean, NIP been looking good. We would have liked to see them. Instead, you got to see them as well, and you had your own thoughts apparently, but it didn't go the way you thought, nor the way NIP thought. So, a little bit of a grudge match for them here.
And I gotta say, all in all, like NIP with Wrinkle on top, it looks like it's back to old times, baby.
We'll have to see. I mean, I do think that NIP have certainly had an upwards progression, without a doubt. If you look at their ranking, it's gone into the top 25 now from what was, I believe, top 40 only a couple of months ago. So yeah, that's some good pickups. I think that team overall is looking good, but we'll get to that. Last matchup we're going to be seeing here today is Navi Jr. against Marius. Any thoughts on that, Nexus?
I don't know if I've ever seen a game more ready for 2-0.
I don't know. I'm not sure over. Like, personally, I feel like that one could be interesting for Marius. They used to be on his Delta, and I was also convinced that most of their matches were going to be 0-2s in the opposing team's favor, but they've had a bit of interesting matches as of late, haven't they?
I mean, I've had the perhaps unghastly pleasure of watching their few games recently, and I can't say I was very impressed or very happy to see them, because some of the mistakes that we'd seen were subpar to, you know, normal matchmaking matches. Really, it was questionable. They've also had a few forfeits. For some reason, you know, they keep scheduling games on the same day at the same time, so hopefully they'll be, you know, a bit more vigilant of that. But there is always a nice prospect potentially ahead for any team playing here, especially a young one like Marius.
For sure. I mean, we'll have to see. Obviously, they're going up against the reigning champs from series number 2, which are Navi Jr., and I think that one's going to be interesting at any, regardless of how we twist it. Anyway, let's get into this one. Let's talk about the NIP roster. I mean, these guys have obviously made some changes over the last few months. I mean, I think it's been 5 months now, but still, you know, Wrinkle was signed to an extended contract as of May 13th, and he's signed until 2028, so they love this guy, and they should, because he's been an incredible opper. Then you have Eros Dos and Jerks, who were added from the former Saw roster before that fell apart, so they picked up those pieces, which was good. And Shush from Heroic, then Snappy from Falcons. I think this is overall a pretty solid roster, Nexus.
I mean, I think it's another testament to how versatile some of these players can be, and just how the longevity of even players like Shush that we knew in Heroic, like that's kind of his heyday primes, almost you could say, plays a different sort of role. Here, he's just an absolute beast and just almost seemingly consistently carrying this roster. This goes to show how well some of these players can be utilized in different positions, and when you have someone like him who has had years of experience playing in these more supportive roles, he can blend in, assist anybody on this team. The composition overall is really nice, but I almost wish that we could still see more from the prospects that we have from the, you know, Portuguese side of things here in Jerks, but mostly just Eros Dos. I don't think that's been completely figured out as of yet, but then you also have on the other side Wrinkle and Zhush, who are bringing up all those big numbers that you could ever need. So it is a good composition, but something to me is still not clicked.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I kind of agree with you. I think Ujurx has had some good moments, but certainly for Arisdos, there needs to be more of a contribution. That said, I mean, when Wrinkle's putting up a 1.27 rating and Shush at 1.18, you can't really complain too much, I suppose. And the results have been good, right? But anyway, any other players you want to highlight here over?
I mean, I've already kind of said my piece about Wrinkle. I think always, looking at Arisdos and Ujurx for the last 4 years, they've been kind of steadily rising. And I think they really are becoming solid players in their own right. And then, in general, it's really Wrinkle and Sush that have to be kind of present on the server at all times.
All right, fair enough. All right, let's switch gears now and look at CyberShoke. And this is a team that always surprises me. Every time I have covered them, they've come out with some very interesting results. I mean, upsetting Navi, not Navi Junior, but NIP the previous time that I casted them. And then you have previously throughout this series 3 in the Swiss stage, they were very, very strong against Astrum, ending up in a reverse sweep in that scenario. Look, this is a team that has that, I want to say, upset potential, but also they're sitting near the top of tier 2 right now, Nexus.
Yeah, now here's actually, I'm going to turn the tables on you here for a second.
Sure.
Here, you said that they surprised you. How about this one? Naughty Neki not in the game and Chiron instead.
Yeah,
I was about to say.
No, I mean, that's a really good point. But the thing is, the last time Chiron played, he was subbing for Lovakis, and that was back on May 2nd, I believe it was. And they ended up winning that one 2-0 against Sashi, which was fairly clean. So I don't know, is that really a disadvantage?
I'd say no. I'd honestly say it's not a disadvantage at all. Chiron's been in great form in recent games. He'd had a few against in Roller Coaster, which seems to be a bit of a mix going on right now for the CIS scene. But overall, we've always talked about CyberShoke, how they need to have some more firepower. That, if it's not glowing, performing above and beyond what you'd usually see, everybody else tends to fall off a little bit too quickly.
Perhaps so. I mean, it depends. Like, it's match by match, I would say, for these guys, because sometimes there's matches where I see every single player popping off, and other ones, you're right, like it's just one player that comes out and does a good job, and outside of that, you're kind of looking for that supporting cast. Anyway, let's check out the map, Veto, and see where we're going to end up on. Any surprises here? I don't believe so. I mean, Nuke being picked by NIP is not only making sense for them because it's their best map, but also it's the worst map for CyberShoke, so that's very convenient for them, Nexus.
Yeah, it is. If there's ever going to be a constant here in this Veto, it is going to be that Nuke. Now, previously as well, in the series that these guys did play, you did see Nuke being picked, being won by NIP 13-8. Like, there's been okay scores for CyberShoke on it, and sometimes it's looked like, yeah, okay, they've got a bit more bite, and then the next game they just fall apart. There's nothing. It's really up and down for them, and it just goes to show, like, continuous problems on their on that side, and until proven otherwise, teams are just going to keep picking it against them. Like, it's getting to the point where that is their most played map, bar for Mirage, which we don't see here, so it's a little bit of a weak point that I don't think is by any means kept under wraps.
Any other thoughts on the rest of the Veto over?
Honestly, I'm happy we see Ancient at least. I think it's a strong point where CyberShoke can definitely win a map. On Dust, it comes down to the regular old showdown, you can say, at 12 o'clock, right? It's going to be basically a Mexican standoff. So really, it's a question of how well is CyberShoke prepared for this match and how warmed up their players are. I mean, we know that Wrinkle's going to perform, there's no doubt there, which means who's going to stop him?
Well, yeah, it's a good question. I mean, you talked about glowing already being a key factor, right? And you see him in the head-to-head, but there's a pretty big disparity between the ratings, right? You look at the last 3 months for these two players, the Wrinkle has been above and beyond the better player on this squad, in this matchup, I would say. Anyway, game is about to go live, guys, so I'm going to sign off, and you two take it away. Oh, never mind. We got juked by production, guys. There's a technical pause. So I'm still here.
I was about to be like, oh, let's do it, Nexus, the classic awkward entry from us two, but no, I guess we are not going to go into it. I don't know what's happening, but it might take a while longer to salvage this or what.
Look, I mean, we can keep talking about these two guys and like who needs to step up, because you guys have made it quite clear, I think you as well, over that someone needs to come up and support Glowing on a consistent basis. Who do you feel that is, or which two players do you feel need to do that?
Oh, I was waiting for that question. Honestly, Phenomen, and in my eyes, it has to be Blixie today. I think it's time to showcase what he's made of. It's against a strong opponent. I think Blixie, you know, he would definitely do well if he's able to get himself, let's say mentally as well, a little bit up to speed, right? You're going up against the best teams now in the tournament.
No, I agree with, honestly, that Blixie comment. It's surprising to see his stats when you look at them. You're like, oh, is he the... No, he's not the IGL. I mean, that goes to Glowing, and he's the one who's at the top of the scoreboard. So it's a bit of a role reversal. I mean, there's always those instances where you're going to have a player who's going to be at the bottom because other players taking care of business. But either way, that's enough of that conversation. We are going to be headed in, guys. Take it away.
This time, it's no lie. Let's get it.
Here we go. Honestly, Nexus, I also want to mention, this is going to be a great Nuke map. I'm happy that we start on a map like this because NIP are home here, but it seems like it's not going to be great for NIP. Wait a second, what the hell just happened?
Oh my god.
It's done.
Welcome to the pistol and goodbye, NIP.
Do you guys want to hear a funny stat about Blixie, by the way, just as we were mentioning him, and kind of the reason why I wanted to bring him up a little bit, because he's either having a 1.3, 1.4 rating performances on maps, or it's 07, 06, 05. You know, there's such a big inconsistency to him that really, when he's playing well, you know you're going to do well.
Yeah, that's something that can, to a degree, also be placed on Phenomen in that situation as well. Like, is the inconsistency factor of that whole sentence, or the sentiment of it, is it...
Yeah.
When he is on his game, it looks so nasty. Like, the flicks he's hitting, god damn. But then when he's not, it just looks kind of stale. Like, he's in good positions, but he's just not hitting those shots. It feels lackluster.
Oh, Glowing is in trouble.
We did not mention as lackluster or almost ever performing poorly was Glowing. Here, against the pistols, he's only good for one. And that's going to be an M4 suddenly that NIP can try to get their hands on if they so choose. Ujerks, however, with that Mac 10, is taking control of double doors. Nobody's going for that M4 just yet. And they're just making this a tight choke point for CyberShoke to get through.
Tough retake.
Flash goes out. In they go. Send out the first. Tech 9 at the door. Out of snow. Still looks to detain. Looks to hold him away at bay, but not able to do so. One remains at the Tech 9 of Wrinkle, also dealt with. For the retake, the only price is one Blixie.
Affordable. And on a good deal. CyberShoke 2-0, great start, good hold. I gotta say, when I saw Glowing die on site, I was a bit worried, especially given the fact that the rifle could be used against them afterwards, but it seems like keep your faith in CyberShoke's retakes to live on. NIP, this is gonna hurt. They do get the bomb down, but again, they're gonna force up. We're gonna see Galils, we're gonna see a Mac 10 on Sush, I believe. And we did say Sush is another part of NIP's structure that kind of has to showcase, and at least not showcase, but rather perform when needed. And hopefully today is the day likewise. Another ramp take. This is very consistent. NIP are really trying to break the egg there.
This is quite the situation for NIP, having gone fully out for this one, but seems like there might be a little bit of money been made. Chiron gets taken down with the Mac 10, leads them toward the B site already, and Blixie opens the door, doesn't really have a fair fight in this situation, just the damage. Now, last round was a 4v4 retake, now 4v5. How do you do this? NIP already have better positions and the same setup, but more manpower on this. I don't think the Usilian, I don't think CyberShoke go for it. Yeah, that's Lovicus as well. Up from vents. His exit, a clear sign of forfeiting the round. That's NIP on the board, baby.
As soon as Chiron died, I was almost ready to call a save at that moment. CyberShoke, they certainly had no position beforehand, and certainly they don't do now. So yeah, first round for NIP, good job. Good start. It's recognition on the part of Snappy to make the call. Let's go ramp again. It's going to be a tough one. Yes, we got Galils. Yes, it's not insta headshots, sure. But hey, we got Chiron. We catch him in the back. He's not even able to do much. And afterwards, just keep it calm. 1-2. We go for round 2 here. It's a rebuy with 4 M4s on CyberShoke. 2 kits, a little bit of util, perhaps some counter aggression in ramp. Double into secret. I like it. They'll fight for that red position.
And we start to see that default spread of Nuke. Outside starts to get explored, but I like the preemptive play from CyberShoke here. Already a Madden secret. Chiron's going to join Blixie there.
Yeah.
Unless something goes horribly wrong, Utrix is dead in this situation. Leaving outside very much vacated. Nothing there, and CyberShoke getting the information if they so choose. Forcing NIP away from that part of the map. They were still getting 50 seconds on the clock, yes, but the utility to make any sort of a secondary play outside, that's what the problem really is here. And you can see good rotation there as well. Chiron supports just a little bit more smoke. Not perfect, but it'll do the job. As time starts to dwindle down. I'm still looking at 2 players on CyberShoke toward the B side. There is a gap in the defense. There's only Venom and Lovicus up on A at the moment.
Here comes the attempt. It's going to be a push towards the A side. Lovicus behind. Hut behind those. Oh.
Now the vents.
What?
Oh.
Does get oh, wait a minute. What? Phenomenon? How does he get caught? Chiron does reply, but the damage didn't already dished out. This is going to be a problem. They haven't gone back towards A, and NIP have lost control. And not just that, they've run out of time as Wrinkle dies after. Oh, boy. That was chaotic and a bit confusing, honestly. This first engagement... Oh, this was the round previous, never mind. Here we go. This first fight with Lovicus, I mean... Why does the player go down vents if the rest of the team does not follow? That gets me a bit by surprise, honestly.
Yeah, that is an interesting situation. Like, miscommunication or just a lack of wanting to admit there. It doesn't matter what it is, but it has led NIP to lose control of the round. Because there was no time to dilly-dally or just wait around there. You had to commit to it. Either everybody goes or nobody does. And Wrinkle with the bomb takes that fight. Gets a little bit confused. Where do I go? One's yelling, come down B. One's yelling, stay on A. There's a lot that goes wrong there for NIP. And
the other is just yelling.
Yeah, a massive third round being picked up here. Of course, we talk about this map as well being a punish pick where this, I think, is the 30th time CyberShoke have now played this. I could be wrong, but it's very much up there. Yeah, 30th time they've played it. They barely have wins on this map. Sometimes it's good, sometimes not so good. So having the strong start, that is the least you could ask for. But it doesn't really get them out of the hot water they're in just yet. Because NIP still have a buy in this one. Economy's on the line of the early game. Anybody can still take this. But in terms of preparing CyberShoke for some sort of a surprise...
Oh...
They've done well.
I've just noticed Phenomenon has a clothes hanger for his camera stand. Respect, brother. That's the pure Slavic roots right there. Love it. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh,
you guys have the same ones, probably. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how I don't know how uniform clothes hangers are, but I'd assume they're pretty.
I don't think anybody's made any massive inventions on those in the last, what, half a century.
200 years? Yeah, I don't know. In any case, round 5, it's 3-1. NIP are not laughing, unfortunately, as they've lost a little bit too much. Question is, do they work with this force buy to a win or not? Because we're looking at a pretty solid start. Like you said, CyberShoke, they play Nuke. They might have low win rates on it, yeah, sure, but take a look at when those losses were accumulated and then make a bit of a calculation as to, how far they've come. Venom, free kill, what? And how in the world does he get that through the smoke? I know not, but it seems to go through, and all of a sudden, it's a 5v4 already.
Oh, that is a nasty opening. And here as well, Kyron gets more support on ramp.
No reaction, what the hell? NIP?
They were counting on the man on top of many. I think that's snappy with his Mac 10 to see or do something to start things off here, but couldn't spot the glowing. He hit into the smokes as his teammate took the L. And NIP, very much a slow build-up to the round.
Burning that clock, brother. I mean, they're taking too long. Kyron sneaks a peek and gets himself a free kill.
Manpower starting to diminish on the side of NIP now.
And again, look at the position. Kyron, he's just going to wiggle left and right here. He's going to get another free kill for sure.
There's so many angles to clear, it's almost impossible to find him immediately. That is a nasty shot, but that's not the name of Kyron on the kill feed.
Shadow.
So they know he's still here, somewhere, waiting. He'll get his chance, but that's one. Now he's on the shush to clutch things up here. Where's the bomb? It's on top, it doesn't fall down, that's a problem. Now we can't really plant it in safely either, because they're already here, swarming all around him. He'll get another opportunity. The round is CyberShoke. And no money, nothing extra for NIP, instead bankrupt.
What was this round? Aros Dos, I love to see those shots though. It's unfortunate that not much can be made afterwards, as they just don't check Kyron deep enough, they don't check him soon enough, and instead of a 2 versus 3, it's a 1 versus 3, and that's going to be a 4 versus 1. Ladies and gents, NIP is starting to drop the ball. Their map pick, their loss, and right now in eco. So, T-side Nuke, we always talk about it. It's been said a million times, it'll be said a million times more. 4 to 5 rounds T-side acceptable. 6 is the new norm, let's say, just to make it kind of easy, but it's become far more balanced since having CSGO implemented the new version of it. So, bit of a hit and miss in my eyes. Should have been more CT-sided.
That's something that we've kind of mentioned once or twice as well. Is we kind of do miss those one-sided maps.
Because it makes
Old
it
Nuke,
so much
old
more fun.
Train, they were funny.
I mean, even Inferno's turning the tide, which is the craziest thing of it all.
Oh god, I don't want to think about that.
It's horrible.
Yeah, like one-sided maps, that's funny. Like 11-4 in old Go, that was fun.
It's not about, and I know you're talking about the fun factor a bit ironically, but the point is, it's also about the fact that it was that much more difficult to play, but it also gave you for better rounds. It gave you better gameplay. It forced everybody to be better at their job, technically speaking.
Yeah, hold on,
so,
we've got
they
cooking
got the
here
bomb
in NIP.
down.
They got a bomb.
Yeah, but
All are low, but they've got the bomb down.
But, big butts here. They're about to be butted out of this one.
Oh.
Wrinkle could get a free kill, misses a few. A third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Yeah, he's missing all those shots. It's going to be 5-1.
The whole magazine sprayed onto the wall and Lovicus just M4s to the face.
And if 5-0 is the police, 5-1's the ambulance, so somebody better call it, because there's some bleed damage coming through here. NIP is starting to lose a bit of control. Let's hope they get it back. This is the next, I guess, the next opportunity, the real next showcase.
Talking about bleed damage, I do sure hope that everybody's at least getting paid in this case. But let's see, because NIP, they got that bomb plant, that was that extra money, they did get paid for it. For their troubles with pistols and toward the B side. So that's already something that we do gotta note, is the fact they have been headed toward the B side quite a bit. And even in that one round, which felt like they should have had it, if, time had come into play, and if that miscommunication, whatever, yada yada happened, that could have been as well a B play with the bomb down to there. They do seem to like it a fair bit, because they've really got decent post-plant ideas on it, but First, you gotta make your way there. First, you gotta cross outside safely. That's Udrix, again, dead. Arosdo's next. Both Portuguese are gone.
Seems like the Empire is burning yet again, and NIP unfortunately in short order to follow here. CyberShoke, I mean, I can't lie, this is a great setup they're running. They've got that spot on Heaven, they've got the CT player then kind of giving you grief, that's glowing, consistently taking control of either Garage or just kind of sticking around, and he does get caught in main actually, hold up. Switch up with Chiron in CT, excuse me, but regardless, same idea. CyberShoke, now they know there has to be somebody embedded deep close, and yeah, Chiron is ready. He gets a free kill, unless Snappy's gonna pop on. Yeah. Snappy, good reaction, recognition, and Wrinkle gets Blixie. We're seeing potential of a round here.
By defense, also gone. Snappy has decided to have his round.
Hey!
Someone we didn't talk about having, you know, fragging power, but historically he has had the X Factor. He has his moments, he has these dominating games every now and then, so we know he has that dog in him. And with that, a second round for NIP. Not bad.
Not bad at all. Respect to how basically Snappy played this as his own, like with with just determination, runs towards heaven, hell, and doesn't care. Well done. I mean, that was a one-man army job. A 5v3 that otherwise would have been possibly lost, or a 3v5 rather, and a fast A. I love the call here. Snappy trying to play on that momentum, but it doesn't work too well. It doesn't work at all. Blixie's found two already. Lovicus with a P250 of all weapons possible to shame you into dying here. Snappy and Syush, it's a 2v4. And yeah, the snap spots. Oh, the push to the smoke, it's mad! What? Chiron gets caught as well. What's happening? Phenomen in the back with a USB and the AWP. Phenomen, what is this round? I'd love to see JRT break that one down. That was a lot of cooking right there.
That was NIP saying, enough with the slow rounds, let's just go ahead and face them straight on, only to get the door slammed in their face.
Why did they not push together then, right? I mean...
Well, that's reliant on one fact, that it's Blixie not fighting two there to immediately deny your entry pack. Because the follow-up is going to be there eventually. Yeah, that's number 3, but then you have on site another one ready as well. The entry, the utility support, whatever it was for NIP, just not good enough because Blixie gets both those kills free.
He does, he really does.
I don't know if I even saw any sort of flashbang to hinder his movement there. He just looked down and he went at it.
That's why we throw Molotovs. That's why you have to molly that hut spot. Or you suffer the consequences. And unfortunately for NIP, the consequences are quite dire. I mean, look, again, they buy, sure, 2 AKs, 2 Galils, and a Mac-10, but they're running out of both utility and, effectively, options. I mean, oh, I can't believe Blixie found a way to survive on top of that molly, that pixel angle. Crazy. Doesn't know about the player out squeaky, but they've got the info now. Tharos also finds one. Blixie holding. Does he? No. Huge refrags. Make sure that the advantage in the hands of NIP. I think they save. If you're CyberShoke, you save here. You have nothing to work with.
That's crazy. This as well. Oh, might only confirm it, but maybe tempts them in instead. Chiron, and now they're thinking about it. Where's he going to be coming in from? Up the vent. The timing is positive for Udrix, his second kill in the game. And hunting for the next one. Glowing is still around it, but the round is itself to NIP's favor. You know, if it doesn't work once, double down on it, sure. If that doesn't work, go at it 3 times and then keep bashing your head against the wall until it eventually works. But here, thankfully, NIP, it only takes them 2 tries to get that A-rush working. And in that situation, the difference maker is the CyberShoke CT setup there. You don't have a quick crossfire, you have 2 players isolated. The first one gets domed instantaneously as well. And NIP allowed in toward the A side. And now look at that. The money on CyberShoke, it's kind of ruined.
That's how it looks when, you know, Blixie's not allowed, or rather Chiron, to take a fight that's fair or unfair. Effectively, he was basically forced in that position at Hut. He could have stayed on top, but couldn't really fight his way out at the end. Ujerks gets shot though. NIP, they might have gotten around. They shouldn't forget there's still some money left over. Phenomen on the op is a dangerous element, especially if he's hitting his shots. We've mentioned how him and Blixie have to be on board today, have to showcase why they're in this team. Glowing certainly going to need them. Oh. Madness. Ujerks, unlucky. Against a 5-7 of all. And a free kill for Phenomen. Nobody checks Chiron. What? And Wrinkle, he's quick. He tries, but he's already lost the round. He just doesn't know it yet. And that's round for CyberShoke. Back to back. It's trades off, and it works perfectly here for the CTs.
Yeah, I don't know how we actually get here, but here we are. So, round coming through. That is going to be CyberShoke. Not to give up this first half that easily. They've at least now confirmed the advantage when it comes to the halftime flip. But still wanting these last few, and that goes to both teams.
I'm genuinely happy we didn't do predictions, because I would have said that NIP take this probably, and possibly a 2-0. Doesn't look like the occasion though, and given that we're going on Ancient next, NIP could be in quite a troublesome spot. And aye. Such a slow round though. Quite a contrast between the first few and in between. Easy.
And we did talk about Phenomen as just a factor to consider. However, there's something for the NIP side as well here to be happy about, finally. Well, because suddenly the only man to defend the ace side he's about to be wrapped upon as well has to find the right timing. I'm not sure if they've heard of Snappy or not. At this point, I don't think it matters. It's too much. NIP, they just divert. It's the Portuguese duo that find themselves entries toward the A. So access they needed to get towards A in the first place, and then everybody melts away on CyberShoke.
And that's one of the beauties of Snappy. He's got great mid-round calls, recognition that, you know, positional advantage can be gained in certain moments. And if you do it right, you're basically cementing the round, and that's exactly what happened. CyberShoke, they couldn't have even thought of the idea that this would run back towards A. NIP, fourth one is guaranteed, a fifth one would be a nice one, a 7-5 is an acceptable first half. Swoosh out, Squeaky, a second, no, denied, Blixie 5-7s him. It's 10 kills on Blixie already. He's doing a great job at kind of giving hope to us, the casters, and of course JRT, but Wrinkle finds another, and I think it's done. They're all coming through ramp. You're not fighting against an AK. With MP9s and a single M4. You're dying, that's what I meant, you know. Not that you're not gonna try to fight, but you're gonna die.
Alright! That is a wonderfully held post plan there as well for NIP. Hey, 7-5 at the end of it.
Solid.
Pretty good.
Yeah, we said, right? We said 5-4 would be a good start. 5 is that kind of golden number. 6 would be perfect. Let's hope they have a plan for the pistol, though. I've seen NIP's pistols before on CT. They can be kind of crazy. We have Suged off the like, pulling some crazy stunts. Let's see if he does it again.
Let's see. Now, one thing you kind of mentioned here as well is that CyberShoke, they play this map. The
Yes.
more correct way of phrasing that is CyberShoke is forced to play this map.
Yeah.
And in that sort of situation, if they're being forced to play this map, pretty much every time they play a series, unless a team permabans this, a T side has almost always been an issue.
Yes.
Like, just looking at the last month as well to, you know, get a couple of those results out of the way, it doesn't change the statistics at all. They've got sub 40%, like 39.8, which sure you'll round up to 40% T-side win rates alone. That's not great. But just a silver lining to give them that sort of benefit of the doubt. The last 2 games they played have both been wins. Against Sashi, against Zero Tenacity, 13-5, 13-10. That's not a bad result. Like, those are respectable wins. So, there is hope. And then you have a stand-in. So, you kind of got to be a little bit scared of what could happen here.
I think you just let Chiron roam free. I don't think
Yeah.
you look towards your structure too much and you just say, okay, let's play defaults, let's support our peaks, let's make sure we have contingencies in case we lose players immediately, and that's about it. You can't really complicate matters. As we have the pistol complicated as it is, going towards B, it's going to be U-Jerks that gets headshotted. Sush is going to push down already immediately. Snappy's trying to delay them in hell, but they don't stop for him. It's going to be U-Jerks instead, and Sush finds 1, finds 2. Sush, we said he needs to deliver. He does. 2 is enough to give them the advantage. Onside the dually. Saras Dosse taking a fight a bit too straight on. Doesn't wait for his teammates. Dies in intentionally as Wrinkle. Oh, Snappy. I meant the aim, not the player, unfortunately, as Wrinkle snaps onto the headshots. That's going to be 6-7. Well done.
Yeah, the player, Snappy himself, didn't really get to do much there. Wrinkle has all of that. Yeah, he's got that. It spins around, finds the round. And now we've got ourselves a wonderful situation for NIP, right? They've, of course, started off not so great. 7-3, that was the result. They found the last 2. They found the pistol.
You know what
they should be finding this one. That's where momentum can start to be built here.
Yeah, and you know chat is going to be mad
About
the fact that CyberShoke are not looking good here. That always happens somehow, every time. With CyberShoke, I mean. They get a good first half going, and then they just kind of stray off on the second half. You said it yourself, T-side, you know, it's been missing. We've known it, we've seen it. The results speak for themselves. They've been losing Nuke consistently. And perhaps 7
we'll
just
see.
wasn't enough.
We'll see. I say it's trouble, but I'm giving them some of the benefit of last few games have at least been positive for them, but today's going to be different. Sashi, Zero Tenacity, and then NIP. All of them, at one point, real damn good in form. NIP currently trying to find that form in more recent news, and then or trying to maintain it and get even better. But the other 2 may not be in the best shape of their lives at the moment. Well, then, of course, you can compare the 2 of them to this. It's a bit different. Here, CyberShoke, though, they've managed to maintain or get themselves 1 player into the secret stairs. That's going to be Lobicus, and Snappy is forced to rotate as a reaction to this as well. No Molotov, and that smoke being deployed. Looking at the time of the clock as well, that's going to make things a little bit awkward in case CyberShoke do want to try to play this time a little bit. But instead, towards ramp they go, with a 3-man blender waiting for them. And one in which they will not be getting out of.
They tried an A split through ramp. That is madness. Like,
Trying to go crazy.
I'm not really seeing why you wouldn't put those 2 players that are outside into secret and deploy them on B if you're going B. Like, clear out halls, you know, if you're pushing ramp, you're looking to just make it a swift crossing instead of a firefight. And here, CyberShoke, I have mixed feelings for the decision they just took, and, well, they'll have mixed money now for it, as we got Tech 9s, we got a pistol, and a single Galil on Chiron. Let's see how it works against the relatively decent buyout of NIP. Wrinkles on 16, by the way. He's really stepped up in the second half.
He's been kicking ass. Not easy to stop. That was one thing we did mention, is who's going to stop him. Currently, Glowing's not really up there in terms of those numbers. Doesn't seem like that'll change now. However, Chiron's popped off with 2 of his own. This has made the round suddenly more than doable. There's one. Utility goes out, trying to spray him with a bit more damage as well. And now Chiron has to take his duel. Spotted the first one. But from range, an MP9 will steal this round.
It's a close one, and they don't retrieve the op, so a lot of damage dealt. NIP will have to take that loss front face, but CyberShoke, it's not enough. It's simply not enough. I mean, rebuy, yes, available. Tactical timeout to talk it through. Okay, Lovicus, what does he... I mean, surely he's not considering the op, given that he'll have no Kevlar. That would be absolutely out of this world crazy, but... What do you do if you're CyberShoke? You've just tried a wacky A split earlier. Now you've tried something towards A again. It didn't really work. Maybe slow down, you know, take a moment. Try and see if you can find some positional advantages. First and foremost, definitely get rid of Wrinkle, or at least recognize where he is and avoid him, because you're going to be feeding the beast.
Slowly losing traction in the game here for CyberShoke. They've got guns out yet again.
Yeah.
That's the time to make a change, to get something done. Snappy immediately here. Utility as well is so fast and so quickly down that he is absolutely going to be prepared for this play get headed his way. But
they need to shoot the smoke.
T-side is
they
going
need to
be
check
ready.
the smoke.
They will have to.
Smoke.
They don't. That's one. Only the one. A gap that Aras Dose had left open as well. We saw earlier, was watching for it. And now instead it's you jerks. Up above, he's found one in Glowing. Mini player yet again down. Well, Snappy's been lost, yes. Advantage maintained.
I'm just surprised that they let Snappy die like that. If the call was intentional, then sure, but it's quite a sacrifice for 2 players. I mean, they had a positional advantage that could possibly give them 3-4 kills there. In any case, CyberShoke, they have enough to potentially retaliate. I mean, 45 seconds, a little bit of time still left to waste. Spots, though. Phenomen. Not only spotted, dying also and losing his teammates. That's number 10. NIP have had enough.
Yeah, that's a big one. That is a real big one to find it there. And here as well, for Aras Dose, doesn't even need to take this duel. I mean, he can just run away. The round is already won.
Smart man, eating that nade frontally, though still dying.
Yeah, a bit of a detriment to his own health. Does it matter? No. This round safely secured by one NIP, and even collecting the final piece of it. Yep, that is a rough one now. Officially so confirmed. It's 7 in a row total for NIP here. Yet to lose a single round on this second half. And CyberShoke, T-side, troubles, something about that somebody I'm sure has already mentioned. So, now it's looking real bad.
At this point, it's shaping up to be quite a one-sided affair again. CyberShoke, again towards A. The structure doesn't seem to have any sort of utility to this round, so we're just going to see a straight A rush. Timing is beautiful, and round is done, effectively. I mean, unless there's going to be a magical wand with that Galil happening, or the Deagles, which is always a possibility, I guess. This is not going to work. Ujerx is ready to take this fight. AK lives for that angle. At this point, I mean, we don't even need to fight.
Yeah, like we haven't... Oh my god, haven't even seen Aras Dose. There you go, somebody spots him. Haven't had a lot of hope in these last few rounds for CyberShoke, and yeah, it's not gonna be getting any easier this time either. Way too easy.
Yes, sir. It's done.
The punish
I think it's
is
done.
finally started to show here as to why NIP picked this map. It just took them a while to wake up. But while to wake up, Glowing, what's happening? He hasn't had a kill in, I think, like 6 or 7 rounds.
Yeah, it's been a while, and it's not just him, it's everybody kind of lacking on those numbers. Blixie and Phenomen, they had a good first half. We've seen good moments, they've held their own, but it seems like T-side just isn't yet up to date. And I might be
4 rounds.
I might be a bit of a
Glowing is
Green
not.
Reaper right now, but look at the ferocity of NIP's attack here. They just don't care. They push into lobby. They know what they're playing against. They've got the upper hand. They've got the, let's say, the high ground, if you will, if you want to call it a simple advantage. And CyberShoke just can't contend.
Yeah, this is as well what we saw from NIP in the first half as well. When they got comfortable, they went for that A push. Didn't work the first time. They tried it again. Now they've worked out immediately because they've got that information. Sure, CyberShoke have gotten themselves outside, but Wrinkle still defended it after the first one. There's more damage that's been dealt, and now they control lobby, mostly. Information about outside and what plan CyberShoke might have if they go towards A. Utrex is here. Shoes is ready to spin around as well to assist.
Oh, he's
Now
been
we've
spotted.
seen Phenomen's been taken down, and it's all very quickly coming down. And the ninjas have infiltrated round 12. Map point coming right up here.
Chiron, last man standing. It's a bit of a king of the castle kind of scenario, and well, this castle is crumbling. The trebuchet is firing, and NIP is looking to take Nuke for their own. Another map to add to the tally, and CyberShoke, Ancient better be well prepared for them, man. I hope they're warmed up. I hope they are ready. They'd already played a game earlier today, didn't they? I believe. I have to double check. But
Yeah, you're right.
they did.
All the way
right?
in in the morning, 11 a.m. their time. So
Yeah.
that one 0-2, lost against Backclick. Apogee did not go all too well for them. Did have a double overtime in the second map, but still ended up losing it to 2-0. So they've got that fresh in their minds, and now NIP, they've got map point. 5 chances to close things out, and I mean, with the fact they've yet to lose a round here in the second half, are we going to start downing them now?
No, I don't think so. This is the NIP that we know. This is the NIP we expected. I think JRT said it himself as well. It's a team that's finally built to compete at perhaps higher levels for a change since the last, 4 years since we've seen NIP at the very top. And I'm not saying they're there yet, but certainly that's what they're trying. Like everybody else, they haven't been super successful lately, but this could be a journey to the new pastures. CyberShoke, I mean, they're pasturing on off this map. There's no chance. Good refrag.
The hard clear on Snappy, though, is still quite something there.
How afraid they are. They redeploy the last smoke they have just to get to secret. That tells you enough, doesn't it?
I think so.
The last smoke, they... instead of jumping through, taking a chance, they still have to walk all the way to site. And then deal with sight.
They should have heard the reload at least.
Possibly. Yeah, spotted.
Yeah.
Nice bait. And Chiron's expected. He has to activate soon. His teammates are entering the site. There's the engagement. Chiron's still waiting for quick rotations. He's patient. He gets spotted, but for his patience, he is allowed a kill. Is it enough? That's the question on everybody's mind right now. Chiron is speeding his way through short, and he's trying to get into position, but he's losing his duels, he's losing his players. It's a 1v1, Chiron versus Huge. And unfortunately, Chiron will lose. That's going to be NIP, 13 on the board. Not a single one dropped on CT side as we get ready for Ancient, but beforehand, JRT to take it away and break down Nuke.
All right, thanks, Over. Yeah, I mean, look, that was interesting at the beginning. Let's say that. Give CyberShoke the credit where it's due. I think that they were pretty solid on pistols in particular. They got that 5-1 lead where we started asking ourselves, okay, maybe there's something materializing here, right? Maybe there's something that CyberShoke can do. And then there was that wrestle back and forth. I would say starting at round number 7, right, where each team's just trading blows round after round after round. You know, round number 7, it's snappy. It actually looked like CyberShoke were going to get that round. I think it was 5v3 in their favor. Then Snappy brings it back through, just methodically working his way in the outer yard, right? Like just moving around, even when it felt like Chiron had a sure thing of a frag waiting around that corner. No, Snappy's wait. He actually went and hard swung that corner and got the frag instantly. Like that was just beautiful stuff from him. And that's when you start to that doubt in your mind, like, oh, wait a second, you know, CyberShoke, they're good. I mean, they can come out with some surprising rounds, but that one ends up going the opposite direction. And after that point, it's just back and forth. As I was mentioning, that wrestling for control from both sides. And I think we're going to see maybe some highlights coming through, guys. I'm not sure. All right, there we go. Yeah, but I mean, already broke down those opening rounds, but you're going to see it again as we go through here. CyberShoke building up that lead and getting to that 5-1 point. And it wasn't necessarily easy. I should mention that as well, now that we have a chance to go back to it. I mean, I think it was round number 5 where there was a really ridiculous entry from Aerosdosh going into that B site, right? That tap headshot onto Phenom. You're like, whoa, hold on a second. You know, maybe NIP can do something. But before you can even blink, it's all down to, I think, Shush. And Shush is in a 1v3, doesn't have the bomb, and there's very little time left. So it ends up going CyberShoke's way anyway. And one thing that NIP were doing really well in the opening moments in those 6 first rounds was getting into the B site. They were punching through, abusing ramp time and time again. And eventually, I think it was towards the end of the half, that is what leads them to victory. And I think what I was trying to get to was there was that one critical round. I think it was round number 11, where again, CyberShoke, they were getting opening frags, doing a great job of it, but they kept on losing the rounds where they're getting those openers. And round number 11, no exception. CyberShoke get an opener, Wrinkle and Ujerks pull it back, and that fantastic decision, I would say, and call coming through to go into that B site, get the frags, gain that space, and then pull it back towards the A site. Like, that's just beautifully done, I would say, by NIP, as then they get that second in a row, which they couldn't get, right, up until the point round number 12. And you're going to see the second half. I mean, there's not much to say. That's why I'm not going to focus on it too much. But, I mean, round number 12, when they actually got that second in a row, they won the battle. They won that battle of who was going to gain control of the map. Even though it comes at the end of the half, it's still, that's critical. And then we go on and switch sides. Back and forth pistol, right? But one thing is CyberShoke can't take it in the end. It's Wrinkle with a critical 2K. He really woke up at the beginning of that second half to come through. And after that point, it wasn't really close. There wasn't really much else that CyberShoke brought to the table. It looked like they were lost on T side, which has been, unfortunately for them, I think over in Nexus we're talking about this, a recurring trend. They're under 40% in terms of their percentage of round victories on their T side, and that has to change if they're ever going to have success on Nuke, and teams continue to abuse them. It's the 31st time or 30th time that Nexus was mentioning the stat while they were casting it, but it's ridiculous how many times they've had to go on Nuke. And yes, they've had some moments where they looked okay, but the T side needs to be looked at, and maybe in the off season they'll have a chance to review that. That being said, it is going to be 1-0 in favor of NIP. We're going over to Ancient for CyberShoke, and things need to improve. They did manage to upset NIP last time. We'll see if they can do it again, and this time on Ancient. Keep it locked here on CCT. All right, we're back and we're getting ready to head into Ancient. Look, guys, on Nuke, it didn't look good for CyberShoke on their T side. I think it felt like a completely different squad based on what we saw in that first half. Now they're going to have to forget about all that. Do you think they have what it takes on Ancient after that performance?
I'm more worried about, what happened to their morale after that first half, because you have to feel good. 7 rounds is still not bad. It's respectable. You're going up against NIP, Wrinkles hitting his shots, you're going to have a tough time. But how could it all just crumble that easily is what I'm kind of trying to wrap my head around, and it definitely gives me worries for Ancient afterwards.
I mean, look, it's certainly going to be a concern. Although you look on NIP side, and Ancient hasn't been great over the last 4. They've lost 3 of them to Ecstatic, Fnatic, and Navi Jr. All kind of good names, though, I would say, for the most part, especially Navi Jr. That was in double or triple overtime, 18-22. That loss, I still feel like NIP are a serviceable squad here on Ancient, and you look over on the CyberShoke side, Nexus, and it's been 6. The last 6, they've won 4 of them against X-Saber, Big, Nexus, and in fact, NIP, right? That was one of the maps they took last time. Can they do it again?
They can, yeah, but this goes kind of back to what we mentioned, right? They do have a standard. They do have Chiron here. He's a great player, yeah, but it didn't really show us much that he really slotted in all too perfectly when it came to Nuke. Right, had some tough times, especially to start things off. Like, that's my biggest concern, is how do you really slot in here? But then again, you're going on to Ancient, which does help, because you can, especially on that T side, you can have pack tactics. I'm forgetting when Naughty Neki plays, so if he is going directly 1-for-1, right, you could have these moments as well where you just play 1-2 with somebody. You have a supported flashbang.
Yeah.
Let's say he's playing Donut, he's going to have a support from Venom in Red Room. You have these plays that are very simple to execute. That helps a lot in this situation for CyberShoke, compared to Nuke, where your rotations and all that whole thing gotta look good. Here, I think it's a lot easier and more serviceable to play with a stand-in.
No, I do agree. And I mean, I think one place you can put a stand in pretty easily is mid, right? Because you can just take that aggression on T side and CT side at the beginning of the round, so it's easy to slot into that spot. Say, okay, just get your util ready, toss your incendiary or Molotov, go up there, take the space on CT side, and make sure that you can kind of put yourself in a position to fight and then back off afterwards. And then on the T side, well, it's going to be a lot simpler, I would say, to employ Chiron over.
I definitely agree that there's going to be a few moments where Chiron is going to definitely have a chance to prove himself. Mid is the easiest answer because it's also the safest bet for the rest of CyberShoke to not need to rely on Chiron on every other aspect of the map, right? You need that coordination for controlling B lane. You need that coordination for controlling even A main, technically speaking, especially the timing is going to be vital here. I'm not sure how much they've invested into that specifically, but I'm sure that Chiron will be happy with mid. I think that anybody that wants kills, mid is the way to go.
No question. I think one thing going back to Nuke, of course, is that there was a player missing in action. Glowing. He wasn't there. We're going to go live into the game. Maybe you guys can pick up that conversation because it'll be interesting to see if he can step up here on Ancient. Take it away, guys.
All right, let's run away with this one. Take it far away. JST's over the other side of the pond anyways. Not able to do too much if we do run away with this game.
Yeah.
Glowing. 7 kills. I said Chiron didn't have the greatest start. I mean, still top of the server at the end, right? He was the only one on the T side who was getting kills, really. But no round wins. That's a tough one. It doesn't really lead to anything. For now, we don't know where he's actually playing on that second half just yet, of course. To be fully determined, because we don't remember exactly where Naughty Neki would have been playing, but that'll be revealed at some point. For now, it's Glowing. 1, 2, beautiful. Finding a third, not as easy. As Aros goes instead, his third, his fourth, up for the ace. Blixie remains. The shifting, give the ace to Aros Dose. It is that easy.
Simple. Concise. Decisive. Love it.
Ram away as Mouse 1.
NIP. I don't think they can complain, and neither can we. Honestly. I mean, that was a great pistol for them. We're going to be seeing CyberShoke coming out with a full eco. I think that's the smartest choice you can make in this position. And just pray it works out, as all in all, it seems like they're going to be sending it towards A. And we were wondering where Chiron will work on the CT side. Well, on T side, we don't need to worry. He's going to be sent in first, or he's going to be, you know, one of those pieces of the puzzle that you just kind of use as a straight tool, as a jackhammer, we want to call it. Breaking down the walls. Wrinkle finds the duel against Glowing. Trade it off. Not yet over, though, so you should find 2 here. Easy.
How about 3? That's not so easy. And there's the round. 2 casualties. Weapon is well recovered. You lose whatever the man in Temple had. I already forgot, sadly. Split by Mind and 1 for Mars, so not a massive loss. And here we go. To round number 3. With the guns come out for CyberShoke, we'll start to see what sort of plan they are going to have in mind. Right, one thing I kind of wanted to mention is, right, they knew they were playing Nuke. So they're going to have a plan. We didn't get to see much of it. And that was a bit sad.
I was about to say.
Maybe that also goes to the fact this is their second best of 3 of the day. They already had other preparation, perhaps as well, for the game with Apogee, Backclick. Sorry. Still calling them the old name, but right, like you can't have unlimited time and unlimited preparation. So we'll see how things now. Look, if you focus on your map picks only, that's the thing. But for now, taking the bomb. Once Shush will slip in, does not get traded. Instead, he's the one that will do the trading. With Wrinkle now guard as well. As Glowing, keeping this round alive. Problem is, has to wait for Blixie, and he's coming from far, far away at the moment. He does have the drop, but Ujux has their 6th sense to turn around in time. And the final one, it's Snappy's MP9.
Beautiful combination coming out from NIP, especially this timing of Ujux as well.
Ridiculous.
It's absurd as well, because you know how tough all around for CyberShoke this is, and how important of a round this is for them.
Seemingly they know it as well. A time immediately afterward say, yeah, not how things were supposed to go, but what can you do?
Yeah, certainly going the not good way direction. 3-0, tactical timeout already. Looking to discuss matters here amongst the squad. I respect that. CyberShoke has a great leader. I think Glowing is really giving them a chance, a fairer chance than most others would in their position. Great. I think a great IGL. Also a performer. He himself, numbers don't lie. He's always up there with his squad, basically leading by example, and there's not many left in this world that do, as we go through round 4.
Great nade goes out.
Yeah.
That's a tough one. Already now for CyberShoke. Now, in this round for NIP, right, it's all about not losing too many. Like, 1 is acceptable, or fine, 2 is acceptable. But any more than that, and trouble may start brewing. That is a wonderful second nade as well. Finish the job on Chiron. And now you wait.
v3. It's, as you said, a waiting game that eventually still brings the same result, whether you like it or not. It's going to be around here for NIP. We're continuing down the same road, slow and steady, humming on, drumming on. 4-0, CyberShoke, full buy, here we go. This is it. This is where CyberShoke either give us a showing and we are going to be shook by them potentially, or it's just going to be a grand failure of a thing and we're all going to be disappointed. I hope it's not the latter, though, because I'm kind of rooting for CyberShoke as well. They've been grinding so much. Last year especially, it was a tough one. And I want to see them succeed, obviously. And the same can be said for NIP even, but, you know. Ooh. Ooh, yeah.
That is a great little push for CyberShoke there as well. Tag team the opposition. Snappy, I don't think he saw him fully and will not have confirmation. And that's
he missed him.
not going
That's
to be
insane.
spotted by glowing either, I don't think.
No, he didn't.
Just barely visible off the back, but now he's running through T-spawn. Now the glowing should be hearing this. There is a large radius you have with the audio there. Nobody's got a hard to check it. Glowing as well. Will now start to move. That's U-jerks down. You want to fall. You have this flank. You have a Snappy in prime position. Needs to find a multi-kill, because otherwise, there's no chance. Wrinkle as well, he wins his duel. Now, you've got a round possibility
They expect
here.
him.
Venom dead to right, doesn't matter. But look at Wrinkle, he's not moving either. He's still not going for the rotation. They're just giving this one up, only getting a kill or two. Maintain the economy of a CyberShoke near the bottom of the barrel, and that'll do for them here.
Yeah,
They
played
might even
smart.
find another one. Wrinkle's got to be careful with that bomb radius as well. There's one. Try to find both. They'll do so.
Wow.
But he'll get taken down. That is still
Fantastic.
an okay, fantastic, actually, yeah, round for NIP toward the end there. Even if they gave up that round itself, that does very little for CyberShoke.
They gave up on it already, but yes, in the end, they get away with a lot more than they should have had. Well played. CyberShoke, they lose a great deal of economy, they lose a great deal of confidence here, because now you have to play with Galils, with maybe an AK, up against the full buy again.
Timeout for NIP, believe it or not, now as well. Coming to an end. They recognize, right? They are the ones who can have this control very much and exert it from this moment onwards. All they gotta do is wipe them out, not let CyberShoke have bomb down. And it goes right back into their favor. If not, well, they're a money situation ain't looking all that bright either. Here, Snappy, taking a duel against Blixie. Flash is good from Shush, and he's looking for the second. The follow-up can't be found as easily. But you've got a player in position, in mid, waits. Arrows Dose doesn't get anything, but he's just thwarted them off instead. Glowing, his duel lost as well, and that goes mad advantage back to NIP. All that for a bunch of nothing on CyberShoke.
I was about to say all of that for nothing. Not just a bunch of nothing, but absolutely no advantage. Not much you can work with. Things are getting a little bit out of hand, I dare say, and hopefully there will be a change soon enough.
Oh, I don't like the timing for Shush here as well. It's got to be all or nothing.
Yeah.
Kyron's got to spot him. Kyron's got to spot him. Finds the A site now for free and running for the next one as well. He continues to hold W. His religion, NIP's downfall. This
Same.
round, not done yet. Wrinkle fights, stands his ground. Lovicus rips it away. And you jerks the clutch. No kit, no
1v2.
smoke.
Tough one.
Needs to be quick, more than anything. Oh. Hold. There's one. Hard to clear. The corner! Both are down! And you jerks needed to be quick. And that's exactly what he was with this one. 5-1.
I am in disbelief how they allowed this to transpire, but they do. Not only does he get the 1v2, but he
10-second
also...
defuse.
Yeah, I was about to say, he also gets the 10-second defuse, which is insane. And that's all we need to know, all we need to see, because it kind of confirms it to all of us. Worst case scenario here, CyberShoke. I would say they've got a few answers and potentially no answer, or well, a few questions, but no answers for them. How the hell do they let that 1v2 slip through their nets? Or 2v1, don't matter how you want to call it. And money-wise, what do you do? Like, force buying is certainly not an option I would consider right now. And yeah, you might think, sure, we have NAP on the ropes, they've got low amount of money, we can work with that. Maybe you can work with that. The reality is, they've been beating your ass hard, so perhaps it's time for a different decision.
Alright, let's continue then. That bomb plant gives CyberShoke just the right amount of money to buy here. It's still not perfect. You're down to 3 Galils to afford that utility they want here as well. Good. Making the rotation right on time. Back to the site. CyberShoke have to reconsider what they want to do here. They were willing to commit to that A play. Smoke Molotov combination drives them away, and they've got all the time in the world essentially. So it does seem like we are turning this into a split. But what kind still? You've got glowing, making noise on B.
Oh, Wrinkle is winning the duels. Come on.
Wrinkle, he is shutting this one down. Good God, what do you do about this one?
That's what I'm saying. Like, how do you stop a man taking a fight from red and you don't even have, like, there's nothing you can do against that. Honestly.
Lexi as well, down by Shush on A. This round collapsed. God damn.
Yeah, exactly. God damn. I think that's the correct feeling currently that we are all experiencing. Alongside, of course, CyberShoke. They must have had a realization right now. Wait a minute. This ain't the NIP we expected. This is the NIP we feared. And, yeah. It's as fair as it gets here. Here we go. Oh, that's mad. That is mad.
Yeah,
I
7-1 about to be the score here. This is...
It's done.
The first half, at least, yeah, it is a very clear story.
It's insanely one-sided. Individually as well, it's one-sided. Oh, the bait. Oh, there's going to be a conversation between Kairon and Phenomen right there. It's like, why did you bait me? I don't know. Well, you did.
Tough.
Tough cookie.
If we are to have any sort of chance for CyberShoke, it's now or never.
Pretty much. I think we can all agree to that. They better wake up. We're going to be seeing a very short series here. CyberShoke, mid-control contested again, pushing through smokes. I'm not really sure that's the way forward. Aros Dosev, free for 2. I mean,
no.
Can you expect anything else? Glowing does find Snappy at least. We have a bit of a back and forth, and Venom and Blixie reply. Hold up. Perhaps we'd spoken too soon, or we just realized it too late. It's going to be CyberShoke that take round 2, surely. I say that, and Wrinkle's still alive. I don't know what Wrinkle's going to do. I guess he's going to try and fight this.
I mean, he's been given an extra 8 seconds to move in. With that Molotov.
Pretty much, yeah.
Glowing can't go ahead and plant that bomb. He's on 13 HP. But Wrinkle is moving all the way around at the map and into T-spawn slowly. So we are seeing a second round here. Okay, I mean, this round as well, it started off almost looking like the end of CyberShoke, but they have been gifted a second round here. Everybody who was tasked to hit their shot, they did. The B play, I don't know how it was, I think, glowing recovered walking through the smoke. That was the kill that starts everything, the only reason it... CyberShoke get this, because otherwise you're gonna have a 2-for-1 on ramp instead, and CyberShoke, well... After in that situation, it wouldn't have been as easy, but this one, they did make it look good here. Now it's their time to make it, let's say, competitive.
I mean, yeah. Let's say competitive for a change. (7-2). We continue. It's going to be the AWP for Wrinkle again. We're looking at a pretty hefty loadout, though Siush and Aros both get caught early, which means B-sides for the taking here. CyberShoke, perhaps another round on the plate. Maybe. Maybe speak too soon, especially with Dujerks and Snappy finding their control, and that is back-to-back reality check. 3 versus 2. You have to know your limitations if you're CyberShoke. Surely you don't push the tempo towards B further. Right? Say I'm right, even if I'm wrong.
I'll refrain from commenting on this.
Aye, aye, aye.
Instead, we get to take a moment as NIP try to gather themselves for the next round. They put a lot of investment into this one. Guess what? Their loss bonus ain't like CyberShoke. It wasn't unlimited. They can't keep buying here round after round. That's not happening. Saving these two. Very much a necessity. Venom, yeah, down to the bomb. 7 HP. He's not going to survive there. Instead, apparently, his head laid on the ground. Wrinkle to see.
7 on the board.
Wait, they're forcing?
I guess. Wow.
Interesting. Interesting.
I can't say agree with it, but hey.
I mean, the win here, the risk-reward absolutely is insane for NIP. If you win this one, yeah, you've got 8. And
sure.
From the back of this, but the other one on the other side is 7-5.
If you lose, yeah.
That's kind of situation they try to put themselves in. Aros Dose, he's the one who gets away with the entry. Chiron does force the trade to Wrinkle as well, apparently. He's not letting him escape. And toward the B side, glowing, he is stepping up. 2 big entries, and NIP, this buy made to look like a fool with it.
After all, NIP are bleeding, apparently. So it's not going to be that easy, or as easy as we might have imagined.
Aros Dose got a kid.
Oh,
no.
missed
Oh,
shot.
no.
I've seen
He's on
this
ramp
before.
as well, they know. Oh, this is so tough. All you have to do is find glowing somewhere around the side. Shows himself and Aros Dose. Quick on the head. Shot needs to be, but can't be. Or it is all glowing. 4 kills, and CyberShoke, he's their savior in this one.
He really is, isn't he?
Should have never been that close, but NIP still made it look good.
Played it very well. Good control. And they win the round for it. 7-4. Perhaps another, let's say, balanced halftime. If this is how CyberShoke decided to showcase themselves today. I can't say it was a great first half on Nuke, or rather second half on Nuke, but hey, perhaps at least we'll have good one half of the map. Can they take 7-5? Surely they can. Surely that's plenty enough what they have currently.
Openings found mid again, being forced out by both teams. Oh, Nasty
Ow.
swing.
That kind of hurts.
Oh my god, MP9's just destruction coming through. Oh, Snappy's heard it. The scope, the MP9, it shreds.
1v2. You gotta be kidding me again.
I mean,
We're
if
back
there is
in
a
the
man to do
same.
it, if anybody,
I mean, it's definitely him, for sure, but the problem is, it's not him. And that's going to be NIP. Taking an 8-4 halftime on our second map, looking like they are closing this game out with fast success. I'm genuinely a little bit disappointed, perhaps a little bit sad that we don't get to see more out of CyberShoke. But that's the way the cookie crumbles, doesn't it?
all right. I mean, hey, 8-4 here. Still insane they get it.
The 8-4 or the 4-8?
From whichever situation, from whichever side of the fence, and
Yeah.
whichever time you look at it. 2 rounds ago, you say 8-4. I mean, maybe. You say at the start of this round, hell no. You say that when the score is 7-1, I tell you you're a fool. Yet here we are.
Well, a fool I am, as apparently it could be the case. Here we go, second half. I mean, this is a bit uninspiring. CyberShoke, I expected more. I genuinely expected more, and I'm probably not the only one. And you can't say that you weren't expecting more either, because I know you did. We've seen them plenty enough lately to know that they have more to this.
Alright, what do you got here?
Pistol, vital that they win it.
Let's see. Fight or flight. Should have chosen to fly away. Glowing. Fuel Berettas, he's chasing and burning. Hell, even connected any shots there to Snappy. Lovicus, the pistol on his shoulders, doesn't seem like it's happening. I mean, he's got dualies.
Sure.
But he's not that good. He's not made for dueling.
No, certainly not. And there's not much that can be done about this, unfortunately. That's going to be NIP 9-4, and I think that's NIP looking to lock the door. This is a very decisive first half into a very decisive start of the second. It screams only one result in my eyes. Or ears, rather, perhaps, you know. Full eco has to be said. You don't have a choice. You have to play a full eco here.
Oh. The end of the road for CyberShoke here. It's pretty much staring them in the face here. It's time to show up. And I mean, the way JRT as well got to pose the question earlier to you. Who else besides Glowing, or who is going to be the supporting cast around him?
Yeah.
You mentioned Blixie.
Yeah. And look at him now. And Phenomen. I mentioned both Blixie and Phenomen. And
Yeah, you kind of cursed him, huh?
yeah, I mean, look, it could be the case that I'm, you know, the cursed monster of the abyss. I don't know. But it could also be the case that Blixie just has been so inconsistent that it's crazy. And I think that's more rather the instance than anything else, than me being a hag from the wilds. Pretty easy cleanup. And that's going to be done.
I love Snappy running away as well there. Kind of baits the
Yeah.
both the CTs there from hiding. That's 10.
That is indeed plenty enough in my eyes now. Can't lie. I am not seeing a way back almost here. As sad as it sounds, the reality is right now CyberShoke, they have other things on their minds. It's a shame that we don't see Naughty Neki playing. I'm certain that the outcome could have been definitely at least a little bit better if he had been here.
The pace is quick.
Wow.
The trade is good, however. Pressure with CT side does not stop at 1. They still have another man. Now it's Blixie. His turn on the site. Chased by Shush. Molly's good. Venom can't even cross over now. He's stuck towards long. His teammate on the other side. Shush. He goes out. Is that a smoke he's just deployed as well? Yeah, the smoke is a bit of a time.
Oh,
Made
wow.
it look like a flash.
And Venom reveals his hand.
I think he secured this round as well now.
My god, this is madness. The fact that Sush plays so well, 17-7, tells you how much he wants to win this series. It would be... Would it be the second time NIP would win the series if they win here?
Wait, what? You lost here. What do you mean?
If NIP win CCT this series, Series 3.
Oh, okay, maybe the whole thing. Okay.
Yeah, the whole thing. That's what I mean. Not the game.
I was gonna say, yeah,
obviously.
is this the second game they win?
No. I meant like the series as a whole of CCT. I think this would be their second victory overall, or would it be their third? I don't recall.
First?
Would it be their first? No. Are we sure?
I mean, pretty sure.
Okay, maybe I'm blanking out and I'm thinking of maybe something else. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of Navi Juniors. In any case,
Yeah,
doesn't
Navi
matter.
Junior won the last one.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Perhaps
Series 2.
it's been a while, but yeah, it's also a while here before we'll see much from CyberShoke, I'm afraid. Feels like it's a pretty quick cleanup at the end of the day here.
Yeah, the way the game is kind of going on right now is CyberShoke not showing up at NIP. Everybody's there.
Yeah.
Juice, of course, like, shoots himself up the leaderboard a little bit with that last out of 3k for it, but when everybody's playing this, well, it's hard to deny NIP what they want.
I mean, Glowing's showing up, I guess, if we are talking about positives for CyberShoke. You know, Glowing's having a great day. Kairon's been trying his best to bring up some numbers, and we can't blame him. He's standing in here for his team, for his friends, looking to help the team.
Oh!
And perhaps the
Standing
first
up now.
round for CyberShoke, finally, after so many lost in a row again. Or have I spoken too soon again, and have I cursed them again? I don't know,
Looks
there's
he
a lot of
has
agains.
the perfect position here, but Udrix has the time to escape here as well. Oh no, he's really... It's the timing. Blixie's escaped into the wilderness, and I think that should be it. Nobody's looking the right way, but eventually someone will turn. And CyberShoke round in the bag. I mean, at
Took them
least
long
it's
enough.
not 12 yet.
Yeah.
Very few things are currently going
There's
correctly.
not a lot of positives. As much as you want to try and make a positive out of all of this, there is just not enough to really make out of it. Like, genuinely, I don't know, man. They are not playing well. We don't have the individuals that we need to see out of CyberShoke. The individuals that we usually see out of them, in fact, just to kind of put it into perspective for everybody else, so you don't think it's like we're just making things up. They actually know how to play. They are pretty damn good at that, their job, technically speaking, as well. So today just seems to be a different day, and NIP a different opponent. Though this round far from done.
Oh no. Don't let the Mac 10 take you. That's useful as well. Oh, we see them. Being stuck on sides. You gotta be careful. Now in between a rock and a hard place. Thankfully, he does have a teammate as well nearby. The Wrinkles got rid of him. That's
Oh,
the
no.
first, a second, a third. It's all coming together.
That's madness.
Everybody's pulling their weight.
That's absolutely absurd. Like, genuinely, that is absurdity. That never should have happened in the first place. Never. I don't know how it's allowed to happen, but it does, and that kind of confirms it. It's over. It's done. This series is done. There's just, as much as I hate to say it like that, as you know, dead ass as that, but what the hell do we expect to do? $12-5. A total of, currently, if I'm calculating correctly, and please correct me, but 12 rounds total that CyberShoke are able to get in both maps. Chiron could make up for one more, but he dies. He trades off. Yes, there's going to be one player waiting behind that default. He's hoping to get lucky. He might. I wouldn't hold my breath for it, as it's done. It's just like that, simple and easy and quick.
Yeah, they do end at total of 12 for the series there, and that is a bit of a tough one. Now, well, yeah, go ahead. What do you got here?
All I wanted to say is I'm just happy we didn't do predictions. I genuinely am, because I probably would have gone crazy for CyberShoke. Probably.
Perhaps, maybe. But now let's bring in JRT if we can as well here. Let's
yeah.
hear what he can tell us about this one. What did we actually end up missing?
Well, yeah, that's that's a tough one. What's missing? I think CyberShoke from that series, unfortunately. So, yeah, I think,
That is so real.
They needed to have a better performance, and 3 of the 5 players, especially on Ancient, did not. Aside from, and we'll check out the highlights, guys. We'll bring it back to you here because, it was an interesting way that this one built up, especially in that first half where we saw the possibility of CyberShoke getting back into it, but it really didn't happen. You see the pistol round going NIP's way for the second pistol round that they got in the first half. They ended up getting 3 of the 4 overall in this series. And, it looked really comfortable for NIP in those first 4 rounds. And I mean, yes, you had like a breakthrough moment for CyberShoke in round number 5, which you're going to see in just a little bit. But I believe that, the biggest problem for them was just a lack of performance from anyone that wasn't named Chiron or Glowing. I mean, Chiron had a couple of nice openers, multiple times. I don't want to say a few nice openers, a couple of in multiple situations, but it just, it wasn't enough. They needed that support, and you saw it at the end. They had man advantages, 2 man advantages in some cases, in round number 15 and round number 16. But it just, at the end of it, it's unable for CyberShoke are unable to close it out. Round number 17 in particular is one that I want to talk about. But looking here at round number 10, you see CyberShoke. That was that 3-round win streak where you're like, okay, something actually could materialize here. And there were some impressive individual moments. Chiron in round 10 got sent out to mid, gets 2. He did play mid like we predicted, but that didn't end up going as well as CyberShoke were hoping. Yes, there were those moments I talked about, like that one, but outside of that wasn't much. And then, well, I guess we're not going to see it while I'm talking about it, but round number 17, Lovakis and Blixie get 2 of the dreamiest opening frags you can find on Ancient, right? They get 2 immediately, 5v3. They don't even have to really aggress that much to get those. One of them's through the smoke, so you're just settling in. You're like, okay, we can wait for them to come to the site. They do that, but lose every duel, every single one. They don't get another frag after that moment. It's 4 or 5 unanswered frags that come through for the NIP side, and that was the end. Like that's all she wrote. And what happened in that round is, Chiron died, Glowing died, and no one else could do anything at all. And that has been the story for this CyberShoke team for quite some time. Maybe not for Chiron, obviously, because he's a sub here. I don't think that's an excuse for CyberShoke not to be coming through with the win here. Maybe Notaneki would have made it closer, perhaps, and made things more interesting, but I think the end result would have still been the same. And I think credit goes to NIP. We have to say that because they've been a team on the rise for some time. This new roster has needed moments, right, to try and rejig things and get things on the right path, but I feel like they're definitely definitely there. Maybe to the point where they can play up against a Navi Junior squad and find some success. I don't know if that'll be the case, and you were kind of talking about it over. I think you meant to talk about Navi Junior. They're the ones that could get that repeat victory here, the championship, right? Coming through. Anyway, look, we got to take a very extended break here, guys. I think it's going to be about an hour and 15 minutes, something along those lines. Then, when that ends, we'll get to see Navi Junior play to see if they can continue their run here in the CCT playoffs. Keep it locked on CCT.
Good man. Good man.
Thank you.
Failure. All right, I am gonna disappear for a bit. I've been summoned, so I'll be back in like an hour. I'll catch you alligators in a bit.
Sure.
All right, see you guys in a bit.
See you in a moment.
blindsided. I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided. High hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now? How do I hear your voice?
All right, welcome back to CCT Season 3, European Series number 3 playoffs, guys. And we've got one last match for you. We're going to bring up the schedule in just a little bit, but yeah, just this last one ready to go. It is Navi Jr. up against Marius. As you can see, every single series so far here in Nexus has been a 2-0. Will it change here?
Nope.
I don't blame you.
I have a
definitive
firm belief
answer.
on this one.
Yeah, a resounding no, I think, is or should be the case.
All right, well, I mean, let's talk about the roster then. And start with Navi Jr. because, I mean, these guys have been unbelievable. They had a pretty flawless run in CCT Europe Series number 2, right? Ended up being the champions for good reason. They are that good right now. In some cases, people would argue maybe even coming out a little bit better than the main team in some cases. But, you know, I mean, Navi didn't do too badly in the major, so perhaps there's something to be said there. Either way, guys, we all know how good this squad is, right?
Yeah.
Over?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, not only do they have young talents that they're looking to bring up to the very top, but they're all just individually brilliant in their own right. I mean, first, I think we have to start with Symmetry. I think he's usually the player we always bring out alongside Makaze. I gotta say that Demon hasn't been, perhaps too big on the numbers lately, but in general, this team always always has their A game, apparently. And when I talk about, for example, Demon, and I just say that his numbers weren't too big lately, I'm talking, usually it's what, 1-4, 1-5 that he goes with. Well, a few games right now, they've been 1-1, 1-14. So, yeah, like, I'm just in awe at how good they've become within the last year.
It really is something else when you look at it. And I would say, it's hard to point at one player. I think that's kind of what you were alluding to is like the one that stands out, right? Everyone has been fantastic for this squad. And I mean, if you look at the ratings, you might say, okay, Makaze 1.21 and Demon at the top with 1.15. But still, like, yes, I'd say the majority of the time, those are the two players that are coming out with some big frags. But the rest of the squad is absolutely serviceable. They're not just sitting on their heels and waiting for the other two to do the rest, Nexus.
Yeah, this is where I'm kind of interested about how good this Navi Junior squad is going to be. Like, this essentially their ending the season. And of course, people have opinions. Shocker, surprise. I'm not sure if you guys know about that.
Never heard.
You've had these people wanting Navi to kind of promote maybe a specific person whose name starts with an M and ends with an Akaze to the main roster as well. So you have like a interesting situation where you're not exactly sure what's going to happen, right? There was apparently a rumor that Cloud9 were thinking about buying up this roster as well, which, if they want to stick together, absolutely could be very good as well, because they're like, what, 23rd, 24th in the world right now, I think? Like, no, sorry, 30th in the Valve rankings.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely just crazy.
No, yeah, I agree. Like, I mean, they've hit top 30 in the VRS, which is fantastic, honestly. And I think the only shame for them is that they can't compete in the same events as the main team. Which, I mean, we've had so many discussions about this. Should another organization pick them up, or should they be promoted? There's so many different things, different angles we can take. But as it stands, where they are at the moment is dominating the tier 2 scene, and they've really grown into this. There were moments where I'd say maybe 6 months ago we're like, oh, Navi Junior is really good, but they're having their inconsistencies. But now I feel like they've hit another level, and we'll see. Yeah. I mean, I think this is the true test in this CCT if they can continue that over.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like the final, the final hurdle before you're moving on to the real world, where
Yes.
you're going to be picked up by an org, and then basically you're going to fight against your old org. That's eventually going to happen, right? It surely has
Feels
to,
like it.
given how good they've been, how much they've risen, and the likeliness of a team actually picking them up that has the money and the determination to build them into what they can become.
Absolutely. No, I agree with you 100%. I mean, let's switch gears now and talk about the other squad. Marius coming in here, who, I mean, used to be the punching bag of CCT when they were known as Delta, I would say.
Yeah.
They were losing so many in a row over. The thing is, they did go out in the Swiss stage this time, and they went 3-0. I mean, that's impressive no matter which way you slice it, right?
It is. We gotta give them props for that. I had lesser expectations, I have to be honest. Last time I watched their series, I'm not even sure, was it with you, Nexus, or was it perhaps with Scriv or Hayes, because I did a few games with them as well. But genuinely, it was unfortunately, some of the worst games I've seen in a long time. Genuinely. And I just hope that it's not going to be the same today, because I will be quite disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly which game it was either, but I've not had, like, the finest of memories on this team, sadly. Right, there's been some shenanigans, scheduling issues as well. This has been a lot that has not really left a great taste in my mouth. But on the other side of the Navi Junior, my god, they're looking at great.
No question. I mean, just focusing back in on Marius here, they do have, as usual, some roster changes to speak of, because they brought on Might as more of a permanent
Homeboys,
addition
yeah.
to the squad, and Homeboys. But there was also Kazakin that came through,
Yes,
who
and
was
he's
a
not-
new addition. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, JRT. I have to just say this, that I have not seen Kazakin play since he'd been added to this roster, so I don't know what's going on there, because they've got a replacement for him today.
Yeah, that's it's interesting, right? Because I think Dune initially was supposed to be replaced, and now Mixmeister's coming back, and Mixmeister as well. But I don't know. Yeah, it's a good question you bring up, and a good point you bring up over as to whether or not we have a stable 5 for this Marius roster. I'm assuming one will materialize eventually for their own sanity, but either way, let's move on and see what the Veto has in store for us. There we go. It's coming. Eventually, guys, we will get it. There we go. The Veto has stopped fighting us. It wants to be shown. Marius picking into Ancient. Then we have a Dust 2 for Navi Junior, which absolutely makes sense given how good Navi Junior have been there. An Inferno Decider. I don't feel like there's a weakness for Navi Junior, though, here, Nexus.
No, there isn't. That's just kind of the mark of how dominant they have been, how good their work they've put in has really just been. They don't have a map that is specifically weak, or in this Veto that you can look to punish if you're Marius. Like, the only one that they've let so-called slip through here, and you could have said as well, Navi Junior, they could have banned out Inferno, a Decider. We don't even know if that's coming, and if you ask me, I don't think so. So, they banned out Anubis, which is a good amount for Marius, and an okay amount for Navi Junior. It's one that they haven't really played as much, so that makes sense, they gotta let that go through instead. But in the Veto itself, Ancient, Dust 2, both great maps for Navi Junior, and Inferno, it's both, for both teams, a bit of a weaker one. So that kind of balances itself out at the same time. So it is really hard to play against this Navi Junior team.
Do you echo those thoughts over?
I mean, what he's saying is it's nearly impossible to win against them, and it should be an impossibility for Marius. There's no doubt there. But given they've made it this far, given they're young guns, given that they're hungry for wins, maybe we'll see the starts of a new one. You know, we have to give them the benefit of the doubt. They've made it this deep, right? We have to give them that credit, and hopefully today they will showcase why they, or not why, but rather how, and you know, what they will do with the final, with the spot here in the round of 16.
All right, let's check out the head-to-head here and see what two players are going to have. Obviously, Makaze. Yeah, there we go. Makaze is going to be one of them.
Yeah.
On the other side, Might, though, and I kind of want to talk about him, right? Because he was subbing in for, I think, a couple of matches when they were known as Delta, but has become more of a mainstay here on this roster. And they needed a rifler that could really stand up and shoot back in a significant way. And Might has done that here over.
He's been the only one that has, really. Right?
Yeah.
He's the only one that's had the numbers. I mean, technically speaking, most of the games that he played since building this roster from Delta to Marius, he's been the only one that's been positive. Let's be real. Like, the losses they've taken recently have been quite horrendous. And luckily, they've had a few great wins against teams that you wouldn't expect them to win against, like Ruby, like, for example...
Nexus.
Nexus, yeah, exactly, as well. Another structured team that's actually really good usually, but, you know, on an off day, anything can happen. So there has to be more to this team than we first saw, and perhaps we gave them a bit of grief for good measure, though, you know, I'd rather be cautious than just hopeful. Or how do you call it? You know, rather be cautious than head hardy, or how do you call it? I forgot.
You got this, keep going. You got this?
No. I won't recall this now, but point is, Navi Jr. should have this, no doubt. Not in a million years.
All right. Well, let's go into predictions this time because we didn't do it previously, and I want to get them through so we have something to go off of. Look, I'll give mine first. I think that it's going to be difficult for Marius to come through here. They have shocked me on a few occasions, and I want to give them credit for that because it felt like they were building up into something. But I'm going to say, regardless of that, 2-0 for Navi Jr. How about you, Nexus?
I'm all in on Navi. I'm all in on Navi here. I think I got this one.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes
Yeah.
sense.
I have very little doubt, right? But maybe I've missed what this Marius team has now been cooking these last week or so that I've not really been here. Maybe I just don't know what they're all about now. But, like, the start CR and I had when we kind of saw them, they were, like, at a 15 losing. It's like, how the hell? And then they had, like, an okay map or two, but then they still lose those games. And it's so weird. But now they've, like, won in this last week or so, and I'm just hella confused how they're here.
If I may add, I'm definitely surprised, I'll say that much, but I feel like this is a team that is going to need a lot more work in order to compete against any sort of structured top-tier team. Or not even top-tier, don't get me wrong. It's not like, you know, Navi Juniors are going to be all of a sudden FaZe or something, but it's more about the fact that Navi Juniors have set themselves up for the last year as one of the best up-and-coming academy teams of the year. Like, legitimately, they're up for grabs for points and spots that, you know, next year we'll be watching them in majors, basically. And I feel like Marius, where they started, where they were, and where they are today, it showcases a great leap, obviously a great change in quality, but their instability as a roster, their recent, let's say, mishaps, I feel like there just isn't enough even experience on their side to pull this off.
Yeah, no, it's certainly going to be difficult for Marius because I think I see what you're saying over. Like, even though they're getting those wins, even though, you know, they had the 2-1 victories in a couple of series that they just got over Nexus and the other squad, but it's going to be more difficult against a team like Navi Junior that's absolutely structured, and they will be punishing you on every single mistake you make. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen here as we're going to the action, guys.
Let's jump straight into it. Indeed. Marius versus Navi Jr. T-side for Marius. We got the, unfortunately, the silhouettes on the minimap, so we'll have to make do with what we have. Might is certainly the one player that we'll be watching the most on Marius, but on the other side, you know, there's a few other that had shown some promise here and there, though I'm not going to hold my breath for any others too much.
Yeah, I will have to correct you on something, but that'll be coming up in the next round, I think, because No, actually, no, we got time now.
I wonder why.
Mixmeister's taking his time just running or walking through spawn. So, the roster they have right now is the one that they do have reported. Homeboys, just for whatever reason, has a different name. He is Tukumiao indeed. So, this is the full roster they have. Yes.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense then. Okay, I take back what I said about not having the roster stability, but why is there
I don't know
different
what's up with
name,
that.
though? I don't.
Different names on HLTV and on the server and all that.
We need to get some rules in place where people have to give their pictures and their real names. Like, come on.
Yeah, we've been talking about the pictures. It's really hard. So with the people at home, right? Navi, they take this pistol, symmetry, nice 3K, all that. But it's really hard, right? As a caster, right? We look at that mini-map a lot. We try to make a quick call on what's happening and all that. So when we look at that minimap, we look at the picture, we're like, okay, who's that? Who's that? But if it's just the blank picture and nothing, currently in T-Sport, there's 5 blank pictures. We can't tell who's who. And that makes it a little bit difficult to say who's where and who's doing something. We just gotta kind of take a gamble at times and say, yeah, that's probably gonna be somebody there. Right now, we know it's Mixmeister and Dulcic now both dead and admitted they took damage, but it is a little bit of a difficult one.
Yeah.
At times. And as it should, this round, it's headed to Navi Junior's side immediately. Mid-play for Marius. The Force Buy, it's not paid off for any sort of entry. Instead of they're going with the Hail Mary play, they were going to as well beyond, or whether or not that mid-play was going to work. Would have liked it to, but they don't get the chance. Instead, it gets farmed up. Another 3K back-to-back for Symmetry.
And that's about it.
And Force Buy dealt with.
Yeah, pretty much. That's all there is to it. That is going to be our round done. Marius, another eco. Let's see what they throw on the board. And funny enough, apparently his name is some sort of a curse word in a different language, which...
Crazy.
Because Tsukemen, I don't know, it's like a normal thing, I feel like. It's even some sort of ramen in Japan, I remember. Very weird things indeed. Thank you, JRT, for that little tidbit, by the way. I do appreciate that. And thank you for clarifying that, Nexus, because I genuinely was confused, you know? It's just like, why is there homeboys and no Tsukem now? So, there's that. But before we get ahead of ourselves, this is pretty straightforward. I mean, Navi Juniors, they are, like we said, structured, well-oriented. Yes, they make mistakes. They're still inexperienced, absolutely, on a bigger stage against bigger opponents. But that's exactly why they're here. That's exactly why they've been grinding for the last year and a half. How long they've been together now? A year and a half, something like this, right? Give or take. A few additions recently, but generally speaking, strong and quite a adversary. And I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of their ferocity, if you will.
Yeah, a year and a month, it seems.
A year and a month, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Symmetry, Coolio, and Jugs all joined 395 days ago. So a year and a month.
There we go. Well, let's see how long it lasts, though. As right now, they're starting to build quite a bit of a reputation for themselves. And Marius, they're just the unfortunate NPC that has to go against them in a moment like this, where they make it to playoffs. In any case,
keep an eye on... I think that was Mixmeister we saw all the way now in CT Spawn. He's gonna have himself a lineup for the first, but Mikaze not gonna let that slip. Even if he's not ready, he'll still find his second for the round. Man advantage does get taken back to Navi Junior side. Problem is now for Marius. You had the position. You had the position to work from, but they never got that bomb down. And it doesn't seem like they're gonna get that all too easily either. Jug's still waiting. He's gonna have Makaze be another part over this plan as well. In from Temple, out of the round, sends 2. And one more remains. Dulcic, very docile in this one. A bomb never planted.
Yeah, they don't care. Now Junior won't give them the space, nor the time, nor even a chance to fight for it. Round 4 already in their hands, and Marius... Back to pistols and Kevlar, unfortunately, and it might just be a full force given they got 1.7k. But they did already buy Kevlars and pistols, so it's all Gucci. Single AK, so not going to be a full reinvestment. Trying with the partisan buy, hoping for luck. Can't blame them. On your own map pick, you'd want to start well, especially T-side. Well, that was pretty straightforward.
Yeah. I mean, as easy as it really gets.
Pretty much. And what's really scary in my eyes as well is how simple, you know, with what simplicity, shall we say, Navi Junior do handle these rounds. I'm really impressed. I'm genuinely impressed. The first time I saw them, I remember to this date, about a year ago, a little bit less perhaps, because they weren't immediately in CCT and stuff, but I remember seeing them for the first time, and they were just a disaster, you know. They really were lacking a lot of basics, but they really picked up the speed quickly, you know. They got their heads around, and they kind of got their ducks in a row, and now look at them go. I mean, they've really stepped out of their comfort zone, and they're looking absolutely fantastic, and this is absolutely insane.
Burley Jux gets away with the third as well. One remains, Might, and he's made a noise. Gives up the information as this one is subtly put to an impossible situation.
Might.
I do respect Jug's attempt to still go for that fourth kill as well. The commitment to the multi-kill there is nice, even if he's on 3 HP. Which
he just wants to be the
makes
hero.
it a little bit less nice, but hey, his teammates are already 7 and 8 kills. He wants a couple more as well. He just wants to tie them up.
Yeah, that's fair.
And Navi's at 6, by the way. This game has already gone by in a quick breeze.
Oh, it's been less than 15 minutes or some such, and we're already almost halfway gone with our first map. Still a while to go, yes, but closing in on that. Interesting times, I'll say that much. Very interesting times. And one of the more difficult times right now for Marius, given what they have to achieve. Not only is it now a comeback against Navi Juniors, but it is Navi Juniors. It's Navi Juniors they're fighting against. I think whoever you are, you're going to have a tough time.
Yeah, the way we're kind of putting it here, not to, you know, glaze them too much, as the kids say.
Come
but
on.
They are the final boss right now for a lot of teams. They're kind of like the tier 2 dominators. So there is absolutely no easy way. Like, they've come of winning Yalla Spring just a month ago.
Yeah.
There's Might being sent out alone. I don't know what's up with that. The next up is good flash, but it's a good double for Jugs yet again. And Donny, he is far, far away now. Walked away. Dosix dealt with. And this round, it is a 7th coming out here in Krabeni. He wants this. He gets it. And after Yalla Compass, they had themselves another pick. The first series of that one ended in May. They won that one as well. They won CCT Series number 2. They've been looking pretty good.
They have.
They
No
have been
denying
looking
it.
pretty good. And now they're coming back to defend their title from the previous one. It ain't easy being their opponent. Everybody knows that, right? That's why teams or nobody should underestimate them, and nobody does. But for now, Marius, it's your turn. It's time to change things up here. Give us something to talk about besides how good Navi Junior are.
I mean, hopefully
that's not happening.
Yeah, never mind.
They're just that good.
Yeah.
Like, you know when we had our talks about Spirit Academy like 2 or 3 months ago as well? Like, what's the end goal for this roster? I thought, right, it's got to be toward the end of this cycle, so to say. Roster Mania is coming out. They got to figure out, do we want to stick together? Our players going to be poached. I mean, apparently Kioske is. Yeah, sure, that's happening. Same kind of talk with Navi Junior in that regard as well. Like, is the team going to stick together? Because they've had now essentially the start of the year to figure things out. And currently, we haven't, at least to my knowledge, haven't heard much about what may or may not be happening with some of these players. Just people wanting something, but they're in that same sort of position. Everybody should be looking at this team, and apparently some are very interested.
As I said, right, I think it's more about whoever is the organization that picks up the team more looks to pick up one individual. Think about it this way. They've been grinding for a year to get to where they are. Surely, if they've made it by their lonesome with just the support of an academy level, organization against them or for them, and yes, given it's Navi, but still, imagine what you can do if you really put your backing behind them. And I think, for the players, this is a great opportunity to stick together and see what they can achieve as a team. And Krabeni, oh my god, he just does it again. This is insane.
12-0, by the way.
Too good. Yeah, it's done.
Sometimes you don't want to call things too early, but this is Marius' map pick and Navi dominating. Like, this is going as prophesized.
I mean, it's hard to see how this is not gonna end up going exactly as you'd imagine it going, right? So.
Goddamn. I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That there's really
no words,
unfortunately, and there was a reason why you and I both said what we said about it and how we approach this best of 3. The reason being that we've seen Marius plenty enough to know that unfortunately the skill level is just not the same, and whoever thought it is, I'm sorry, you just haven't seen Counter-Strike enough. Then I'm apologizing to whoever might be that, but if you can't see the difference between these two teams, having watched any of their series beforehand, then, well, what the hell are you looking for?
Well, if nothing else works, how about you go ahead and just try to hit B?
Sure. I'll try.
They've tried that once or twice already. Yeah, hasn't worked out. Try it again, Benny. Taking his duels. I like how active he's being. Just look at how confident he is. Nobody's going to push him through the smoke. No, everybody's going to respect him. He's just taking these duels, and now he's deploying even more of a shield here for himself. There's one. Nobody else follows up in mid, and he can wait. And there's another feast right in front of him. And a third is not far from connected either. He's dealt the damage instead. The only reason for Marius, yeah, they'll limit him, but there's very little they've actually gotten here. Is the man disadvantage? Navi Jr. willingly giving up this bomb, so they're playing Demon and Krabeni as a tag team in Cave. First challenge, dealt with. 2 more to go. Mixmeister still alone. Nobody to trade. Krabeni continues his immortal ways. And Dosic alone in a 1v2. Here, he has the blessing of HP to go against them. With Krabeni down to 8. That assists him. Oh no. That's evil.
Oh. I love the coordination.
Down.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, at least he dies, but at this point he's still at 15 KD, so it doesn't matter. This is a farming simulator right now that Navi Jr. are playing. Like I said, I'm genuinely shook and surprised that Marius made it through the Swiss stage, because it already was quite a stacked one, and it's a once-in-a-lifetime kind of moment here for them to get this far. Unfortunately, they've struck the hardest bargain. They've struck the hardest opponents. I mean, Navi Juniors, it couldn't be worse for whoever's playing against them. It's like you're playing against the best team of last season. Obviously, you're going to be in trouble, or rather, already last series.
Yeah, I was going to say, not even last season, it's more
not
like this one.
Not even last season, yeah. Exactly. So, you know, there's a lot of question marks right there. As everything's kind of coming together, it looks like Marius is going to be hoping for another B attempt. I respect that. Maybe they get it done. Are they lucky enough?
Look at how I don't know, like, non-committal Marius kind of is as well. Like, we've seen now them twice get themselves toward a bomb site, neither time having to really put it down, once towards A, once even that last run as well. Ooh, that's a good trade. Like, something needs to change about the way they approach this, because it's not perfect. Team it nearly is. Runs out of ammunition, the USB can't pull through. This time they've got a bomb down. Something to work with here. Add the pressure, put the pressure on the CT side, but it doesn't matter. The flashbang is all too perfect there as well. And yeah, that's the first bomb line they've got above the pistol. Every other time it's been wipe out or they've been too slow, even in these positions they've had, right? Go back to, it was like round 3, round 4, whatever it might have been, when they had Mixmeister all the way in CT spawn walking through Temple. They have the position, and then spend about 30 seconds doing nothing.
Yep, pretty much. That's the reality of the current position they're in, and it's only going to get worse from here because Navi Juniors are certainly not done yet. That's a fact. And 11-0. I mean, is there more needed to be said? What more needs to be said, should I perhaps rather say? I'm generally super excited for the players once we see who might pick them up, because I'm, expecting there to be a few proposals for this squad, perhaps as a whole, perhaps as just picking up players one by one. But genuinely, I think any organization that has any sense to them and want to build a roster, they take them, because you wanted this roster to be a 5-man together, and then you see where you move from there.
Good shots.
Just too easy. This is too easy.
Hey! There you go.
For
an entry
second,
to work with.
Yeah. Second kill here.
Yeah, that's Marius getting from a 5v3 to a 5v4, and that's the sort of thing we're celebrating. That is unfortunate.
It is.
A chance to add some more to it? Denied. This is actually a slight gap here. Because they can't trade instantaneously, they don't have a crossfire on it, but he still spotted them at least, so... Well, it doesn't really help all too much, but... puts the pressure onto Marius' belief and how they want to respond to this post-plant, and the retake coming through as well. For Navi's 2 through cave. Starting off aggressively. Smoke towards long. That's going to block Donny off completely, and Symmetry's going to spot him as well. Tell his teammates, hey boys, he's long. Spray the smoke, hold it, do what you will. That's 12-0. You have done no wrong on Navi's side of the first half.
Hear no evil, see no evil, and certainly,
Be evil.
that's how it is. Be evil. Be the villain of this story for Marius. Maybe Marius comes back in a season or two as the new contender, the new antagonist. Unfortunately, Navi Juniors got plot armor. They're destined to make it to a very deep playoffs run. I mean, that's what we're all expecting. Iberian Soul is already a team waiting for them. I think another team they should be quite easy to dispatch off in general terms.
I forgot about the ridiculousness we've had as well.
I don't even want to know the pistol, man. Come on, let's not show this. Let's just not show this. Yeah.
Insane. Marius, your map pick, it's gone.
Yeah. 26 minutes, almost on the dot. A little bit less actually, because we started like a few minutes past.
Yeah.
20 minutes, maybe? Shall we say 20 minutes?
Good question. Somebody can do the math there. Not me, however. Not at the moment. Actually, I will do it right after this one. But for now, is utility out to be? Is a late flashbang entry compared to smokes being thrown out? They just wanted to figure out where Marius was. If they're spamming those smokes, makes the entry a little bit easier toward the site itself. And now, Everybody out of the dream. Rooting at home for 13-0. This is it. Rare to see these, but we might get it. Maybe not. CT side, they've got themselves 1-on-2 here now.
Not
Maybe
the
to
end of the
retake a bit
world.
more difficult. That's a good split for the teams to be in. They've got it off the bomb as well. And a 13-0. It is one shot away.
Oh my god, that is nasty. I mean, it's appropriate also. Exactly 21 minutes on the dot to finish the series. Oh, excuse me, the map. To make myself, not the series, but exactly 21 minutes. 6 past we started and 27 past we end. It goes as quickly as you'd expect it. That's the difference of these two teams. And JRT, good luck trying to do whatever the hell you need to do here, because I don't even know what you have. Like, I don't know what. There's not much to explain, but I'll still let him have the word here. We'll see you after the break, folks.
Thank you, Over. Yeah, it's not necessarily going to be the easiest time here because there's not much to say. I mean, Navi Jr. dominated from start to finish, and I mean, nothing really coming through at all. On the Marius side, we can run through the highlights, but it's just going to be literally a highlight reel for Navi Jr. In particular, Krebeni, I think, was a monster on that B defense. He did so much work to just leave nothing to be in doubt. When Marius even got through, right? He's right there to get, I think it was a 3K round pillar in, was it round number 5? I can't recall. Like, I've just got a... I color code my notes by the team's color, and I just got like a flood of yellow here. It's just from round number 1 to round number 13. I think let's talk about the positives for Marius. There aren't any, but I think you saw, what was it? I can't recall the name now because we didn't say it much. Might, who came through and got a 2K and made it look interesting. I think that was on the round number 11. Yeah, he got a double in cave. And then, you know, you think maybe there's a chance here, but Navi Jr. are just too strong. They just overload them every single time. We're seeing just a skill difference right now between these two squads. It's as simple as that. And going on a map like Dust 2, it's not hard to see. If you've watched Counter-Strike before, Dust 2 is a map where the individual skill, where the skill of a team is going to be that difference maker. And I don't think it needs to be said which team was better here in terms of what happened here with the 13-0 scoreline. You know, I'll talk about Navi Jr. Jugs and Makaze looked fantastic playing off each other towards mid, round number 5 and number 6, where, you know, there was that hope, I would say, for Marius to maybe come through and get something done. No, they shut them down completely. Great work from Jugs, just going from Donut into the A site. I think that was round number 6 where he did that, and it was Makaze in the previous round coming through and supporting Jugs so that he'd be able to maneuver in Donut. I mean, I say support. Makaze had 4 frags in that instance, but yeah, I mean, everyone on Navi Jr. looking great, and on the other side, not much. We'll see if that changes as we go to Dust 2, guys, but before that, a break. All right, we're back here, getting ready to go with us too. I think everyone's in the server. What needs to change here for Marius over?
Oh, I knew we were gonna ask that. Honestly, a lot.
Can I answer this one?
Like, can you change fundamentals that quickly?
Oh no.
I
mean,
have a
look,
better answer.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Navi needs to start sleeping.
Turn
You
off
know
their
what?
monitors.
I mean, I know you're joking, but at the same time, overconfidence can come through, right? After a 13-0, you might be like, oh, we're going to breeze through this. We don't have to try, and we're going to just destroy them. And then that's when the opening could come through for Marius, right?
No, you're right. You're absolutely on point here. I think there should be some caution to the tail here. Because, yeah, you can be a king and all that, but, you know, even kings can be toppled. And right now, Navi Jr., even a 13-0 doesn't make them a completely untouchable team. And Dust 2, there can always be trouble.
All right, game's live. Let's see what happens.
Let's get it. Let us get it here. Tail, it's Dust 2. It's been a long while. You know, I've had my detox of Counter-Strike for like a week. I'd watched some of the major. Not all of it. I've been too busy fishing like a real man, you know, getting my own food even if I don't eat it. I'm okay with 1 Dust 2 here, as long as this is the last one of the month.
Oh, I knew that was going to come up eventually. Well, Navi Juniors are going to go towards B. Let's see if they are in for a bit of a wake-up call or not. Mixed Meister and Homeboys, they've shut it down. It's done. It's pistol in the hands of Marius. Well played. Well played, Marius.
Oh my god.
Well, no.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't say it's over that easily. I still had a little bit of fear factor, but hey, first round on the board in the series. They're up and running. They are officially getting started.
It only took them 13 rounds to get their first round. It's fine.
14.
Well, technically 14, yeah. If we can, yeah, 14 rounds to get their first round, but yes. Let's hope it's not their last. Navi Jr. forced by immediately into the second. We got a scout on symmetry. He's going to be looking to shoot through those double doors. And, you know, I think Navi Jr. should have learned from their past mistakes. It's not the first time we see them try with a B rush on a pistol like this. I think they should have been a bit more logical about it, but let's see.
Wouldn't have been opposed to a little bit of a bit more thinking.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been opposed to not having that ego, you know, propel you forward towards B, because I think it perfectly encapsulates the current feelings of Navi Jr., you know, as JRT said.
Well, do pardon my French here for a second, but it's the fuck it we ball mentality.
Pretty much, yeah, just, you know, you send it, you know.
Exactly.
Fox 3 and all that, as Navi Juniors are about to fox their way into B again. I mean, they're probably going to be noticed. They're probably going to be shut down. There's probably a fence already up, but they just don't know it yet. As here we go. It's a complete and utter shut down a Rooney. No, not complete, but yeah, well, now it's kind of done.
Oh, Tech 9, a threat.
Oh.
Like none other, I was gonna say, but yeah, that's okay. You at least maintain it, despite it getting way too close to comfort there. A round is good.
That gets a little bit awkward for a moment, yes, but as you said, luckily they handle it. That's gonna be round 3 now. Up next, Navi Junior on a full eco, and just for the fun of it, imagine if we see a reverse 13-0. Oh my god.
If that happens,
I feel stupid.
Yeah, if that happens, that is the craziest Uno reverse of all time, I think.
Oh my god, no, please. Stop it.
I mean, you've spoken it into existence here. You're trying to make it happen.
I know. I don't want to experience that, please. Okay, I need to stop. This is going to be an easy round for Marius, of course. I say easy immediately, Makaze. Oh no, I wanted to do it. What have I done? Oh!
Immediately, Makaze.
What the hell?
Immediately, Makaze. Oh, and it doesn't stop. One more to go. Mixed Meister up against the man himself. of the hour, of the week, of the year of Navi Jr. And HE might have been enough, but now it's flame time instead. Running out of ammunition on the T side. Had to reload, and Mixmeister won't let that slip through his fingers. Mow him down at PT-50 in hand, and plenty of time on the bomb here. You gotta be a little bit afraid there. That's what can happen when you give Navi an inch. They'll take a whole mile, maybe even 3.
For a second there, they got me really worried. Maka's with Eagle shutdowns like it's nothing. Respect to the hustle. I'll give them that much. Marius are able to stay alive. Mixmeister with a save, yes, but it leaves a bit of an aftertaste that shouldn't have been the case for Marius. And look at this, immediately a timeout, double op coming out, Dodoni and Homeboys. I'm trying to figure it out. Is Dodoni gonna run B here or mid, and then I guess Homeboys A? The spawns are certainly indicating something like that.
Yeah, also, just to kind of correct myself here, because apparently, sorry, I forgot, all 3 of us here, you know, you, me, and JRT, cultured individuals. We don't need to use miles. What the hell is that? We are a kilometer household, baby.
Where the hell did
the
you
one
get
in
miles?
Canada, JRT.
Oh, I forgot. Did they use the... Yeah.
They use the superior method. What the hell is a mile? Never heard of it.
Yeah, exactly. Miles don't exist. They're just a made-up number. Just like most of...
numbers.
I guess you could say that. But technically 1s and 0s are not, as Symmetry is gonna 1 and 0 his way into B. Mixmeister with 1 might... Ooh, almost still is a secondary. Navi Juniors again hoping to get lucky on B, and they're failing pretty poorly. Towards short.
Access denied.
Yeah.
Coming through this time towards A. You're still going to be leaving Demon at the mid doors. Apparently that's good enough. Homeboys, bye-bye. We'll see you later. Next round, maybe. Donnie and Dozik, they wait as well on the side. 2 players flanking. It's Might and... Mixmeister way far back still. Molotov deployed. Smoke as well on it, and now toward the A side. HE won't be doing all too much. But the entries we're looking for... The push from behind as well. For now, successful. Entries, however, Makazik Rabeni at the same time. Tag team 1 2. Up from short out of both.
Oh.
Make the bomb once. There goes the next.
There goes the bomb plant, so it's a 1v2. Mixmeister, he's done it before. It's 2 kills to his name already, but unfortunately... he's going to miss out at the end there. And Navi Jr. is going to be finding their first round. There we go. Marius, meanwhile, the amount of losses they had previously forces them into an eco. And given the fact that 3 players, actually 3 players have 1.7, 1.4, this is a force buy, yeah. Question is, does... the academy team of Navi recognize that? Do they know this is going to be a force buy or not? Indicators usually, you know, will be a scout, some such.
You know, I usually ask the magic 8-ball what's happening. And then I still go and do whatever I want. All about the mentality, baby. I'm better. I'm built different. Then you get CZ'd in the face and you say, no, never mind, I'm not.
And
Here's
then
that
you
doesn't
cry.
happen.
Yeah.
Oh, that happens. Symmetry in the AWP, hold on, that's the big weapon to be lost.
Yeah, but they're not going to lose it, surely. The AK is already preventing them from getting closer, and yeah, Jugs doesn't miss, as that is going to be Navi Juniors bringing it back.
That doesn't take them all too long either. They get 1, they get 2, now they should be getting 3, because as you said, that was the force buy. And here as well, I feel like Navi gotta recognize that as well, that was the force buy. And under no circumstances are you to lose this round. I think that's the sentiment being passed around at the Navi Junior camp at the moment, if I had to guess. This one should be the easiest one you'll have. But, one thing we can say, Marius already on 3. A chance to take 4 or 5 here. Let's say 5. You take that at by halftime, you're golden, you're good.
Yeah.
E side of the momentum here is just something ridiculous because CT side, the way the map is built, it is not great. Long rotations, and as most T set defaults will leave one man as well watching mid doors the rotation. And even if they don't, you're most likely going to spend a little bit of time with the CT side when you are making those rotations, either shifting for an extra second or two, or to just spend a little bit of util to clear out those corners and cubbies. It is such a difficult way to play the map, where you have to be extra cautious on these things. Yeah. Especially if there's a double entry in the mix as well, because then you can't afford to lose anybody. Doesn't matter how that side defense looks if you have one or two. Because retakes are not great. Here, you have the good stack, but even that's not good enough. It's the pistols, obviously. But back to as I was saying, so many CT situations here and positions you get put into are not really fantastic or great at all if you don't work that entry. You gotta be aggressive, you gotta risk it for the biscuit here. And if Marius can't do that, I'm gonna be a little bit afraid. You want to contest the default for mid control, short control. And other times, right? If you're not short, you're going long kind of thing. And in some situations as well, you have tunnels control coming through.
Oh, he spots the upper as well. The one thing that gets me, though, is Navi Jr. have been consistently pressuring and taking B. Have they switched up a little bit and decided that, you know, it's worthwhile risking taking B whilst you almost certainly keep it afterwards, right? Because it's so hard to retake? Like, they've been consistently poking at that B spot. Very rarely do we see them try a lot. Well, so far, different strategies might. Oh, what are you doing, buddy?
Into the trap. I mean, okay, so far as well, the way things have gone is, like I say, the B pressure for Navi. It did force them to a 3-stack very early on there. They have the heavy B lean. Now that lean's going to pay off because they hear all these steps. They know Navi's going to commit this side. And if Homeboys hits the first shot, even if he doesn't re-peek, could be good, but doesn't matter. Now he's dead. Mixmeister instead needs to go above and beyond and gets no scope by a falling symmetry. Then his phase 5 application in the mail, apparently, or Twitch clips this time. Or YouTube, or Kick.
Yeah, or any platform.
Through the online web space, nonetheless. And that's his third kill for the round as well. He just closed it out with a little bit of style and flair there. Out of that round, it really comes crumbling down when Homeboys doesn't hit the first shot. He has that first, he can repeat for the second, and then, well, things do kind of coalesce to a different sort of story. But in this case, Navi, don't let him have it.
Don't let him have it. And again, they go towards B. Again, they feel like that's the best case for them. And in the heat of the moment, I feel like, or not just feel, but I know that that indeed was. They made the right choice. Marius never stood a chance, and round is done. 4-3. Full eco again. It's a pretty straightforward push for this second half. Second time out for Marius already. I am surprised they're taking them on ecos. I'm not gonna lie. I'm genuinely a bit taken aback perhaps by the fact that they take it during an eco. Quite out of the norm.
I mean, this gives them that extra bit of time as well, right? That timeout, they'll figure out what's happening with the next round, and then with this round as well itself, they can treat it as the continuation to it, and then just make sure everybody's on the same page. Right, someone's saying ideas in the timeout, and then you go straight into the round. Sometimes it can get messy. Someone's like, oh wait, sorry, I didn't hear what's happening and where am I going? It doesn't a couple extra seconds again. But if you treat this as just everybody knows what they're doing next round, and you've also got some sort of idea here, think it's going to work out. For now, however, it has led Navi to lose one, take short control, fight for it, and even anticipating the push on B as well, because Jug has already got taken down to 15 HP. He's not going to risk it.
Very good recognition, yeah.
Oh!
Insane double tap there. Might almost bringing it back by himself, and now the timing has to be perfect. Jug's insane click on the head of Mixmeister as Homeboys had to make a split decision. He decided at the end to still go long. If he had pushed up mid, he could have potentially caught Jugs, but instead, without Kevlar, without anything really pushing into sight, hoping to get lucky. Now he's going to press the bomb. It will be heard. And
Hold on.
that's a round. No, come on, please.
Yeah, there you go.
Don't you even give... don't you even entertain an idea like that?
A 10-second stick in that situation is kind of funny.
Yeah, it's not funny. It's a disappointing ending to a round that never should have happened. Like, come on. Don't give them false hope. Let's see what Marius rather bring up on the gun round. This is where they can prove us wrong and maybe give us a, you know, a show and a half, but somehow. Two spotted. No check by the op, and wow, Demon is aggressive. He's pushing them back by himself on long. He is a solo warrior right now, looking for revenge for the loss of the 3 early rounds, man. They're mad. They didn't want to lose 3 rounds. They wanted to be in another 13-0 potentially.
Wouldn't you all?
Yeah, everybody would love that. No way. Oh, that's absurd. It's getting out of hand. It's no longer...
Oh, hold on. A chance.
What?
Quick trade.
Wait, what?
But it's not the end of the road here for Marius just yet, because they've gotten away with another. Numbers are even. Mixmeister can start to shake things up, and that's what he'll do. Symmetry, this is short. 2 on 2 commences, and Krapeni has heard the first man rotating. Timing as well. Smoke fades. Find the kill feed. Eyes on Donnie. Doesn't have them.
Rookie mistake by Navi Jr. Splitting up in a 2v2 scenario. And now, Jugs, I don't think you're going to be able to do much, are you, brother?
Has to carry a lot of weight. 5 in a row right now, and 6 is what he's looking for. There's the rotation to be called as well, but Donnie's got a very difficult angle to clear here as well, because Jugs has to go deep for it! And that's what he does!
That is absurd.
Gives him the confidence to know. Second man, not here immediately, and he'll be the one initiating this fight, but only for the damage. Take jump shots,
no, don't you dare jump!
Try to do a Frenchman's jump here. None of that. Instead, Jugs waits, turns, and keeps the streak of 6 alive. This one down to the last man, and a 1v2 gets pulled off. You can't deny Navi Jr. and the skill they hold. That's the thing we said. It doesn't matter who. Everybody has something to show here on their side. And that's what makes them such a difficult team to play against. Might has to go unchecked, apparently, because never got that information. They don't even have his gun out. Well, you lost one, you immediately made it back. And look at the push as well all around the map.
Yeah, they're
Quick guess. Might be Mixmeister in spawn, and that is him.
They're trying to get control over T-base. It's kind of getting a lot of info, but...
Yeah, they've got a short as well. Navi's locked in. And not in a good way. Smoke fades. Patch up the CT smoke as well. Take a fight. Spray back. Utility from Marius is good here. They're slowing down as much as they can. You're not letting Navi have this one by any easy margin. Fight still gets taken over. Demon now realizes his position.
No.
On the side via the AK shots. Out from long. Can't hear him immediately. Can trade, however. That's what Jugs does. Out on the side.
way.
Demon
No
living
way.
up to his name.
Absurdity, absolute absurdity. How do you react to that? How do you stop that even? I don't really have a way back in here for Marius. I mean, it seems like it took a few rounds here for Navi Jr. to wake up, but they wake up. Whoa, they did. 11 kills on Jugs, 10 on Demon, 9 on Symmetry and Makaze. They've overshadowed the Mixmeister despite his great start. I think Mixmeister was, what, on 8, 9 kills at the start of the game? Like in the first 3 rounds? Maybe 7, 8, but...
I don't think that really matters. That is insane.
Yeah.
The way they just played this one out as well. Like, this is ridiculous.
And
this
yeah,
goes
of course,
back to
yeah.
Mike Tyson. Everybody has a plan until he gets punched in the face.
Pretty much.
You had a plan.
Well, then you got punched in the mouth. Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, yeah, I gotta limit yourself. I was almost hearing some non-PG talk there.
What?
Almost some Freudian slips.
Oh, yeah, of course. Well, Navi Jr. is about to have a slip towards A side. A. No, I mean, maybe. I don't know. Might. He knows somebody's jumping up short. Oh, the Donnie's burning a little bit. Sound Q gives it away. Makaz is still pushing up.
Confidence. He's alone as well right now, by the way. No utility except for that nade. And he's just holding for this. He's not going to have anyone support him. Thankfully, he does not push all too far. But he is instead just making noise.
They're going to split B.
It's a good read for Marius. Rotation's got to be here. We've seen this once before when they've had a 3-man stack essentially toward the B side. Now it's just 2. They've instead sent out whoever that was. Might into the mid doors. Gets caught. 40 seconds. You can still turn things around if you want on Navi's side, but they're going in. Scout tags up 1. Round is on. How long, however, is the question.
Oh.
Trades are decent on both sides. Symmetry tagged up. Down low.
Where's the
Him
support?
and homeboys. Circling this one. Bakaze's ready for Johnny. And Symmetry will win out his duel as well.
The dude was expecting him. He was ready for him. Navi Jr. do not miss, and neither do they lose, apparently. 3 rounds is all. They drop round 12 of the first half, looking to go to 9. It will be another bye, the last one for Marius. A 4-8 halftime is definitely more than you'd expect out of a game like this.
Okay, that was not Symmetry getting that shot,
No,
but
it was
Triple Ops
Demon.
watching is
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
They're having
We
fun.
We had first seat arrangements, man. First hand seat arrangements.
Oh.
I love
Get
it.
right.
They're reading them like an open book, and they're getting away with it. Oh, he's... No. Okay. Somebody...
What do you do about that? What do you don't? You do nothing. Holy hell, what a round.
There was
my god.
There was already a moment when we saw that short push where Navi Jr. were moving in from B towards short, and there was a CT player in the smoke under Xbox. Where Makaza turned 180 and immediately delivered a headshot. Like, it was an instantaneous reaction. I'd love to see that moment once more, because it's very akin to this one. He's basically curving those bullets in the heads of his opponents. Beautiful.
Yeah, let's be honest, that's pretty much the only thing he's been hitting so far, is headshots.
Yeah, pretty much.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's...
They lost the first 3 rounds. It's been a streak of 9 so far. Ah, my god. Alright. Second pistol. Let's see, Marius. This, I mean, we talked about this map as well, right? CT side, you lose money, rotations, spawn plants, and all that sort of thing. And if Navi can do it, so can Marius.
Sure.
That is the sort of sentiment we gotta have, at least to a degree, but all Navi need is a little bit to go their way. Not a lot, just a little bit.
Yeah, they just need one guy to get like 3 headshots for, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's pretty much any one of the 5 at any point in time.
Pretty much. And look, they're pushing back. They've been faking them out pretty well. This would be the second pistol Marius win if they do. Which is pretty
good
impressive.
Read. Yeah, a very good read being done here. Might take back control. Rotations are here, yeah, but Might shuts down the first. And it pops off. There's the third as well. 3 headshots for him. Said something about wanting those. Actually, first one body shot. I lied. But that's Marius. Both pistols in the bag.
Good job. Are they again gonna get 3 rounds and that's it? Or do we have more to Marius than it meets the eye? Certainly a question needing answering now.
Five USPs. 4 and a P250. And them dwindling away. That's bite.
I'm happy that they didn't force. It would have been a mistake, and they know it.
Last one, down they go. Not lost a single soul in this round. Instead, you got a full house, mate. Taking 3 homeboys, solid 2 at the end as well. Now... a chance to get something done from the get-go. You said, can they get 3? Well, here's the chance. You get 3, you get 4 as well, pretty much, on top of it, but... Navi, with a little bit of confidence, right up mid, quickly turn things back as well, with Symmetry not allowed to swing all too much from short as well, the utility. Something they don't want to touch all too much.
Slow and steady.
This is interesting as well. Both teams had early leans toward the B side.
Yeah. Marius is gonna go short, though. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Out to Symmetry. They're gonna have 1 matter to assist from long, but that means Symmetry needs to stand up for the first one.
Oh my
Demon.
goodness, Demon again, double up. And he's looking to have made enough, yeah. They don't have short control, so that's a problem.
Oh, no.
And Mike just offers himself up for free. Mistakes made. 3 versus 3 failed. Massive failure from Marius. And that's rounds. That's 10.
Holy shit. They just walked in. Mike gives them the way in, over peeking, not expecting them to be so close. You didn't see their heads, but they take 1 more step, and his gets chopped off. And then you just walk in, swing. That is clean and concise. In a way that not a lot of teams can make it look so easy, but Navi Jr. they have. Marius. Barrel of the gun. Staring right at him. And that gun
16.
holds O2.
Yeah.
Loaded.
I mean, it's loaded with a pretty big bullet, and unfortunately the name of Marius is on it. And Navi Juniors are aiming to close this out soon. 1 hour and 10 minutes is how long we've been here so far. We'll see if we'll be here for any longer. Marius What's the plan? Homeboys got the op. We've got very little util, but enough to execute whatever they plan to do. Counter utility thrown and towards short, as expected. But the bomb is dropped top mid. Surely they pick it up, right? Surely you don't throw yourself at the mercy of short again without even having the bomb with you. Homeboys finds one. That's symmetry. The bomb is going to be picked up. Long is going to be lost. Here we go. Nobody's checking long. Oh, the timing. Demon. Good spot. Counteraction towards B.
That's a good call for Navi on the defense, but now you do got to be ready for the B play as well. Coming through, Mikaze for the first one, and needs more. Now it's Demon immediately patching it up in CT spawn. Missed shots on both sides. A massive fumble there for the Navi side. Could have sealed the deal almost that one as well, but now that rotation's going to be a little bit more slow, and you need Jugs to hold here, at least for the first one, maybe for the second, as they emerge from the smoke. Is it USB out next, and he's running at Homeboys. USB in hand, not ready with the orb to swing. And 2 more to go for Homeboys. But he is about to be sent home here. Demon collects the kill. 17 for this map for him. And final timeout being deployed here. Or, sorry, not the final timeout. Marius only used this. This is Navi's second one. And they want to make sure they secure that 7 or 12 as well. Alright. I mean, hey, things did look okay there for Marius. From when you lose control towards long, we don't find that entry, and you don't want to risk the bomb going alone afterwards. That's a mistake, or that's a good call to make. But the mistake comes to the fact that you don't have the bomb ready to trade immediately. In fact, you don't have a 2-for-1. You don't even commit the bomb. You rely on that entry. If you didn't turn things, or then you didn't get that, they had to turn things around. They made a good call. You have some missed shots in mid that could have sealed the deal or made it at least a whole lot easier for Marius as well there if the AWP doesn't miss those shots. Same as well for the rotation of, I want to say, Demon, who came down there to support as well. You have really good position there, but walking through a smoke to be a real tough one. A lot of options, or opportunities at least for them, but none they capitalized on.
And you can see how Navi Jr. is kind of leaving A a little bit wide open for the fighting.
Oh
you know,
God.
they know that this is where possibly the most of their aggression will happen, and they're not really looking to counter it. They're rather worried.
Look at the confidence.
Yeah, like I said, they're not really worried about it. It's like, okay, if they go long, we'll be ready with one. We'll delay the push. We'll have the rotations ready, but we want to fight for mid double doors. We want to fight for B, and that's exactly how it is.
They haven't checked Might fully. They don't know he's here. So Symmetry, you miss a shot, or Jugs run right past him. That's when trouble starts brewing. Gets a decent timing on this. But still finds Jugs looking at him.
Oh, the short position, though. Oh, what? Gravity turns! Gravity turns! He was watching double doors. He still turns! And it's going to be back to a 2v2. This is not yet done. Not by a long shot. Oh, good molly.
Bomb boys. He's the man with the bomb. Keep it in mind. Has to throw that over, and he has done so. We've already had a 1-on-2 here for Navi Jr. Who's to say they can't have another one? Both 1 HP. Keep that in mind.
One bullet. It's all it takes.
What ahead? Can't see him. Might will turn instead. And that is Marius still to deny that 12. Not gonna let them have it yet. But it's a threat that looms over them no matter what. One mistake, match point for Navi Jr. Again, I like the reservation for Navi Jr. as well. Oh, how restricted to play in these situations. They don't force. They don't have to. We saw this in the after the pistol already. Here again, there's no need. They have such a lead that they can go once or twice if they have to. Flirt across the map at the moment as well, and on the other side. Marius, they've just chosen in a very easy way. Up short into A.
Quick and easy. Fast towards A, looking to find 7, and I think confirming it soon enough. Shouldn't be a problem. Please don't tell me it's a 5-man USB save.
Well, at least one's dead.
That doesn't help.
Yeah, they're still playing it slow. They just want to set up the sort of quarantine zone. And there you go. They tried it very slowly, but not finding a single one on the short, of course, does make things a lot more difficult in that regard as well. Does not split their attention. But there you go. Easy round. Everybody survives with Marius, and now you go to number 19. Guns coming out. The meat and potatoes, the real interesting part of the game yet again.
I mean, the real interesting. The best part of the game, the one where we're going to see Marius either clap some cheeks or Navi Jr. take back what's theirs, and we're about to find out how it goes. Krabbenny on long, look at the position. Mixmeister doesn't even have time to react. He's burning, he's dying, and by the time he realizes it, he's already gone. Stealing the op as well, Krabbenny is right back in action, and now Marius, I mean, the decision has to be made. Either it's going to be a B split or it's going to be a full A commit. Regardless of what it is, has to come now. The longer the wait, the worse it's going to be.
They have been able to turn things around in these mid-rounds very well. That is something that has to be noted at least. Not shying away from going from A to B suddenly in a quick turn. Gotta keep that in mind. Krabbenny's looking for the gap, but he somehow found it. Mike was watching the whole time.
That's mad. That's absolutely mad.
At least it gets traded out, but again, look at that. Marius, they threw the utility in. They don't commit with it. Instead, they're looking to play it again very slowly.
They're missed this second smoke, so this gives information to Navi Jr. And yeah, with this final smoke being thrown towards middle, it pretty much confirms it. Dodoni's watching the angle, but he's also turning towards B because he doesn't know the timing of these moments. And unfortunately for Demon, he's not ready for it. Neither is Jugs, and round is done. It's going to be 11-8. Well played, Marius. I did say a comeback of Marius. I might have suggested a 13-0, but hell, a 13-11 might work too. Damn.
I'm sure they'll take it if they get a couple more. But the problem is, right, with this Navi squad, is that it doesn't matter what you have. Like, it doesn't matter if things look like you don't have a lot of hope, because they're still gonna slap you around. Symmetries now fighting to keep you up alive will not succeed. But okay, so here's my thing. In the situation, Navi feels like they're kind of playing a little bit too reserved. That's one of the things I mentioned in that first half as well, is how Marius, like, it felt like they needed to be more aggressive. They needed to put a lot more pressure on short, on mid and such. We saw that from Navi once at the very start of the half, and then they didn't even commit to it. The utility gave it from Marius, and they said, now we're running back away. So I want to see that. You've got to risk things a little bit every now and then, and as the way things are right now, with Marius having such control towards short and all that, Navi's not really contesting it. Giving them so much space to just walk around, that they have everything.
Yeah.
And that's what makes the difference here. Gotta contest short. Gotta contest mid more. You don't want to play too passively, because that's where things go south. Or at least don't succeed for them.
At least they're canceling out these close corners.
Holy, how does... No. Okay.
No. Jugs doesn't see him. His angle is bad, and Demon at the end. Final man. I don't think he can really pick up a weapon. I mean, they could suspect him going top mid. I doubt.
Ooh.
I mean, he's playing
deep
with fire. Yeah.
I mean, 20 kills. He wants 21. I love the way he's just going at it. Eventually,
relentless.
there you go. He'll get taken down. Might on 23. We haven't even... Alright, we've seen him stat pad a little bit right that eco in the second round, but he's just been continuously getting like 1 or 2 kills in these rounds, and right now, leading the charge for Marius out of the sort of comeback they're making. 23 kills.
It's not bad. Not bad at all. No denying that. Might has definitely stepped in the manner that we'd expect him to. Last time on Navi Jr. now used. And it's going to be down to one of the final buys that Navi has before they're tied up. This is no longer a game of when, but of maybe and if at all. Navi Jr., what has happened in the last 7 rounds or so? Well, actually 6, but...
Not a whole lot.
Not a whole lot, exactly. They've just been losing straight up, as I say, that Mixmeister is gone, deleted.
I mean, they may not be mid-control that they're challenging for, but it's an entry for Navi Jr. to work with at least. But look at how quickly they go past it, right? You have an advantage, I can see that, yeah, as to why they're going slow now. Or more passive. But they need to deliver on their defenses as well here. And with Marius just running around A to B and then right back to A, it is very likely Navi again might get caught out in these rotations. We are looking for that. Makaze has taken a duel, or has been forced to take a duel. Drop a smoke on the B side. Log is nothing. There's completely empty here. But at this time, it's a full-on commitment coming through. Jux needs to defend as well his own position. God does not get it. Head dropped off. Graveni from CT has found one, but Makaze doesn't turn around in time. Isolated on site and now dead. And a 3-on-3, the retake comes through. 1 Molotov to work with for the utility, and that's all. Fight to deny 10. Do not give them double digits. That's what Navi's wanting here.
There is a incendiary for tunnels. It will for... Oh, there it's used to for car. Never mind. So yeah, they clear car, but they don't have a lot more than that. And first entry's gonna go great. Second one's not so much, but it's a wide swing. It still works. Might able to find the kill and secure Marius's 10th. Now, as you said, don't give them double digits. You just gave them hope, and now you're gonna give them the world. Let's see if they do. It's a full comeback. I can't believe my eyes, but it's a full comeback, in fact, happening. It's insane.
Navi's still able to muster up some sort of weaponry here as well. Like, I think you and me both as well. Me specifically, I'm not sure if you still are. But have gotten very fond of the hero rifles. CT side is a bit more adventurous than T side, I'll say. And here, not having a single man to support as well is going to be a little bit awkward. And apparently, yeah, that Hero M4 rifle on the CT side has not done a single thing for them.
About to be 11, man. That's what I know.
Let's see. Mind Freak. Come on.
They're also out of timeouts.
Doesn't Navi not have one more?
No, they've used all of them.
Ah, okay, I must have missed the last one they took then.
Yeah.
That was still a decent opening for the CT side in terms of what they get. Mixmeister's not holding. He's got the bomb. Trying to run away. Jugs is not going to start spamming down at him. He's not going to try to echo locate. There's another weapon, however, in the tunnels if you want to pick that up as well. In mid, homeboys. It's Jugs to the grave, and that is Mikaze to save 11 all.
Here we go. $11-11, man. I'm kind of shook. I'm kind of just not sure what's happened. How is this even possible? But Might has pulled up 27 kills, so I guess that answers my question: how it's possible, how it happened. He's just pulled off the impossible. The comeback from Marius is near complete. 2 more rounds and they'll be there, and we go to a third and final map. Navi Junior, all our glazing, all our expectations kind of falling through here. Likewise, you know, that 13-0. How the hell did they ever get it if this is what happens on Dust on their CT side?
Navi's still going to have weaponry in this one as well.
Yeah, they saved up for it. This is it. They fail here. It's guaranteed third map of Inferno.
Not a guarantee, but close enough at least.
Close enough.
Symmetry, yet again. Another entry found here towards long. Not the first time, but even so, these situations have barely benefited them. They play so passive. They find an entry, but Marius, they play the mid rounds very well here. And that's the problem for Navi. You gotta keep pressuring them. You don't want to let them have this
Comfortable
space to maneuver.
Yeah.
You need to challenge. They're not doing that. We've not seen pretty much any short setups from the side of Navi Jr. It's been only site holds, and those have not been successful. Symmetry's down to 2. And here comes the bloodhounds of Marius. Set loose towards A, the nade will catch Symmetry.
Here comes the boom. It's a 4v3. And Navi know they can't afford to lose it, so whatever they have to do to get this retake going. Let's see how they do it. Counter utility, some thrown, some expected. Dosic needs to be very careful, spotting into the smoke, getting through it already. Krabini, the first surprise, and oh boy, Makaze jumps up. It's Dosic, last man. 1v3, nades flying. He's on 25. One bullet finishes him, and it's going to be done deal. That's 12. Navi Junior have done at least themselves a favor of going to overtime if need be.
At least that now secured. We all said it 2-0 here pretty much at the start of the series. Navi's being pushed to the brink, and now they have a chance to close things out.
Final round of regulation.
Might keep Marius afloat. Because you said as well at the very pre-game, that's the man with the stats. Everybody else, sub-1 rating on the side of Marius, besides Might.
Yeah. Exactly.
He needs to step up here. He has on Ancient, you had nothing. 0 rounds to show for the entirety of the map. Here you force back, and Mike is the one leading the charge. That's the difference maker.
He knows about the smoke, that it's going to be a lurk smoke pushing through it.
Blow it up.
Oh, missed shot Symmetry, though.
No support.
Big mistake.
Falling.
Golden chance now. Marius overtime is waiting. One mistake and it's theirs. Navi Juniors, they don't know about short, they don't know about long, but they're about to figure it out. They're about to see it as there goes Krabini. Oh, Demon only gets the 2. It's not enough. It's a 2-on-3. A full-on A retake. Makaze and Jugs. And Makaze is completely quiet. He hasn't gotten a kill for almost 10 rounds right now.
Flash himself now needs to move the team here in tow as well. They gotta find a decent CT side of players. There's the first one, 2 more to go.
Jugs.
CT Jugs. He wants to drop pressure on the man on the ramp, but it doesn't matter.
They got
That's
Might.
falling down to Makaze, and 1 more to go. Home, boys.
Why is he wide
Step
open?
up here. Go home. Step up. It's right here, right now. 2-0. The Navi Junior, they want it. On the defuse. Makaze sticking it, and that's the kill to confirm it as well. You're not gonna stop Navi Junior. 2-0 will be coming through for them.
Yes, it will. They won't let themselves be caught off guard. And Marius, valiant attempt, but at the end, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't go their way. It's over.
Yeah, that was actually very competitive for Marius, right? I mean, even though you look at the scoreline in that first half, 9-3, they were competitive in round 8, 9, 10, 11. Like, they were coming close to getting round victories. Maybe round 12 was more one-sided, but still, that was what made me think, okay, maybe something's possible here for Marius, right? Maybe they can come back and get this done. And, well, they almost do. What a ridiculous run of form. The only doubt in my mind, right, guys, was that they hadn't taken a gun round. Like, all of their wins in that first half were just off the pistols. When they finally get that gun round in round number 17, that's what starts their run.
I mean, the way we even get here, it is crazy. You have so many rounds where Navi just kind of, it felt like they played it too safe. As I kind of mentioned a few times already, like, we didn't see shore pressure from them once. Like, the only time, I think, actually, I'll correct myself, is when we had them on, like, a pistol or something. A round that was never supposed to work out. You didn't really have them do much of these things. So, I don't really know what's... why they played so passively or so safe, but it did lead to a little bit of trouble there. So, in the end, they still managed to get it. Yeah, sure, but it's not as great as it could have been.
It certainly wasn't.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, at the end of it, it felt like it was going to overtime. That was almost a certainty with the way things were trending in that final round. But something that was, well, a recurring trend, at least on the previous map, is that, you know, there's some openers that might come through on the Marius side, but they continually are getting rebuffed. And it turned that, you know, the tables were turned, right? In this one, where Symmetry was getting those openers towards long, and it just doesn't really materialize into anything. Finally, though, you know, you see Navi Jr. able to pull it back as they did previously on that map of Ancient, and I'm just blown away that it took 24. That's the craziest thing to me, because of the lead that Navi Jr. had. And well, I mean, you talked about it, some mistakes coming through and maybe a lack of aggression on the CT side from the Navi Jr. squad. But overall, I mean, they still get across the finish line on a map that usually favors them a lot, which we thought would be more one-sided, but it isn't. I would say, you know, talking about MVP here, guys, I'm not sure who to pick. I think you could pull a name out of a hat, and I would agree with you pretty much, except for maybe Kerbini had a slower time here on Dust 2. But outside of that, Makaze, Jugs looked like the strongest pieces, even though Makaze had a bit of a break. I don't know. Who do you guys pick? Start with you, Nexus.
I'm going to go with the Demon, just the fact that he started off 15-0 on Ancient. Like, he was the one keeping him afloat. Like, you look at the stats at the end of this one, I'll actually get it.
You mean, was that Kerbini, you mean, or?
Was it Kerbini? Yeah, no, sorry.
Yeah,
It was Kerbini, wasn't it?
Oh, your microphone is not great, Dale. Please fix that and restart your thingy. But, doesn't matter, right? The stats for this one are 1.4, 1.4, 1.37, 1.3, 1.22 for Navi Jr. Like, what the hell are you supposed to do against that? Nothing. That's insane. Not working.
Nope.
Not working.
No. We lost
We've lost his voice. His audio is gone. You know what? Give us universal hand signs. What do you got? He's praying. Okay.
Well, I mean, look, either way, I think that regardless of the player picked, I think that it was impressive for all sides. Makaze, we're going to see the MVP. It's not Makaze, it's Jugs. Yeah, I think Jugs is a good one as well. 29 frags. He was very serviceable on both maps, and I think that's the reason why he ends up being picked here. I think there were some struggles for him and Makaze over on that B site, and that was part of the reason why Marius were able to get back into it. I think Jugs playing towards back flat had some difficulty fending off their advances on multiple occasions. Eventually, you know, they make it work, but it's only because Marius decided to go towards A instead of B, and it looked like Jugs and Makaze looked far more comfortable going for retakes than necessarily holding down that B site. And I can't really blame them. B site is not the easiest to take control of.
I did say that I hope it's working now. I don't know.
Yes.
But I did say that it seemed like Navi Jr. are really prioritizing B on the first half. Like, they really felt like it's so much easier to take it out of their hands. And I think it comes down to the fact that they were just relying purely and solely on that aim duel to go their way every single time. And we saw what happens when it didn't.
Exactly. I think that sums it up well. I mean, look, Navi Jr. move on, Marius don't, but I think we still saw enough flashes from Marius to realize that maybe there's something there. Sure, that 13-0, you know, the inconsistencies, the ups and downs are absolutely still a problem, but maybe, just maybe, these guys can pull something together as move forward to the future. Won't be here in this CCT because Navi Jr. are the ones to move on, and that is going to wrap up our show as well, guys. All matches done for today, but tomorrow we're back with more, guys, and we'll see you then, hopefully, bright and early.